Hello. Another penis-grabbingly bad stream. True. For another 8 hours, I think. How you doing, Gailwin? How you doing, J Games? Just give me a sec while I put the game on and also grab something to drink as well, because I really want to grab something to drink.
Why did you set out on this journey in the first place? It's my mom. I have to save her. Say cheese!
Now leave me
Alright,
alone.
cool.
Go.
Hope you guys are doing well.
Get it all soppy on me.
I'm sorry. I couldn't save her.
First, you will have to save yourself.
Hey, RJ. Hope you're doing well. Last time we actually stopped at Tahiti. Tahiti. And yeah, I think we are gonna continue on with the game. I do need to close something real quick. I saw the Xbox logo and I'm like, nope. It's been a while since I last watched. I watched you last time. I watched you in February. I know a lot of people come and go, or they come and go and come again. Just like just like any slut, any hooker that you get, it's always a come and go and come again. I hope you're doing well, RJ. Yeah, today we're still continuing on playing Ni no Kuni. I've been playing Ni no Kuni for quite a while actually, so there's that. I'm gonna hope that this lag is gonna go away sooner or later as well. But yeah, gonna play some Ni no Kuni. I've been wanting to play Ni no Kuni like a while ago. This is the best time for me to play Ni no Kuni as well.
Nice work!
Alright. I still have to level up though. I think my leveling up is that I want to level up to 30 and then we'll see about other stuff. So once I level
No slacking, you.
once I level Oliver up to level 30, I think I can actually go on with the game. Oh. Cut loose. Yeah, a little bit of cut loose right now. 25. Just 25? Really? Okay. Yeah, I really want to level up, can't even speak. I want to level Oliver up to level 30, sorry, in order for me to actually do something with this game. I'm getting a lot of whetstones as well. I do not even know what the whetstones are for. I'm guessing I'm supposed to go to that one fucking place right there, which I will go to later.
We're under attack! Here goes!
Let me actually get this guy real quick because this guy is easier for me. Hold on. Smash it on you. Why not? There we go. But yeah, if you see like the content change, I would say, that's because I've been not wanting to play a lot of horror games lately and wanting to play this game. I've been playing this game for about 4 days now, I think. Is it? Yeah, I've been streaming 8 hours every single day lately because I want to play this game, but also at the same time I've been wanting to play like something different for a while now, and I guess this one is gonna be a different kind of thing rather than the horror games that I'm gonna be that I play like every single time. Other than that, I think also I'm gonna try to get new horror games sooner or later because there are new horror games that's gonna come out this year, I think. So yeah. I'm gonna hope that my mic is also working because I don't know if anyone's hearing me at the moment. I don't have my mic thing up at the moment, or my OBS up, so I need to check as well. Okay, it's up. Okay. But I also have to check something real quick. So yeah, there we go. Well. Oh, this won't be pretty, huh? What? Well, if it ain't my little drippy, what? Where have you been then? Off gallivanting? I bet, without a word to your old ma'am, the whole time you'll be the death of me. You will. Mr. Drippy? I think she's talking to you. Can't be, man. I have no idea who she is. Aw, that's cruel. Why are you back? Anyway, Drippy, find a human you were looking for, did you? Supposed to be some sage or something, wasn't it? No, man. Alright, I haven't found her yet. Don't you mud me. You would have found her ages ago if you weren't such a lazy bugger. After all I did for you. Oh, hello there. Who's that you got with you then? Huh? Are you talking to me, ma'am? Proper little gentleman, this one. Oh, but look at the state I'm in. I've just woken up, man. Why didn't you tell me we had visitors, Drippy boy? Come on, Ollie boy, leg it. Here, you got a map, haven't you? Well, take a look at the top right-hand corner. I marked it for you, ain't it? That's where I am, see? Come and see me, alright? I'm sorry, ma'am, we have to go now. Chop chop, man. Where? That one, right? Yeah, it's that one. I'm gonna go around it first, if I can go around it. No, I can't go around it. Oh, okay. Shit. I guess there's no way around it. There's no way around the fucking area.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Which one should I attack first? You. Motherfucker blinded me. Are you serious? But the blind didn't work. Hey, Andrew. Hope you're doing well. How was your America Day? How was your America Day go for you? Let me just go this way then. Wait, is there anywhere that I can go from here? It just looks like it's nowhere that I can go. Other than under this thing. Is it? Yeah, it's just under this thing. Oh wait, no. Can I go up through here? I can, okay. Jeez. Jesus. I'm doing alright. America Freedom Day was pretty alright. That's cool. Did you guzzle glizzies? That's the only thing I want to ask. Did you guzzle glizzies? Where are you? Hey, Yorkie. Like, in the game? Or... Where? I'm in Singapore. In the game, I'm in Tahiti. I hope you're doing well, Yorkie. Yeah, I'm in Tahiti. In like 20 hours. Oh, well, we're counting down to 21 hours now. Into the game. So I'm in Tahiti. I have Jules' address, so I know where he. Oh God, yeah. Yorkie has my address since last year. I forgot about that because he sent me games last year. Jeepers, a village all the way out here. Ha! Look at that. What a funny house. Is that supposed to be an octopus or something? Welsh town. Welsh town. K-word. Now I'm flipping for it. Oi! Look at that, man. Look at what, man? I'm flipping busy, ain't I? You busy? Don't make me laugh. Look, man. Humans. Eh? Where to, man? Crikey, it is. And all flipping humans, man. I've never seen one before. Proper weird looking, ain't they? And I thought one Drippy was bad enough. Look at them all. Are they fairies too? Flipping heck, man. It's only flipping Drippy boy. You're right, man. Drippy, man. What are you doing back there? Back by there? Oh, how do, boys? Long time no see. Drippy boy? Hang on. Is this? God, alright, man. Yeah, it is. Okay. Welcome to the fairy ground, forest of the Fae folk, land of my fathers. Well, mothers really, but what? No way! The fairy ground. Hey, tidy! Aha! So that's why you have been acting so shifty. Righto, boys. Just dropped by to say hello, ain't it? That's done. That's done now. So tidy. Catch you next time. Oh no! He got surrounded by the Scottish people. Nah, man. You can't go. You can't go. You can't go going just like that. What are you on about, man? Welsh. I don't know, the Scottish, I don't know. I felt like they were Scottish in the first place. I didn't know they were Welsh. Let me drink. You've only just got home. You ain't even seen Ma'am yet. Ain't it though? Come on. I'll take you over there. Going that way anyways, won't we, boys? There's no need, boys. Seriously, lay it off, man. Oi, stop it, you lot! Ah! Ollie boy, help! Help! So that's what's been making him behave so strangely. Yep, I almost feel sorry for our little lantern-nosed boy. Nose brother, sorry, nose boy, whatever it is. Huh? What do you mean? Hee, from the looks of it, I would say Drippy doesn't enjoy visiting his mother very much. Huh? Well, why not? Anyway, we can't leave him in the clutches of a gang of unruly fairies, can we? Let's get after him. Let's get after them. Okay, let's go. Hey, I'm in. I wouldn't miss a chance to see the High Lord of the Big Mouse squirm if you paid me. Don't be so mean. Drippy got carried away. Oh no, Drippy, whatever shall we do? Parry the proprietor. Oh, she ain't open yet. Okay. God, this place is interesting. I got 5,000 coins right now. Curse be gone. Oh, okay. You. Is it you? Swift solutions. Yeah, Swift solutions. Okay. I'm guessing this is the board. No errands. Okay, cool. Lucky there's no errands so far. Wow. That's better items so far. Oh my god! What the fuck? Oi! Oi! Hold on. I wanna check something then. Oh, a lot of you have the big iron pike. Oh. Okay. I guess I can upgrade to the big iron, from the big iron pike. Okay, you know what? Do this. Can I remove this? Remove. Oops. Remove. Remove. And sell my big iron pike. Sell all of them. Okay. And then I will buy these. Hey, Kylo Ren. Yeah, cool. I want to see the stuff that I have for armor then. Rubber robe. Rubber robe. Removing big iron. Well, to be fair though, I mean they're getting like better equipment. Hollowed habit. I think I'm gonna change hollowed habit. Yeah, for once I'm probably gonna change hollow habit. Hold on. Gale ropes. Gale rope. Wait, hold on. What do you have? You have mist rope and hollowed habits. Okay. 6 armor and not enough armor. 13 armor, 19. Oh god, Jesus. Yeah, you know what? I'll buy 2. I'll buy 2? Should I buy 2? Actually, yeah, I'm gonna buy 2. Wait, hold on. $7, $10. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy it. What's up, Kylo Ren? I'm gonna buy 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. And then I have to sell. What's the ones I need to sell? Equip. Sell. 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 Okay. I think I should be alright. Yeah, that should be alright. Okay, cool. I think I should be alright. Yeah, I think I should be alright. Wait, what the fuck? I wanted to go and take the chest! Bro!
You know, man.
That voice. Is that...
Bro! I just wanted to take the chest.
Shut up about it, will you?
Went round with you on your travels, she did. What happened to her, lovely girl? Started with a P. Round with something like, hippopotamus.
Give up, will you? Honest to goodness.
Ah, now I remember.
Oh, yeah.
Alicia! That was it.
Blimey.
Alicia. Holy shit, she looks like a whale. What a fucking whale. My goodness, she's enormous. That's what people say to my dick. So this is Mr. Drippy's mom. I played the first Alan Wake. That's not the remastered one. I don't know how the remastered is like. How you doing, Ugyu? Yeah, I've played the first one. I didn't really. I was okay with it, but like it was kind of boring. Also at the same time as well. I've never played the remaster. I'm just waiting for 2 to come out soon because I really want to know what 2 is. Also I'm eating food at the moment, so give me a sec. You guys hear me like munching on food. Cozy storm today? Heck yeah. Well, she certainly makes a big first impression. I'll give her that. Lovely girl. She was. Where is she? Eh? Probably just left her somewhere, didn't you? That's terrible, and to think you're a son of mine. Remember, Egg is telling me to play the OG instead of the remaster, but I can't remember too well. I mean, to be fair though, the OG one is still the same as the remaster. Remaster is just like a touch-up. Like, yeah, I guess remaster was just a touch-up from graphics, so it's barely the same. I'm eating, what's it called? Papanus? It's Indian, Indian biscuits or whatever it is. Like Indian-made biscuits or whatever they're called, Papanuk or whatever it is. Cause I bought some of them today. I was like, holy shit. It's like a blast from the past. I need to find what it is. Papadom, there we go, Papadom. I forgot. It's this. Too many issues Google is telling me. Wait, with remaster? I guess so. But I played the OG one, and the OG one is like the same. This one. Eating too much papadom could cause heart attacks and stroke. Anyways. Yeah, but I was eating this thing. This thing is like Indian chips, and it's really good. I love papadom a lot. If you have never had papadom before, you should try papadom. It's really good. Hope you're doing well, Shy, by the way. Yeah. I like it. And just look at your nose, man. You should turn that thing off once in a while. You little wastrel. Costs you a fortune, it will. I don't charge myself for using it, do I? Flip, man. And I told you already. We're looking for Alicia, ain't it? Me and the young lad was telling you about. You never listen to me, man. Oh, you are you? I just want to sleep now. I slept for 5 hours, and then I woke up, and then I had to go outside to help my grandma, and then afterwards, like, when I came back home, I slept for another 5 hours. I slept 5 hours, go back to sleep, 5 hours again. But hawker food ain't exactly healthy, doesn't matter though. Dude, hawker food is great. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't care if it's gonna kill me. Hawker food is hawker food and it's great. It's cheap as well. Oh, you aren't you? Are you? There's kind of you. What? And suddenly she's listening. Are you deliberately trying to wind me up or something, honestly? Oh, there's lovely. What is it now, man? You're looking very slim these days, love. What are you on about, man? I'm exactly the same as last time you flippin' saw me. You're just saying things for the sake of it now. It's great and affordable, yeah. I am not! Proper podgy, you were. Not surprising, considering how much you used to put away, little Lord Land, I used to call you. Shut up, man! Oh, hello, who's this then, eh? Guess whose ferret had surgery today? Your boyfriend's. You own a ferret? my face went like, yeah, and then you own a ferret? You have 4? God damn. Hope you're doing well, Shay. And hope you're doing well as well. Eh? Oh, it's you, Ollie boy. Took your time, didn't you? Oh, you're the little deer who's been going around with my drippy, is it? Now, which one of you is the poor-hearted one? It's pure-hearted, man. P-U-R-E. I'm the flipping poor one. Having you for a mother was super anxious. Surgery for Ferris is super risky, but he's okay for the moment. That's cool. As long as they're recovering. Oh, yeah, it's recovering. Hi, nice to meet you, ma'am. Are you Mr. Drippy's mom? That's right, my lovely. For my sins, ain't he just adorable? Oh, well, I remember you kid familiars, ain't it, love? I've got a few sweeties by here somewhere. Let's see now. Ah, there we are. Sun drop, star drop, moon drop. Okay, planet drop. Thank you so much. Our familiars will be happy. It's my pleasure, love. Oh, and while you're over by here, I've got something to ask you. You do? What is it, ma'am? Sorry to spring this on you out of the blue, like, but you wouldn't mind taking a look at my guts? Oh, what the fuck? We're gonna go into a vagina. Huh? Crikey. You don't get much more out of the blue than that, man. I'll thank you to keep your clever comments to yourself. And I thought I told you to turn that flipping lantern off. I can't flipping turn it off, and it's none of your business. It's none of your business what I do with it anyways. A drippy? A drippy. I'm a grown fairy. Vagina. when you say take a look at your guts, do you mean what do you mean exactly? Do you mean you would like us to go inside and go inside you and look for something? Something funny's going on here. Something I don't want any part of. Well, what it is see? They're not coming out. Huh? They're not coming out. The Lilies, I mean, I guess, yeah, we're gonna go into a vagina. Oh my, no. Why are we going to go into a vagina? They're not coming out, the Lilies, I mean. I gave birth to all of them, see? I'm the mother of all fairies, ain't it? And there's a load in there now, who should have come popping out a while back, but nothing, not a peep. Desperate I am. Are those things her legs? I don't know. I'm not sure I understand. Right, it's like this. See, my ma'am here brings up all the Lilies that's baby fairies to you inside our tummy. You vagine, Bob and vagine. And once they're big enough, they out they pop. But it's so warm and comfy in there, that sometimes the little darlings don't want to come out. I heard some strange things in my time, but this is I don't know what to say. That's a load in the vagina. Yeah, that's a load of them. I know, love. It is proper strange them not coming out. He ain't talking about the Lilies, man. Anyway, the thing is to get inside ma'am and see what's going on with the Lilies. And there's a little something you have to do first. That's right, you gotta make me laugh. So we gotta make her laugh so that her pussy fucking opens up. Nice. What do you mean? The only way into mom's tummy is through. Oh my, no. Why 4? Why 4? Oh my god. Why 4? Why 4? But it's so massive, she can't keep it open long unless she's laughing her head off. So why don't you make her laugh, Mr. Drippy? Don't be stupid, man. I've been off the circuit for years. I'm very particular, see? New materials only, and this set is as old as the flipping hills. So we can't help? Never mind, we didn't mean to come to the island anyways. We'll just leave it, shall we? No, we shall not. Drippy, we have to do something. You're right. Proper worried about those Lilies. I am. Let's go. Let's go and look for someone who can make the old girl giggle, shall we? But ow, I don't know anything about comedy. Well, there's a famous theater by the fairy ground where us fairies cut comic teeth called the Cavity Club. It is. And since I thought a couple of the boys down there everything they know, I reckon they'll be happy to help us in our hilarious mission. You taught them? This I have to see. Alright, let's go find the Cavity Club. Thanks, lovelies. Counting on you I am. Are those like things in between her tits? Drippy's back. Cool. Yeah, are those things in between her tits? Like, look at them bouncing. Are those her tits? Did you say my name? I did not say your name. How are you doing for it? Oh, her hands! Oh! Oh! I thought they were her tits. God damn. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, to be fair though, it just looks like her tits. It's just big enough. Ooh, fish burger. Burger. Oh, I have to go there. Okay, hold on. I'll go do a few of the missions real quick. Are you the one? No, you're the one. Give me your fucking heart. I want your heart. I want to steal your heart. What do you have? You have courage. Let me steal that courage heart. My heart now. Yoink. Anyone else? You. Which one? You. Give me your heart, bitch. But yeah, wait, Shay. You played this game before, right? Did you finish it at all? Other than 2, okay, other than 2, did you finish it at all? Years and years ago? Jesus. How long did it take for you to finish it? That's what I want to know. How long did it take for you to finish it? 100. I like to do side quests for so a long time. I mean, to be fair though, I'm doing side quests as well. But how long is a long time? That is the question. How much coins do I have? I have 400 coins. Oh shit. I gotta save up on coins now again. I'm gonna try to look it up. Yeah.
Hurry up, man, they're on already.
Look at that. They have a little station.
What do you call a Scottish?
Thank you, and
A Scottish.
Rubbish they are these days, man.
How long is this going to go on for? This is embarrassing.
Fucking Welsh town. Fucking Yorkie town. I can't believe this. This is Yorkie town, I swear. Crikey, another stinker. Well, it ain't my old pal Smiley and Shirley. How do, boys? Drippy! Crikey! How do, man? Long time no see, eh? Never mind the small talk. You pair of layabouts. What are you doing back by here? I sent you to spy on flipping Shadar, didn't I? Oh, well, you see, we just popped back home to get some cash, continue funding our espionage, ain't it though? We've been working on our socks off, man. Got a tidy bit of info just the other day. We did. See what it is. What it is Shadar. See, well, I'm gonna tell you, he says crikey. He should have an Aussie accent, yeah. But it could be a. I mean, to be fair though, it's Welsh-ish, you know. Welsh. He's got all horns on his head, ain't it? Well, I know that, don't I? I seen him in the flipping flesh. So the news you were getting while you were a doll, Mr. Drippy, it was from. That's right, Ollie boy. Smiley and Shirley are here were my eyes and ears on the ground. Training up some new talent, are you? How do? I'm smiling from Smiley and Shirley. They look a bit wet, man. And this one by here looks like he pinched the dummy from a baby's mouth. What? You cheeky little. Don't take it personally, man. It's just his way. It's why they call me Shirley, ain't it? It's better. Oh, for me to find my playtime, I gotta plug in my PS3, then load the game. Plug your PS3 in. Cope. God damn. It's better than grinning your face off all day like the gornless idiot by here. Anyways, nice to meet you and all that. Nice to meet you too. Are these fairies you said you train, Drippy? Can we get them to help us make your mom laugh? Oh yeah, it's the least you can do after letting me down in your spying duties. You hurt man all clogged out with lilies, ain't it? But we spent 100 hours at generating my baseline for RPGs. That's a long time. That's a very long time, honestly. Is it? They're serious. We've not heard that, man. Hang on a minute, you two. Now I get it. What is it, Mr. Drippy? Well, it's like this, see? We've been here all this time, and neither one of those two has cracked a single joke. It's worse than I thought, man. They're broken-hearted. Huh? What? Ah, so that's it, is it, man? I was wondering what was up with us, like. Trust you to spot it, Trippy boy. Proper sharp-eyed, you are. Hold on a second, does anyone have a clue what these lunatics are on about? Oh yeah, well, it's like this. See, with fairies' hearts are made up of all different types of comedy. Pieces of art, we call them. You mean like the pieces of art that human hearts are made up of? Well, it's not really the same, but if it helps you think of it like that, fair enough. Anyways, when we lose a piece of art, we become artless. See? Art broken. Just like when humans become heartbroken, you mean? Nah, man, what are you on about? Completely different it is. Well, it doesn't sound it. Heartbroken people just act all weird. Folks who get heartbroken have it much worse. They stop being funny. I know, terrible, ain't it? I don't think I quite understand. I get it. This means we're in trouble, right? Because we need to make your mom laugh. Make mom laugh? You're kidding. You're kidding, ain't you? We couldn't make Laffy son laugh after a barrel of laughing gas, man. Sorry, no can do. He's right, man. We tried giving him a second barrel, but he sicked up, didn't he? Sad, really. We thought he was giggling at first. Flipping useless you are, the pair of you. So, you are heartbroken, I suppose. Alright, we'll help you. You will, Tidy? A proper legend you are, Drippy Boy. Doodle horse. There we go. Proper legend you are, Drippy Boy. If we don't get funny soon, we'll have to split up. Imagine, after 17 years. Meoy, oy, oy. Meoy, meoy. Meoy. Bring all funny. Split up? That's the first I've flipping heard about it. You're right, Drippy. We should help them, just like you and Oliver helped me. Tidy, that's that decided. Let's get all the pieces of art together and give these boys a laugh injection, shall we? Nice one, Drippy boy. You don't want to see us split up, eh? What do you keep going on about splitting up for, man? We've never said nothing about it. Right to Ollie boy, get your piece of art gathering hat on. I reckon 8 should do it. Sounds about right to you. Come on, let's do it. We can't let them split up. How many times, man? We're not splitting up. Ain't no split up. Cheeseburger. I want a cheeseburger. So how do I find those art? Oi, Lily, you got a minute? Nah, man, I ain't. I got homework to do, ain't it? Homework, pa. Wait. So I take the heart? Oh, clever claw. Okay. Wait, no. What the fuck? Rejuvenate? What do you need? Wait, hold on. If we could make them seeds sprout up just like that. What? Hold on. This? Saved up for a long time for this? A lot of people do. Okay. Thank you for a piece of art. That looks like shit. It looks like honey shit. Honey shit. Sweep itself. Okay. Worth it though? Yeah. Give me them art. We're just gonna be going around just getting some pieces of art, I guess. Broken this giant jar. Rejuvenate? There we go. Fix the jar so that you could sit on it. I know what you use that jar for. You sit on the jar, don't you? What is this? Oh fuck. Pop what? Hold on. Wait, what? Oh, locked up jar. Poop jar? Oh fuck. Could be worse. I mean, there's this one man, one jar. Or, you know, other than one man, one jar, we have that decent food. I'll give decent food. There we go. I like the whole like jingle. That's a nice jingle. Got one here as well. Feeling the cold. Feeling the cold. This one? What? You're feeling the cold. I don't understand what do you mean by feeling the cold. Hold on. Oh! Oh, okay. Wait, what? Okay, wait. Is it not this? Unless this one. There you go. Jesus. I didn't realize it would be that. Meow! Meow! Thank you for the art. There's a bird here. Hold on, there's a bird here. Why is that a bird here this whole time? Right meow, right meow. Levitate. I got levitate as a spell. Jeepers. Oh fuck, what do you need? You need something to float. I guess levitate. Here we go. Okay. So I need one more from this guy right here. I think it's this guy, yeah. What? Did they not tell you? Hold on. This flower pressing stone of mine is well flapping light. Oh. Do I really need levitate again? No, I do not need levitate again. What? Hold on. Oh, you need it heavier. Okay. Wait, if you need it heavier, then is there anyone else that... Huh. Okay. What? What's gonna make it heavier? I have no idea what's gonna make it heavier. I don't think anyone in this town is gonna make something heavier. Is it? Or am I missing something? Hold on. Take heart, give heart, draw poison, spring lock, nature's tongue, levitate, bridge, publish string. Fat cock? No way. No way a fat cock can make it heavier. I don't know. This doesn't seem like a... This one? There we go. Okay, yeah, we got the burden. I'm a burden. Tidy! That's a full complement of 8 pieces of art we have put together. Let's get this care package over to Smiley and Shirley and burn the light of laughter back into their miserable lives. They're probably still moping around down by the Cavity Club. Let's go back there, shall we? You mean the place with the big outdoor stage? Sure, let's go. Hello. Hang on, Mo Drippy boy. Is that them pieces of art you got there? Here. Take them. How do, boys? We got them pieces of art for you, ain't it? Nice one, Drippy boy. You're a proper legend, man. You're serious about this, is it? Making ma'am laugh? I mean, flipping heck, man. Talk about in at the flipping deep end. Ah, stop fretting, man. You'll be fine, righto, boys. Get ready for a dose of just what the doctor ordered. Penis out. Penis in. Hey, Will. The fuck's he doing?
Abracagagra.
What the fuck? Meow. Meow. Flip, man! What's all this then, eh? I feel weird as heck, man. Ain't it though? I feel like I've woken up after a proper long sleep or something. I feel better, man. He sneezed on them. Dude, he gave them COVID. God damn. Motherfucker gave them COVID. Can't believe this. Amazing, I think. They don't seem that different. Oh, we're different, alright. The comic muse is in the house. And we're about to bring it down around her flipping ears, man. This will be a laugh. I know. Amazing, ain't it? That's the power of the pieces of art, man. Proper, miraculous. Miraculous they are. I could make a brick wall laugh. I feel so flipping funny, man. Let's flipping do this. Show me the mommy. Show me the mommy. Show me the big titty mommy right now. Right, meow. Hold up. We need to practice first, ain't it? Ain't it though? Never mind, jumping the gun. Never mind, jumping the gun, man. You're flipping flying over this thing. Okay. You should practice. We'll come back when you're ready. Oh, let them practice, I guess. But then again, I don't have anything to do. Yeah, I just don't have anything to do, so get here. Practice. It's time for the Smiley and Shirley show. You ready to watch us split ma'am sides? Have you got the guts to make the fairy godmother laugh? Take a journey to the end of her innards. Sure. The stage is set. The lights are lit. We'll crack her up. You crack on in there, right? Yeah, what he said. Let's go. Let's get to it, shall we?
Thank you. How do it's Smiley and Shirley?
How do?
Right, you've got a full house in tonight. There's lovely.
Ain't it though? It's like a dream, this is.
Ain't it though?
Ain't it though? Hey, speaking of dreams, I've always had a bit of a dream myself, you know.
Oh, nice. Nice link, man.
What it is, see, always wanted to run a little weapon shop, I have.
A weapon shop, huh? Well, I don't know why you're bringing it up in the middle of a show, but sounds like an alright idea, that does.
Ain't it though? Hey, do you fancy doing a quick practice with me?
Huh? Practice?
Yeah, man. I'll be the shopkeeper, see? And you, a zookeeper, right? And, well, all your animals have run away, and your wife's left you.
Oh, yeah. Make it easy for me, why don't you?
What? What? Hey, you're a zookeeper. Hey, your wife left here because you're a zookeeper. What?
I'm not a flipping professional actor, am I, you div? Come on, man, serious now. What do you want me to be?
A lion tamer?
Dude, how is that any flipping easier? Can I just be my flipping self?
Oh, no one wants to see that, man.
No, I know you again. You're trying to give me something hard to do so you look better in it, though.
Nah, man. I just thought you'd like a nice juicy roll to get your teeth into, ain't it, though?
Juicy roll, huh? Well, I may not be a professional, but my widow Twanky's pretty legendary. Righto. So, I'm the customer at your weapon shop, right? And you were the proprietor of said establishment. Alright, give us a moment. Ba 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 ma 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 ka 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 ka.
Get on with it, man.
And knock knock out do cha-ching.
Clear off, cha-ching.
What the heck was that, man? You slammed the door in my flipping face.
We're not open yet, are we?
Not open yet, but flipping hurry up, will.
All right, we're open now.
Oh, you are, right. Knock knock cha-ching. How do?
How do?
I just wanted to look at what weapons you got here, innit though?
Sorry, man, that's next door but one.
What? No, it's flipping not.
It's my shop.
Yeah, you a weapon shop.
You can't go telling me what I sells in my own shop.
But you said yourself you wanted it to be a flipping weapon shop.
It is a flipping weapon shop.
Give me strength, man.
All right. Sorry, man. I'll do it properly now, I promise. It's a weapon shop.
Good.
Selling weapons.
Exactly.
Righto.
Knock knock. Cha-ching out. Oh. What weapons you got for here then?
What weapons you after exactly?
Well, I don't know, do I? What about, you know, one of them huge, great, choppy numbers? Yeah, a proper massive one of them. That's what I want.
I'm afraid I cannot help you.
Huh? You can't help me? You're the flipping shopkeeper, ain't you?
I am sorry, sir,
Huh?
but that is just too big an axe.
Flipping egg, rubbish.
It is not happening.
As if I would take much.
Bruh. Bruh. Those jokes are subpar. I couldn't laugh. What the fuck are those jokes? Are these British humor? Is this the British humor that huh? Is this British humor? I can't get into British humor, what the fuck? Nah, I'm joking. Tidy, laughing her flipping head off she is. Brilliant, they did it! I can't quite believe it. That's great, but we should hurry. We won't make it inside if she stops laughing. You're not wrong, Ollie boy. Let's get a wriggle on.
That's hilarious!
She's laughing like a flipping drain. Tidy.
Drippy man, we're all set.
Right, you lot, all aboard.
Aboard? Aboard what?
There we
Uh-oh.
go, boys. Let the mission to Mam begin.
What the fuck? Are you fucking serious? There's a cannon? Hey Takayaki. There's a fucking cannon? No fucking way.
Launch command received.
Roger that.
Hold on to your hats. We have ignition.
Shoot that load. Jesus. Into her mouth.
3, 2, 1, blast off!
The semen. The semen. That's what you all would think of with facial. Oh my god. Oh my god. By the Vordo,
Is everyone okay?
I guess.
Think so.
All here in one piece. One pile.
So welcome to the
All right, no need
intestines.
to get
Yes.
into tis. It's the only way to get in here, isn't it? Oh, this takes me back. Look around you, my friends. This year's Mummy's tummy where it all started.
Mummy's tummy. Oh my god. Jesus. The fake hair center. Oh, look at the little classrooms. They're so sweet. That is what they are, isn't it? That's right, man. This is where we were brought up, ain't it? Can't do without a classroom or two to teach us the ways of the fairy. Inside your mom's tub. Sure. Wow, I can't wait to see what they look like inside. Esther, we have a job to do, remember? You're right. So sorry, Oliver. Okay, let's look for these Litleys. Ouch, remind me when I'm doing this again? Oh my god, it's flat. Yo, guys, the earth is flat. Yo, the earth is flat. Holy shit. No, what the fuck? Hi. Ah, nasty, nasty, beastie, beastie. Mr. Drippy, look. Oh, K-word. If we don't do something quick, that Rotter's going to make himself a little omelet. We have to save him. We have to fight this dude? We have to fight 3 of these dudes?
Fancy your chances, dude.
Why are they here in the first place? Why are these fuckers here in the first place? The Earth two-dimensional class, yes. Hello, leveling up. Are you okay? Ta-ta! Ta very much! Oh, he's so sweet. Oi, Lee, what happened by here anyways? Nasty, nasty, proper nasty. What's that? No, never. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. That's terrible. There's terrible. The fake care center has been invaded. Horrible beasties have turned up, and they've... So you're telling me the beasties like fucking infiltrated the mom's tummy by just going into her mouth? And how the fuck did they go into her mouth anyways? I'm not a baby beater, okay? I'm a how do you say this? I beat pedophilias. I beat pedophiles. There you go. I'm a pedophile beater. That's what it is. I'm not a baby beater. The pedophiles were here in the first place. Horrible beasties have turned out and they've been bullying all these Billies, the rotters. That's awful. We have to help them. Please, Mum. Please, Mun. Please, please, please. Gods will help them. Goes without saying, ain't it? I'm just wondering how come beasties got in here in the first place. Could he have made it all the way to the ferry ground, Shadar? It's possible, I suppose, yeah. But if he's made it past Mom, judging by what we saw him do in that storm, I don't think getting past your mom would be much of a challenge. It doesn't matter how they got in. What matters right now is saving the Litleys. You're right, Esther. Or you, stay by here where it's safe, right? No, man, no, man, wait, man. No, wait. Did you hear him? Stay here, he said. But look at him. We can't leave him here. He's terrified. We have to take him with us. But we're off bashing beasties, ain't it? It's not safe, man. It's safe by here. Scary, proper scary. Ah! Don't be scared. You'll be fine. I guess it's kind of dangerous to leave him here too, huh, Mr. Drippy? Flipping heck, man. All right. Come on, then. You. We'll look after you. Yes. Come on now. Come along now, Litly. Tidy. Let's go. Tidy. Go. Gongaga. Me? Gongaga. Fucking go. Alright, this fucking small ass egg is following me. We're gonna make him into an omelet later. The rose door has come unlocked. Really? I didn't know. Here we are, Ollie boy, the tulip room. Okay, so it's tulip. A bunch of flowers. Whatever that is. Rose. What is behind here? Oh, fuck. Ooh, okay, sure. Not a baby beater, but a baby eater. God damn. No way. How you doing, Scarlet? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? Splish, splash, splish, splosh, blarge. Are you coming on them? What the fuck? Motherfucker sounds like he's coming on them. Splish.
Watch this! Here goes!
Oh, yes! I am level 30 now. Oliver's level 30 now. Heck yeah. Tulip room. It's not the tulip room. This is the tulip room. Okay, which one is it? Oh my god, a fucking stingray's in here. Holy shit, all these stingrays, really? Excuse me. She lets a lot of stuff in her mouth, it seems. I guess so. I guess so. Dark Cloud. Hold on. Dark Cloud. Ooh. I can replace Smoke Bomb with that. Sure. Sea Stars. I'll give you this then. Wait, I still have these. Poison Pinch Gem. Can I give you Poison Pinch? No. How about you with Poison Pinch? Nope. Okay, I guess I'll give... Maybe not, maybe not. Not for now, not for now. I'll do that later. Daffodil Room? Is this the Daffodil Room? No. This one. Holy fuck! What the fuck? That's a big one!
We're under attack!
Here goes!
That's what she said. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Holy fuck. Sure. I'll just run around and deal more damage, I guess. Or give them smash hit. Smash hit. Oi. There we go.
We won!
Cool. The Violet Room, okay. Look at all these fucking eggs. These eggs are just, holy shit, that's fucking, that's even bigger. What the fuck?
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes!
Oi, Jesus. Holy fuck. Oh wait, I was healed. But Esther right here is about to die. Wow, that's not a lot. Okay, hold on. Let's see about this one real quick. 3960. Jesus, that's not a lot. That's really not a lot. How about you? Oi. No effect on that. What the fuck? Why are they hitting me like so much? Jesus. Are they dead? Is it dead? Oh, it's dead. Okay, cool. Didn't have to do that much. Is that it? All them eggs. All here, Tuddy, 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 Tuddy. That's some proper good work to you lot. Looks like all the Litleys are safe and sound. Are you sure? Thank goodness for that. Let's have a quick count up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the Litleys are alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Never let them go again. There's 11. There's a dozen. Hey there. Hey, that's Bevan. He's my cousin. How do, man? Wah hey! Wah hey! Oh god, that made me think of a meme. Whatever that guy was talking about. Like, there was a guy. He was like talking about like fuck, like some pretty girl or something like that. He was like, hi pretty baby, this here reminds me of. He's just like, what? Hey! It just reminds me of that British fucking meme. That's a lot of eggs. I mean, to be fair though, some animals lay a lot of eggs. The gangs are here, Tidy. All the Litleys. Okay, cool. Blimey, rhyme. Blimey, rhymey, tidy, tidy, drippy, drippy. God, do they ever shut up? They're so annoying. How do we get rid of them? We take them to the exit, ain't it? There's a slide outside. You go down that, and the way out is just by the bottom there. A slide? Where's there a slide? It's to remind them that they can slip and slide on the banana skins of life here. But when they get outside, the same stuff would slide in it. Typical ma'am, that is. She's a big fan of old tough love. I have literally no idea what you're talking about. Are you fairies all completely mad? I don't care what he means. I'm just looking forward to the slide. Yeah, sure. Sure. Oh, to be young and simple and flexible, this sounds like it's going to hurt. Not long now until the Litleys are finally born. Let's take them to the exit. Okay. Jesus. Wait, hold on just a sec. What is here then? What is behind this door then? What the fuck? Lend me your ears a sec, Ollie boy. There's something I've got to tell you. What's that, Mr. Drippy? Those steps up by there are the emergency exit out of Mam's guts. We call them the back passage. See? The back passage? That's right, man. So if you ever need to get out of Mam's guts in a hurry, just nip up those stairs. Sure. But what's to stop those the Litleys doing the same? Don't be deaf, man. They ain't baby steps, are they? Way too high for a Litley, they are. Now the back passage will take you to, straight to the ferry ground, so you can come and go as you please, ain't it? Huh? So we could have used them to get in here in the first place. Well, yeah, I suppose. But where's the fun in that, man? Always been one for the grand entrance. Always been one for a grand entrance, me. Got my reputation to think of, ain't it? Jeez. Okay. I guess that's what it is. Drippy thirsty. Sure thing. Alright, let's slide down. Now now all we got to do is hop on this slide and we'll be out of Mam's guts before you know it. You ready to go, Ollie boy? Tidy slidey.
Right, oh. Come on, Litleys.
God damn.
It's time for the slidey ride of your tiny lives.
Oh my god. No. What the fuck?
Well, don't just stand there. Come on.
Huh?
Oh my fucking god. What?
What the?
What the
is that
fuck?
thing?
Bane of Mam's belly. Oh my god.
That rotter of a squid's got our
Jesus.
What the heck?
Oh my god, they're getting sucked.
Please.
No
They're
way,
literally
you
getting
crazy
sucked.
pants.
Sorry, Ollie boy, but the future of the fairy race is at stake.
Do we have any choice?
No choice at all, man. You just have to fucking fight them. This thing's sucking them. All of a sudden, they're just sucking them, man. That's a lot of damage. Wait, hold on. What the fuck? That's like a lot of damage. Wait, who was dealing a lot of damage? I saw someone dealing a lot of fucking damage. Which one of these things was dealing like so much damage in the first place? Oof. My dude's slow. Look at how slow he's running. I want to attack, but look at how slow he's running right now. Like, goddamn. What the fuck? Can I just use it? Hello? Oh, that's not a lot. Okay. Oh. I'm confused. Oh, I'm confused. I'm actually really confused. Holy fuck. Okay. Wait. Can I not? Oh, oh. Wait. Hello? Am I unable to act now? None of my... Yeah, none of my fucking... Hold on. I was about to say, none of my attacks are actually worth it, though. I don't know. It doesn't seem like any of my attacks are actually worth it. What the fuck? Baby shower? What the fuck? Are you serious? Nino Kami. Not hitting HJ. Shit. Okay. Really? But I don't have a chance. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I meant to defense. There we go. Attack. Sorry. I meant to attack. Okay, wait. Hold on. Grab that thing. Grab that thing. There we go. Kumi. Kumi. Kumis and Kumis. Oh fuck, okay. Oi! Jesus! Holy fuck, I need to actually grab that thing. Thank you. But they still don't really do anything good. Kino Kami. What the fuck is that? Bolt from the blue. I did good. Is he gonna shock? Is it gonna shock every single one of us? Oh god, wow. Look at that shock. Oh, okay. I'm guessing like none of them have fucking MP. That's why we're just attacking that hard right now. Okay. Cool. 1000 XP, Jesus. Jesus, 1000 fucking XP for that shit. Royal Jelly. Taman, ta. Thank goodness, is everyone alright? Ah, cause they are. These lilies are nowhere near as fragile as their eggs, their egg looking. When I was their age, I ate squid for breakfast. Proper hard I was. Eating squid for breakfast gets you hard? But wasn't that a jellyfish just now? What a lucky escape, though. I've never seen a sea creature so big. I thought we were finished. Well, something had to be done about it, I suppose. And something had to be done about it, and I suppose we were just the ones to do it, ain't? That's heroic of us. Sure, someone had to make sure that at least made it out somehow, huh? Wait, I've read that before. Pinokumi. Speaking of which, how do we get out of here? Yeah, how do we get out of here? There's no way out. We can't get back up the slide. Of course we can't. It's miles back up to the top, so what do we do? What do you think we do, man? We get reborn, ain't it? Reborn? Huh? What? Yeah, we pop out along with the Litleys. Come on, man. You only live. YOLO! YOLO! Fucking YOLO, man. And you're only supposed to be born once too. You demented little gnome. Just what are you suggesting? You flipping humans are so brutish. It's like this, see? Just up beyond here is Mam's exit. Is where the Litleys get born from it, ain't it? And if we just pop out with them, we'll be back in the fairy grounds before you know it. Besides, it's not like we've got much choice in the matter. Birth fetish. Birth fetish. Just pop out. Are you mad? Are you mad, bruv? Poppy toppy tidy righty. Wah-hey! Wah-hey! Gee, I don't know about this. Don't worry, as long as we're together, we'll make it through somehow. Remember the eye of the storm? We survived that, didn't we? Toppy poppy, toppy poppy. Then I guess this is it. Time to be born again. Here goes nothing, man. We'll make a quick exit. And one heck of an entrance. Wait, are we going to the, like, we're getting out of the poop hole. Are we? Are we literally getting out of the poop hole? Oh, fuck. Uh-oh.
Oh, they're coming. Oh.
I don't wanna, what's with the subtitles? What is with the subtitles, man?
I can feel it. Oh, they're coming. At long last. Come on, my little darling.
No! Holy, did she come? Did she fucking come? She came. No, she came. She came. She fucking came. Joe, why are you so short? I am short. Nobody will ever come in your. No, fuck. Why? I'm short because I'm Asian. How you doing, Panda? Where's Drippy? It's getting late. Yeah, he must be knackered after the day we have had. I know I am. Oh, look, there he is. You boys did a proper tidy job, man. Man was laughing fit to flip and burst. Why didn't you get some of that superior Mongolian hype blood in you then? I'm not Mongolian. I'm near a country where the average height is 1.5, 1.6 in terms of male, smile. And a penis size of, average penis size of 2 inches. Well, we couldn't have done it without you, Drippy boy. Them pieces of art packed a real punch, ain't it though? We were on fire, man. Yeah, I suppose you would have bombed without my help, eh? Mind you, your routine, I got to say, man. It was pretty flipping funny. Really? Thanks, Drippy boy. Took me back, it did. Back to the days when the stage was still my life. Ah, it's a tidy while ago now. Your guys are legendary, man. Classics they were. Our material's nothing compared to yours. I'm just chuffed we made you chuckle. Every Asian is always in awe when they see someone in the 180 range. I guess, but also at the same time, I'm fucking short. I'm like 165, 167, so like, I'm just short. If I ever go to like ESA or GDQ, like, I definitely know that I'm like one of the shorter people around there. Or like, yeah, one of the few short people. I don't know, like, everyone's like fucking tall, man. Everyone's like fucking 5'8", 5'9", 6 feet. There was an Asian at the event who was like, everyone's so tall. They were just 150 or something. Is it a chick or a guy? If it's a guy, then like, you know. I mean, a lot of people are tall, you know. In the Western area. Yes? Wait. Is it a guy or a girl? I mean, either way, like, both of them are gonna be like, yo, that's the tall as fuck. Yes. We're just gonna say yes. He's right, man. When it comes to tickling Mam's funny bone, there's no one ever did it quite like you, Drippy boy. Stop it, man. You're making me blush. The time for my jokes is long gone. I won't be back on the circuit anytime soon. Besides, I've got that lot to be shepherding around now, ain't it? What would they do without me? Drippy boy. But I do think about it sometimes. What would have happened, you know, if I'd never gone off with Felicia, like. Don't make me deck your face, man. I wonder how far I would have gone in the old comedy game. Mr. Drippy. Oh, it's you lot, is it? What's up? You didn't hear all that, did you? No. We didn't hear anything. No. We just got here, didn't we? Anyways, it's late. We should get some rest. Yeah, you're right, Tidy. I'll show you the old inn. I'll show you to the old inn, shall I? It's a bit small for you lot, but you just have to grin and bear it. How am I supposed to sleep in a fairy-sized bed? I'm sure you'll manage somehow. You never seem to have much trouble falling into a deep and noisy sleep. Gee, poor Mr. Drippy. Yay. Let's start with this mission, I guess. Ah, flashbang! Dude, what the fuck?
Oh, Oliver. What's wrong?
It's Philip. He's mean.
Oh, dear.
Dude, the horse is ready to get regular horse. Yeah. I still have another one more.
Oh, Yolly boy.
Hold on. I still have one more, like, new thing to show sooner or later. I want to work on another PNG tube, not like a PNG idea or something like that. I really want to have another PNG idea. So I'm probably thinking it's gonna be coming sooner or later, but we'll see.
Man, I'm the tear fairy, see? I don't like seeing them go to waste.
The fuck?
You're a fairy? I am, and a proper tidy one at that. You talk funny.
Mom, stop being British.
That's how fairies talk, sweetie. But it's goofy.
Fairies talk in a Welsh accent. Nice. Or the Scottish accent. I don't even know.
Well, I wish I'd known that before I made him for you.
Welsh, Scottish, either way.
He's my friend.
The British.
Of course he is, I'm sorry. And I'm sure he'll always be your friend, no matter what. Come on now, don't be such a crybaby, Bunting. What would Mr. Drippy think?
I'm not a crybaby, Bunting.
Then you'd better dry those tears, hadn't you? Hmm?
Oh, how can I ever thank you, Bach? Bach. Saved my life, you did. We're just happy to help, ma'am. And we're so sure glad the Litleys are safe. But are you alright now? You did have a giant jellyfish inside you after all. Oh, is that what it was? I thought it was a squid. Us fairies love a bit of seaweed, seafood, see? And it looks so big and juicy, I just couldn't help myself. Sure. You mean... That's right, Bach. Swallowed it straight down, I did. Look, it's a big dommy mummy like you always wanted. I mean, she did had an orgasm just now. What? There we were worrying she would be attacked by Shadar, and it was all because she's too greedy for her own good. Look on the bright side, Sweeney. It means the reason was much less serious than we thought it was. Shadar, you say? Where have I heard that name before? Shadar. Oh, him! You know Shadar, ma'am? Nope. Is she talking to Mick? Sorry, love. Of course I know him. He's the one who was flying around my head, causing all kinds of mischief. Proper little terror he is. Smiley, Shirley, get your bottoms over here by now. Over by now, whatever. Over by here. We're here. Keep your hair on, mun. What is it, ma'am? Stop flipping shouting. Can you two boys go and take a look over by Shadar's castle for me? What? That. Not bad, love. Not bad. I thought you had lost your comic touch. But what a reaction. Found your form again, you have. That's lovely. This ain't part of flipping at, Mom. You just asked us to go to Shadar's flipping castle. What kind of reaction did you expect? We can't refuse, ma'am. Though, can we? We'll best go and have a look, eh? Crikey, you don't take much convincing, do you? Yeah, man, but think about Ollie Boy and Dad. They helped us out good and proper, ain't it, though? Least we can do is return the favor. There you go, being noble again. What did I tell you about that? Please, boys, for me? You wouldn't want to disappoint your dear old ma'am now, would you? You can say that again. We know better than to get on your bad side. Looks like we are taking a sabbatical then. Sabbatical then, eh? What's that? Splitting up, you mean? Righto, might as well, eh? How many times? We're not splitting up. I mean, I meant we'll have to take a break from a bit. Honestly. Thank you, Smiley. Thank you, Shirley. Don't thank us. Thank ma'am. It was a flipping idea. Ta, ma. Anyway, we'll let Drippy Boy know if we find anything, ain't it? Thank you. Speaking of Drippy, where is he? He slipped off, ain't it? Probably gone to say bye to all the boys in the town, eh? Mr. Drippy. Righto, you're off, eh? Ain't you, Buck? Me? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, sorry. We have to find the next great sage. Course you do, love. You're a wizard, ain't it? Fancy a spell or two, be going on your way with. Oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, please, yes, please, ma'am. Shapeshift. Second self. Oh, shit, second self? Like, interesting. Holy shit, we got a lot more spells. What the f- How many spells are there? What? How many spells is she keeping? She kept 10 spells in her. Oh, that's a lot of spells. Ha, it sure is. Thank you so much, ma'am. I wonder where she kept her spells from. Sorry. Wonder where she kept her spells in. And they're all proper useful ones too. Well, useful to fairies at least. Still, I'm sure there's one or two in there that you can make use of, love. We'll have a look later. We need to get moving. Come on, we've wasted enough time. Let's find Lantern Face and get back to the boat. You're right. We need to get back on the trail of this great sage. We sure do. Goodbye, ma'am. Goodbye! Ta-da, my loves! Pop by anytime. Okay. I'm hoping there's some missions along the way as well, like some errands that I can do along the way. Really? There's no errands yet? How is there no errands yet?
Look at Mr. Drippy.
Yo, a gangbang? What a gangbang, man.
Come on, don't go getting all soppy on me. Oi, I thought I told you to...
Oh my god, what a gang! They're literally gangbanging him. He does have a caring side after all. Family's family, I suppose. Mr. Drippy, this is where you need to be. Shall we go? Maybe you should. This is where he belongs after all. Yeah. It is, huh? What? Are we leaving him? Are we fucking leaving him? We're just leaving him like that. Okay, sure. Oh, bye. Bye. Wait, I need to see the fucking... There's no bounty hunts. Nothing to claim. Peace has returned to the Golden Grove. Wait, what? Huh. Okay. I guess. Golden Grove. I don't know what a Golden Grove is. Are you the Golden Grove? Oh wait, no. Hold on. We're gonna fight a few of those monsters in a bit.
No slacking, you lot.
Kill. Oh, sorry, not defense. Sorry. Attack. There we go. I need to remember that square is defense. Yeah, square is defense. How much XP did they give, by the way? I don't think it's like 1,000 XP or whatever. Yeah, they don't give like 1,000 XP on like the fucking jellyfish. The jellyfish gave like a lot of XP. Like, holy shit, a lot of XP. I keep missing. Lamau. Attack that fucker. Here you go. Alright, how much XP do I get? 100 XP, okay. I guess 100 XP is still alright though. That makes like good enough for me to grind it as well. But then again, there's other like monsters that could give me more XP as well. Right? Boom. Stay dead, bitch. Hey. See, with that level up, it's good. But also at the same time, I do have to look at stuff. Whirligig. Plasma ball, Whirligig. Whirligig. I'm gonna give, like, yeah, just that. Petrifying Poke. War Cry, Petrifying Poke. Wait, no. Cut Loose is the one that I can actually deal with, like, all enemies. I guess I'll use Petrifying Poke on this one real quick. Smash Hit will be Sandblast, War Cry. I think War Cry would be okay. Is it? Yeah, it could be okay, honestly. I don't even know. Let's see, what do you have? You have Dark Cloud. Okay. Healing Rain. Hocus Pocus. No. Nope. Yoo-hoo, Enlighten. Oof. Belly Buster. Okay, I guess there's nothing you guys could learn for now. Other than, like, maybe the stuff that I have.
Let's do it! Here goes!
Oh my god, they're level 30 now. And none of them can be like fucking, hold on. My nose is like itchy for a bit. None of them can actually fucking grow? I mean, morph? Metamorph? Captain Sinbad, Oliver, thank goodness. Tell me that you at least found somewhere to shelter at night. We sure did, and we brought a ton of food too. There's a little village on the island, and a village, you say, and food. Also, I'm pleased to learn this, and you will be pleased to learn that my men have completed the repairs to the ship. She's ready to sail upon your command. Shall I give the orders to weigh anchor? There's Trippy behind. Would you mind waiting just a little while? Forgive me, I thought you were anxious to depart. Okay, wait, hold on. So I'm supposed to leave Drippy here? God damn, I'm gonna leave Drippy here. My motherfucking Welsh fairy is gonna be gone soon. Cope. Welsh Fairy gonna be gone, man.
Come on! Here we go!
Get out. Give me that fucking... Yeah, there we go. I need a heal. Amberstone? Holy shit. Do we really just leave Drippy here? Wait, that's Bounty. Sorry. Peace has returned to Golden Grove and... Golden Grove. Where did I... Have I heard about the Golden Grove before? I felt like I... Bruh. So I guess I leave fucking I leave Drippy then. Okay. Well, see ya, Drippy. Fucking drip drip. My money no jiggle jiggle.
We're under attack! Here we go!
Holy shit. God damn, all of them almost got it. All of them almost died right there. God damn. Okay. I guess we go back. Do we go back? I guess. We'll see if Drippy actually follows along though.
Here we go!
What can I say? It's
Ooh. Getting more Emberstone as well, which is a good thing. Okay. Yes, please. You are troubled, I fear. Have you left something behind the forest? No, we are ready to go. Very well, we sail. So I guess we leave Drippy. Bye, Drippy. We did the right thing, didn't we? Of course, family is the most important thing there is. We all know that. And besides, he's no spring chicken. It's probably about time he settled down. Ah, yes, you want to eat him as spring chicken. I see. If you got, you still got us, Oliver. The three of us can do this if we work together. I guess so. Ooh. Huh? Did you hear that? Huh? What the fuck? Oh shit, Drippy's back. What the fuck?
Mr. Drippy!
Are you forgetting someone?
The fuck? He fucking walked on water. Is he God? My dude's fucking God, man. He just walked on the fucking water. He ran on the water. Jesus. Ha! Ha! Phew! I'm pooped, man. You trying to leave without me or something? Yeah, it was God. Yo. My fucking dude became God and walked on water, man. But Drippy, we thought you wanted to stay back back there in the fairy ground. Who told you that, man? As we all know, God was a human. But God has the special powers of walking on water as well. Who told you that, man? And when exactly? I want names, dates, times. I just thought all your fans are back there. Of course they are, man. They're very dear to me, even the stupid ones. But you and me have been a team now since you were Litly, and I was just a doll. Ain't it, Ollie boy? I've been by your side through thick and thin. Remember what you said? You said I was your friend. You lot are my friends, my companions, my brothers and sisters, my family. God is a present, not a human. I guess? But also at the same time, wasn't there like a story that mentioned that God walked on water? And everyone was like, yo, that guy walked on water. That's gotta be God, or whatever it is in the past. It's some like folklore or some shit like that. Dude walked on water. What the fuck? Yeah. I remember watching like a show. I think it was like Chris Angel or something, and then they mentioned like, oh yeah, the one time like God walked on water. Do you understand what God is supposed to be in the Bible? I actually don't read the Bible, so I don't know anything about what's in the Bible. But I presume that there's this thing that people said about God walking on water or something. So I know about like Chris Angel, with you don't need to read the Bible to know what God is. Okay, I know what God is, that's for sure. But I never thought about them being a presence. Or him being a presence, I would say. So there's that. Give me a sec while I actually message someone real quick. Okay. God is a presence, not fucking human. Is a sin to pick God. Huh? So obviously he cannot have a body and walk over water. I just know there was like a thing where God walked on water or some shit like that. Like I guess from like watching TV, like people were like, oh shit, God. Oh yeah, Jesus. Okay, that's Jesus. Okay, that's Jesus, not God. Sorry. Jesus walked on water. I thought it was God. Whoops. That was my bad. I forgot. I thought it was God. Jesus walked on water. God was a burning bush. I guess. Okay, I guess I was thinking about Jesus then, not God. There we go. God is a rapist. God damn. Son of God. It was. I'm gonna be sick, but yeah, like fucking who? Fucking what the fuck is he again? The fucking Drippy just walked on water. I was like, yo. Jesus? See Jesus? He ran on water as well. Shut it, you. What I mean is, you lot are stuck with me whether you like it or not, so get that into your thick skulls, will you? Yes, sir, Mr. Drippy. He's called Drippy because he wears himself? You're true. Oh, so it's my fault now, is it? I get it. You don't think I've been pulling my weight, is it? Fine, I'm going to start using a little trick I know that will blow your tiny minds. Drippy has finally got his act together. He can now use the Tidy Tears. Tidy Tears ability? Heh, I can't wait to see this. Anyway, it looks like the gang's all here. Shall we get back to what we were supposed to be doing? What he said to Hemlin and the next great sage of Tumnia. The brazen presumptuousness. It's in my head. Like, I can pronounce it in my head, but I can't pronounce it, like, right now. Presumptuousness. There we go. Presumptuousness of the Tear Fairy's heart has unlocked the story in the Wizard's Companion. Oh, it's a tail. It's just a fucking tail. God damn.
The Eye of the Storm. Until now, the use of this most ancient of magics was the sole privilege of the overseers of this world. Was it too much for you, perhaps?
We granted you this privilege that you might finally dispose of the prophesied one.
My apologies, Your Radiance. But the boy, he has a unique power.
Perhaps. Or perhaps you simply lack the power to stop him. Perhaps.
Apis.
Forgive me, Your Radiance.
Majesty, the boy is clearly protected by the most potent of magics. Could it be...
The sage, Alicia.
What the fuck?
I had wondered, Your Radiance.
She who was foolish enough to stand against you. You think she troubles us even now, in the present?
The power that protects him would suggest so. But he will need more than the sage's aid to save the world. He cannot succeed without the weapon of the ancients, the wand wrought by the wizard king.
Mornstar.
Indeed. But we have no cause to fear its power. He will not find it. I have made that impossible. Making a wand disappear is the simplest of parlor tricks, after all.
You mean to say you have rid us of Mornstar?
Porn star.
The
Yes,
most
we did the
enduring
porn
symbol
star.
of the Wizard King's rule now drifts free of time and space.
Mornstar. Fashioned in the image of our own council's wands and bestowed upon humanity. Yet now, a mere hindrance. You are certain the boy cannot possess it?
Not now, nor for all eternity.
Oh shit, he disappeared. Porn star. Mornstar, the porn star. Okay, let's set sail again. Where do I have to go? There. That's a long journey, honestly. Yeah, it's gonna be a fucking long journey, and also like a lot of the hold on, it's gonna be it's gonna be a long journey. Two, I need to go to like somewhere. I had the boat before. I mean, we sailed to fucking Autumnia, and then afterwards we got like fucking fucked by the Eye of a Storm.
No slacking, you lot.
Here go.
Yeah, we got fucked by the Eye of the Storm.
What can I say? It's a gift.
I got fucked the last time around because I wasn't really like high leveled to actually do anything like legit. Now I'm kind of like a bit high leveled, which is like okay-ish, I would say. Okay, I'll stop by here real quick. What's that monster right there? I think in the top right there's an island I used you for leveling up. Wait, they're not doing any kind of damage. I just realized this. Oh fuck. Are they really healed up? Okay, wait, hold on. Hold on. But go. Warcry. Excuse me. Wait. What's that Warcry for? Wait. They all dead? Oh shit, they're all dead. I didn't realize that. Oh, fuck. Okay. Shit. I didn't even save as well. Yeah, I didn't save. Oh, fuck. I forgot to save. I totally forgot to save. I forgot to save. Hold on. There we go. Hey, Joy Boy. Okay, that's a lot of damage on here. No longer mine. You fool. I forgot to save. See, no one told me to save, and I was like, uh-oh. This is my dumb fucking memory right here. Look how flat it is. Always be saving. I forgot! I forgot!
Come on, you guys. Here goes.
No, Jesus says true. Oh shit, but there's pirates in here. I didn't realize there was pirates. There are fucking pirates in here. Wait, what's Warcry again? Warcry. Oh, that's just more damage. Oh, I see.
We did it!
I can only pace 4 times. Wait, where's this? Oh! Oh shit, okay, so I can go there. Yeah, I can go there now. Okay. The fuck? Okay. Okay.
No slacking, you lot. Here
Boom. Boom.
Is that it?
Okay. Should I go? Wait, where's the Golden Grove? Optimia South. That's just spam. I mean, I think it was... Who added it? I think it was Trout who added it, so I don't know. Trout added these kind of emotes, so...
We can do this!
Okay, I guess... Ben Hache, Ben Trout. Goddamn. Okay, so... Let's see where I can go right now. I can go this way. Why? Should I really just go... up? Oh, should I just... Okay.
We can do this!
Here goes.
I like cock. What? Stop liking cock. How yeah, fuck up that weird aborted green baby looking creature. Jesus, how you doing, RS95? Hope you're doing well. That was a nice nap. Wait, you took a nap? Holy shit, it's been almost 2 hours. You took a nap for like an hour? Jesus. Didn't know about that.
We're under attack!
Took a nap. Okay, Naokami, you didn't really take a nap. I just saw you like right now. But hope you're doing well, Naokami, by the way. Motherfucker, this fucking green aborted stuff is just shaking. It's... Motherfucker's shaking a lot, dude. You alright? Hell yeah. More baby noises. I still have no idea where this fucking thing is at. Golden Grove, and so are the fairies, but something still has been troubling them. Bothering the Golden Grove. I have no idea where the Golden Grove would be at. We're kind of leveling as well, but also at the same time we had to go to Autumnia, like at the bottom of Autumnia. Stop killing babies! Well, too bad. I'm gonna kill babies more. Watch me kill more babies right now. Boom. kill more babies. That's it. Look at how much the attack I have. Like, holy fuck. That's a lot of attack.
We won!
Hey, Niall. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's go. I wonder if I could actually kill those,
Here we go!
I'm alright, how are you? I'm doing alright as well. I'm playing, ow, Jesus. I'm playing, Ni no Kuni because I wanted something different. I wanted something different lately because I didn't have any other games to play, so I was like finding out like what games can I play that would kind of, I guess, elongate my stream for a bit. And this is one game that I've been looking at for a long time, about like more than 10 years, I would say. Ni no Kuchi, I swear, I need no Kuchi. Ooh, okay. I want to know something real quick. Oh god, I'm lagging. Okay. Okay, weird question right now. Can I defeat these monsters that are super fucking... Okay, wait. Before that, I need to save. Before that, I need to save. I need to save. If you haven't played Ni no Kuni, I would suggest getting it. It should be a cheap... Yeah, it is 85% off, or it's 80-ish% off, so... Holy shit, I still do not even have the damage that I need unless I have War Cry. Show me your war face! Let me see your war face! Yeah, I need to save because I don't fucking save and I forgot to save. I forget to save like most of the time. You got Portal 2 for 99 cents. I bought a lot of games actually for $100, $200 when it's like 70% off of a lot of shit. I've been buying like so much. Yeah, about $200 worth of games for like 70% off. It could have costed me like I think $600-$700, I think. I bought some on Steam sale, but I'm not saying what it is because spoilers. Okay, spoilers as in what? I need more porn games. I bought a Paradise Lust. I bought Paradise Lust.
Let's go!
They bought porn games. As in someone will spoil the game? Really? Tell me what game it is. I want to know what game it is. What the fuck? No! Don't you dare heal! Yeah, I don't trust chat. Spoil. Ah, yeah, so someone's gonna spoil the game by just saying the title of it. Okay, one's asleep. And I'm fucking low in health. Wait, hold on. Oi! 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 Stop! You fuck! Okay, go. Do your fucking thing. Go. I'm gonna spoil the shit out of you. Holy shit, 176.
We did it!
Type one fucking title and post it a Okay, hold on. Penguin OP confirmed, yeah. Yeah, he stole the golden! I wanted the golden, he just stole it. It's like, yeah, I'm blocking you so I can get the golden. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, dummy?
We can do this! Here goes!
Suck my dick or die. Whoa, whoa. Hey yo, hey yo. Hey yo, you guys are getting plot points right here. What the fuck? What the fuck? You guys are spoiling shit now?
We're under attack. Here goes.
Oh shit, S is low. I didn't realize S is low. Oh wait, what is petrifying poke? Oh, I just poke it till it die. Okay.
Nice work.
Wait, Rumble Roses is banned?
Here we go.
There are regular matches and mud wrestling matches. Really? Really? Rockabye baby. Fuck. I'm gonna get asleep. Okay. Thank God I'm not asleep. Go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's right. Die. Die, you little bitch.
Nice work.
Sure. We'll just go. We'll just go on shore then. Unless some fucking monster is gonna get me. Like that one right there. Fucking hell! What are you running away for, you little bitch? Come back. You saw me, you wanted to fight me.
We're under attack. Here goes.
Oh shit, I have no fucking... Okay, I have no fucking MP. Didn't realize about that. What's my fucking game plot true? What's the game plot? Come get this boogie woogie. Oh god, I'm getting leech. Motherfucker, I got leeched for like a little bit. I got green grapes as an item? I see. Interesting. Okay, let's go. What do I do here? Oh, yeah, I need a save. Save. Okay, what is this thing? Slumber not leaves. Jesus, okay. Okay, how much damage do you deal?
We're under attack. Here goes.
Ooh. Okay. 21. But then again, they also deal a lot of damage. Like, what the fuck? My dude deals so much damage. I'm gonna go back to work later, nerds. Alright, have a good one, Niall. Yeah, it does a lot of damage. There we go. A robot guy right there?
Here goes nothing.
Here goes.
Hey, yo, wait, hold on. There we go. Mine, bitch. Holy shit. What is with the fucking damage? The damage like so high.
What can I say?
God damn. Slug shot. Interesting. Okay. Do I really want to use my... I don't think I want to use my coffee right now, though. Where do I have to go? All the way up there. Jesus. Okay. All the way up there.
Stay calm now.
I guess we could, like, just grind for XP, though. Yeah, we can just grind for XPs right now. What the fuck? Why do you guys have to steal my shit? Stop stealing my fucking orbs! They be stealing all the orbs now. Jesus. Okay. Soy Gem. Stop! I want my orbs, man. Oh god. Ooh, I deal like so much damage. That's good. That's a lot of damage. Fucking orb stealing bitches. Yeah, man. They keep stealing all my orbs, man. I don't understand. I want my orbs, man. Dark Cloud as a PS2 game. Lump of raw steel. I got steel? Really?
Here goes nothing. Here goes.
Alright, stop stealing my orbs, man. I want health as well. And give me health right now. What the fuck? Look at this fucking shit. Holy fuck. Are there any more robots that I can kill? I can level up. You know what? I'm just gonna level up for a bit. You see Brit? Brr. Look at Tin Man right here.
Here goes nothing.
Ow, Jesus. That's a lot of damage. What the flying fuck? Hello. Alright, let's see the damage on this one. See? So much damage. Like, what the fuck?
We did it.
That was like so much damage on that dude. I got creamy milk. Hell yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Oh fuck, oh fuck. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Look at the damage on that. Holy fuck. Jesus.
We did it.
I'm gonna use that pussy a lot more. God damn pussy. You're making me wanna use you more, pussy. But how does he do with like how's the damage with these dudes?
Here we go.
If I use the pussy, hold on. Alright. 32, wow, that's a lot of damage actually. Holy fuck, okay. I'm guessing it's just like Pokemon, like per se. Like get the better class. Get the better class. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, cool. They both leveled up as well, which is good for me. Oh, oi. Don't lag right now. Hey, yo. Don't disappear, my dude. We'd like to fight you.
Stay calm now.
God, look at the damage. I mean, for now, look at the damage. It's actually really good. Like, it could be better, but like, holy shit, this is good as fuck right now. Okay, where do I go? This one? I go to there. Okay.
Let's do it! Here goes!
But that's a lot of damage as well. Like, fucking knights. What, 50? Over 50 is good damage already.
Is that it?
Hey, I leveled up. Okay, cool. So I think the next attack that I have for this one is 32. 37. Jesus. Okay. Means I had to grind a lot for 37, huh? I really just like grind a lot for 37. I guess so. I guess we're gonna be grinding a lot for 37.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Maybe I should use the cat more often over here.
Nice flash!
Yeah, I'm probably gonna use the cat a lot more often for now. Hold on. What? You have a candle cutter, that's why. Oh. Maybe that's why though, you have a candle cutter. I got a sacred dagger as well. When did I even get a sacred dagger? When did I even get a sacred dagger? What the fuck? Okay. Maybe you should pet the cat a lot more often. Is it because I don't get pussy? Is it because I don't get pussy ever?
Come on, you guys!
How you doing, Cabot? Hope you're doing well. Okay, what is this sword? It's like the same amount of damage that I've been giving like the whole time. Wait, what am I supercharged on? I'm supercharged on you?! Motherfucker, he wants to be loved and then is like, yeah, we'll supercharge on you to die. You want to be loved? Fuck you. It's dead. In a matter of seconds.
No slacking, you lot.
Alright, how's the damage on you then, if I were to use... Holy fuck! That's not a lot of damage, but holy shit, he's out here like frozen. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck do I even have? That's pretty fucking shit.
Is that it?
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back to like fucking... I'm gonna go back to you. I'm gonna go back to you then. And just change like this. So one of your party members is a hobo with a gun? Yeah. It's a hobo with a gun. But he doesn't really do much. He steals and he steals. He used that hobo gun just to steal and that's about it though. How's it so low damage right now? What the fuck? Oh wait, no, don't attack, don't attack. Yeah, sure, I'll take you. I'll serenade you. Yeah, I'll serenade you, Tin Man. Keep the Tin Man. I'll keep the Tin Man as Tinny. What do I name him as? Any namers? Any namers? Nice, you got the hang of monster serenading. I mean, I do, but like, you know. Naming Timmy. Timmy? Wait, hold on. Timmy the tiny tin man. Which one is T? Da. Wait, nah. Ga. Sa. Oh wait, hold on. Tila fa sol. Stop. Chi. Am I doing this right? Hold on. Am I doing this right, or else I'm just gonna be using a fucking Google Translate. Hold on. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I don't know. Hold on. T-me. I know me is that. Is it? I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go by the Google Translate. I don't know if that's a T. I don't even know if that's a T. Anyways, I'm just gonna use like. He's the only one that has a katakana name then. Yeah, he's the only one that has a katakana name. That's Timmy. I mean, Timmy in like hiragana is his dad, but like, is it? Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is close. Shadow glass. Oh yeah, whoever celebrated fucking America Day yesterday. How was America Day yesterday for you guys? I hope America Day went well. America. Also fireworks. America. I know there's a glizzy eating contest that they do every year. Fucking glizzies. What if you were to guzzle glizzies?
Come on.
Glizzies.
Here goes.
Gobble the glizzy with a tizzy. Goddamn glizzy guzzlers. I want to eat a Nathan's hot dog. I've never had a Nathan's hot dog before. I feel like if I ever go to America, I should actually try a Nathan's hot dog. Gobble my glizzy. Goddamn.
Stay calm now.
Hello, my name is Nathan. No, RS25. Your name is Ryan, okay? Mr. Ryan. You wanna try? Happy birthday, Grimace. He drinks the Grimace chick. It takes like. Stop doxing. Whatever you say, Danny. What I want to try when I go to the US is not get shot.
Here goes nothing.
What did I even do?
We did it!
Ooh, can I even... You know what? Come due to the misguided belief. Stay because of the crippling gunshot wound. There's been a mass shooting in the US almost every day since the beginning of 2023. Well, I still want to go to the US someday. I mean, it is kind of like... I guess it is kind of scary if like I were to go alone, you know? Like if I were to fly to America alone. But I do have like friends who would be around me, I would say. I don't know. We'll see. I still want to go to America someday. Being in a group helps against mass shooting. Well, I'm not saying that like that. I'm saying that like in a group, like as in people who like know the area could keep me safe and shit. Yeah, the US is huge. So if I were to go alone, it's gonna be really like tough, I would say. How are you dead?
I'll give it my all.
What the f- How are you dead? How did you die? What the fuck? How did fucking... How did fucking Oliver die? Like that? What? The fuck? Oliver died like that. Jesus. So long as you stay out in Montana and Florida, you'll be fine. I just know to go to like, where is it? I just know to go to like the place where GDQ is at. So one of them is gonna be Minnesota, the other one I'm not too sure yet. And I'm planning to go on the I'm planning to go on the next GDQ. I'm planning to go to America next year. We'll see about that.
Let's go.
Minnesota is the only sane state. I can be a Texas boy whenever I want to. I could go get a sister and fuck her. Are you gonna wear a horse head at GDQ? I could bring my horse head at GDQ, but I don't think it's possible. Like, I don't think it would be possible for me to wear it at GDQ. Sweet home Alabama. Here in Alabama, we fuck our own sisters. It's okay if you're Latin. Yeah, I think like I wanna try to go to the US next year. We'll see.
Nice work.
I don't know. We'll see if I were to go to the US next year though. God, it's gonna take a while for me to actually level fucking Sweeney up. So I'm gonna be grinding until I level up Sweeney. Come to Florida. Well, if GDQ's in Florida... oh wait, GDQ's not in Florida anymore. How you doing, Am I hope you're doing well. I mean, I'm gonna try to go to GDQ on like January or something. We'll see.
We can do this.
No, that's because of my stays in Florida. Yeah, mine's in Florida. What? I'm dead again? What the fuck? Why can't I keep dying again and again and again? my orbs! Motherfucking monkey keeps stealing my orbs! What the flying fuck? So half the population is old far, so you can at least can hang out younger. You'll be okay. Then again, I don't know. I mean, I only would want to go to the places where GDQ's at for now. And then if I were to go back to America, it's probably like TwitchCon or something. But I don't think TwitchCon is gonna be a good idea as well. I don't know, we'll see.
Is that it?
Yeah, TwitchCon is not gonna be a good idea, but like it's just, you know, TwitchCon's TwitchCon. So the only thing I would want to do in America at the moment is just to go to GDQ and just be at GDQ for a bit. I wanna experience like GDQ because I've already experienced ESA, and ESA was a fun time. But also, you know, Europeans actually smell fucking nice. Europeans actually smell fucking good. Experience a nice rocket while you go to the US. No. But also at the same time, Amai has to go to like wherever it is. You've been to the rare parts. I've not been to the rare parts of Europe. I think I just went to like a good place in Europe. I mean, I went to Malmo. But that, oh god. Oh, there was an experience at Malmo. I forgot about this. So weirdly enough, when I went, I think it was like last year or a few years ago or something. Like, after ESA Winter, like a few weeks after ESA Winter or ESA Summer, there was a shooting or something near the mall where ESA was at. So, I mean, it's a rare thing, but, yeah. I mean, they do not smell good, but that's like, you know, they were coming for you. They were coming for you too late. That was like a few years after, or was it like last year? I don't remember. It was like either last year or something else. But there was like a shooting near the ESA venue. If I'm not mistaken. Let me actually check. That was like an actual shooting, like near the ESA event. At the time, hold on. Is it Euphorium? Is that the one? Oh, sorry, it's not ESA Winter, it's ESA Summer. That's the one. ESA Summer. Yeah. ESA Summer. So, person who has been to Dragon Con, couple of anime cons, or will travel a bit in Europe does have con goers beat up. Yeah. I mean, like if you go to like a convention there, I mean, they're gonna smell okay. They smell better, I would say. You know, than what I expected, because you know at ESA it was like they actually smell nice. They put a lot of like cologne or like perfume on them, you know, like at ESA, and it was nice smelling rather than bad smelling like the BO, you know. Like people have BO cologne users. I mean, I don't think Europeans are stinky. I think Europeans are just... I think they just... You know, the people around me, they just actually smell nice. I did also put cologne as well. I put like perfume on myself at the time, so there's that. I did put perfume on myself. Yeah, this was the one. Euphoria, actually. Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry, Emphoria. Emphoria. Is that the one? Oh, Emporia, whatever it is. Is it this one? This one, right? This place was like the place where it was near it was near ESA summer, and it was like oh fuck, it was like 2 weeks after ESA summer, if I'm not mistaken. It was in Malmo. Yeah, it was a few weeks after ESA summer, and then like the shopping mall that was near ESA had a shooting, and one died in there. I think, yeah, one died, wounded another. Yeah, it's in Malmo. Like, the place was in Malmo. I remember this because I think it was talked about like the weeks after ESA, and it has been in Malmo this whole time. Like, ESA has been in Malmo this whole time. After like Vekwa, or what we call Vexjo. Vexjo. But it wasn't Vekwa in ESA summer. No, sorry, winter. In ESA winter, they have it in Vekwa. Yeah, the shooting was very recent. It was like last year. Like I mentioned about this, like last year after ESA at ESA summer. I was supposed to go there. Funny enough, I was supposed to go there, and I didn't go there because of COVID.
Come on, you guys.
It was weird that it was like a few weeks after ESA summer as well. I think the dates was aligned properly. Smile. I put duck on you. Did I even... Oh shit, you're dead immediately. And just Jewel was saved. And does Jewel was saved because I got COVID. But yeah, I plan to go back to ESA sooner or later as well. Like, I want to go back to ESA, but just not now because, like, 1, I've already wasted my opportunity from last year. 2, I don't have the money to do so. But also at the same time, I would want to try to actually go to ESA. No, like maybe ESA next year, or maybe we'll see. Like, I still want to go to ESA. My beehole smells gorgeous. I use butt cologne. We're not using butt cologne. We're not talking about butt cologne. How you doing, Matse? But yeah, I really do want to go back to ESA. I want to go to GDQ someday as well. I plan to go to GDQ next year. I'm not going to ESA winter. I'm not going to go to ESA winter anytime soon. Because 1, it's cold. 2, the wind is so fucking strong there. The wind is so fucking strong in Malmo. And I was like, no, I can't.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
But to be fair though, I do not know where GDQ is gonna be at, honestly. And I just hope that GDQ is gonna be at a good place, rather than like, I don't know, somewhere cold. Just wear clothes. I did wear clothes. You can. Do you want me to show you a picture of me? Hold on. I'll show you guys a picture of me, if I could actually find it. No, it's not even a windy place. It's a hot place. Singapore is like super fucking hot. Today it was like 32 degrees Celsius, and it was fucking hot there. Hold on, let me find a picture of me. If I could find a picture of me. I remembered like posting it to like somewhere. Oh, did I post it to like... Not Fahrenheit, Celsius. Celsius. It's Celsius. Hold on a sec. I'll find a picture of me real quick. I posted it on like some Discord server because they were asking me like how tall am I, and I was like, I'm fucking short. And then you can totally see me like wearing like a lot of these fucking like layers. Oh, there we go. I found it. You complained to me about humidity and heat before, and just laugh it off because I live in Georgia and we have compared. Well, to be fair though, you also do have the cold. I mean, I have fucking like I have heat. I just have heat. The only weather I have is hot and cold, because cold for me is like 23 degrees Celsius, And then hot for me is like 30, 33, 34, I think. Anyways, it's here. There we go. So I'm literally on the, like, I'm here. Look how short I am compared to like all these guys. There's Gidano, Data Count, and Exo. And look at me, like, pretty fucking short. Like, literally on the chin level. I'm on that chin level, as you can tell. And then, like, literally, as you can tell, like, the layers upon layers. I have a black shirt, right? A black shirt, button up fucking, shirt. And then afterwards, I have a fucking sweater. And then a big fucking sweater. And I have gloves on. That's how cold I was. At ESA Winter. That was like 3 years ago as well. 3.5 years ago. I was wearing a mask as well, so because at the time I was like Singapore had COVID, and I went to I went to Sweden, thinking that I would get COVID. I was like, no, I only got con fever at the time. I was glad that I got con fever. Might as well wear a layer for fashion. You'll never do it in Singapore. Yeah, you know, like, at least, like, I wore, like, okay, I wore, like, a shirt. Actually, did I wear a shirt underneath this shirt as well? Cockview? No. So, I think I wore a shirt. And then I wore this. And then I wore that. And then I wore this. Let me see if I can find a recent picture as well. Because I went to, like, Australia, like, last year. I went to Australia last year. And I was wearing layers as well. Because it was 18 degrees there. I was wearing layers. I was wearing, like, baby layers, I would say. Let me find a picture of where when I was at ESA. Is that ESA? No, sorry. Is that ASM? Yeah, that was ASM. Okay. Your clothes did not look very warm though. It was warm to me. But it was super fucking cold because it was 30, like, the wind there was like 30, 40 kilometers per hour. It was like super windy at the time. You need to visit these places when it's hot. Yeah, that's why I plan to go in summer instead of like, that's why I plan to go in summer instead of winter. Now, they don't believe in deodorant. They don't believe in deodorant at all. Here. So I'm right here. So I have like layers as well. So you can totally tell I have like a black shirt, button up like shirt as well, and then like a fucking, what do you call this? Fucking, what do you call this, by the way? It's something that has the word wind in it. I don't remember. Also, I wear a fucking beanie as well. As you can tell. Windbreaker. There we go. Yeah, I wore a windbreaker. So yeah, I wore a windbreaker, like a shirt, a button-up shirt, and like that. What are you looking for is antiperspirant. Antiperspirant is also good, you know. 24-hour protection now against stinky. Also, by the way, this is a Jimmy Boy. So this is Jimmy Boy right here. Jimmy's pretty fucking tall. I swear to God, Jimmy's like the tallest fucking person. When I went to Australia, when I went to Australia last year, he was like one of the tallest people around. He was like 200 centimeters, like 2 meters. And when I was hugging him, right, I hugged him on his tummy because he's a big guy. I hugged him at his tummy. He's super fucking tall. I don't know if I still have a picture where he was like right beside me. But he was so fucking tall. When I was there, he was so fucking tall. What picture do I even have? I don't have a picture of Gala, though. Gala gave me, like, a bunch of stuff. But, actually, do I have this? I have this. I guess so. He was, like, tall as fuck. Here. 2 meters is pretty tall, not impossible, but pretty tall. Yeah. So as you can tell, like this is Jimmy. This is Jimmy right here. I think he was like 180, 190, not 2 meters. Sorry, but like you can totally tell he's like super big. He's big size, and I hug him like on his tummy. I'm 165. I'm 165. I'm fucking short. Was that nose outside the that mask? I don't know. I don't know. I'm fucking 165, 167 because I'm 5'5", 5'6". I have not like took I haven't like taken my height in a while. That's what I would say, because I only know that I was 165, 167, but I don't remember like what's the height now, because I have like a fucking like my back is like fucking all curved up because I'm fucking shit now. My back shit. You're fairly tall. I'm 185. So if I were to hug you, I would hug you on boob level. I would hug you on boob level. I'm like short. I would hug people on chest level. You be shot. You're American. I don't care if you're American. You're 6 feet on a good day. Are you actually 200 centimeters? But yeah, I'm a pretty short guy. So if I were to hug someone who's like 1'8", like 180, I would hug them on like fucking height, like chest level. You know? I'm like average-ish. I'm like average-ish. Wait, did I level? Okay, no, you have to be level 20, level 30. Forgot about that. The 300 meter. I don't think you're 300 meters. No one in the fucking world will be 300 meters like that.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Imagine hugging horse on the same height. True. How you doing, sis? Hope you're doing well. Hey, finally, level 30. Okay, cool. Now you're level 30. But I'm still gonna be like fucking, you know. I'm still gonna be like one of the shorter guys if I were to go to ESA or GDQ as well. You know what? I don't care. Yorkie's fucking 1'9" if I'm not mistaken.
No slacking, you lot.
Is Yorkie 1'9"? Yorkie, are you 1.9 meters by the way? Or is it 1'8"? I don't remember if you're 1'8" or 1'9", but you're pretty fucking tall. Yorkie's tall. GSD is tall. Tainted Tali is like fucking like taller than me. The Cabot's taller than me. Amai's taller than me. A lot of people are taller than me anyways. Bruh. Crouch down to be eye level. I see. I know one of my friends who's like shorter than me, and he's like 30. You know, most people are taller than you. I'm taller than a lot of people, though. I'm freakishly tall for a woman. I like tall women. I have something special prepared for him. This is just like London. Yo, it's London. Crikey! This place is flipping massive. Nito, there are machines everywhere. Careful, Oliver. Your eyes are gonna pop out of your head if you're not careful. No, they're not. I was just saying. Haha, never mind the machines. Look over there. Oh shit, a pig. Long dong. He kinda looks like a pig. Jeepers, take a look around. They're all dressed like pigs. Damn it, what the hell is he playing at? Huh? Is it just me, or is Swainy behaving a little strangely today? Do you think so? He might be, I guess. Right. You lot have fun around here. I'm off. What the fuck? He just runs away like that. Gee, what's with him? Motherfucker just runs away like that. Why do you run off like that? I suppose he wants to be alone. Honestly, he just does whatever he pleases. Bah, leave him alone. Leave him to it, man. We have more fun without him. The stroppy so-and-so. Swainy left. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Swainy. Alright, give me whatever your heart is. Your heart contents. But yeah, I don't mind tall women or short women. I would just be called Short King. I would just be called Short King. Because I'm a Short King. Nix be gone. That sounded very wrong. I'm sorry. Hold on, Nix be gone. Fairy chocolate? I have fairy chocolate? I didn't realize I have fairy chocolate. We call Little Pony? True. I can be called Little Pony. I don't mind about that. Evasion. You know what? Let's replace you. Hold on. I'm gonna replace you. You with you for a bit. Wait, no, you with you for a bit, yeah. Yeah, cool. I'll put you on reserve. Hello, dear! I would like to buy Counterx Nixus. I have no idea what Nixus are. Truffle? There's black truffle in here? Jesus! What the flying fuck? Okay. I got money. Oh, later, I guess. Yeah, like, I think that, like, how do you say this? I don't mind short women as well. Short women means that, like, I can be taller than them, but, like, I also like tall women as well. I think tall women are, like, pretty fucking, like, cool. You're just desperate. Shut up. Shut up. But only if they're a furry. Then I'm desperate. Alright? If they're not a furry, then I don't know. Maybe. Am I really that desperate? Just because you're short? True. What do you want? Large mechanical machine. A creature. And small mechanical creature. A creature that takes the form of a brown cog. Okay. Sure. I'll do that for you later. I don't know, I'm like fucking short anyways. I'm from the fucking like Asia. I'm fucking Southeast Asian. That's a lot of money though. 140 now? Jesus. What's this Instagram photo? What is this Instagram photo right here? Alright, what is this? Oh my god, Jesus. Jesus. What the fuck? Wait. Oh, the video has no sound. What the fuck? What is the outer rim made of? Is that like an actual metal cup? That's an actual metal cup. What the fuck? It's foil? Jesus. Jesus, that's gonna cut your fucking penis. Oh my god. That doesn't look fucking lubed up. Who let him cook? Yeah, who let him cook? Honestly, who let him cook? He has a kid. KFC? That's a KFC one? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Hey, I know this actress. That I'm looking at right now that is not, that's not, shown on the screen. Yo, Johnny Sins is on this. Heck yeah. Where's the KFC one? God damn, I can't find the KFC one. Yo, what the fuck? Hey yo, who's gonna put their dick in this? I bet someone's gonna put their dick in this. God damn. Is this the fucking... Oh shit. Is this the whatever it is? Oh my fucking no. Ew, that just looks fucked up. Oh, that just looks fucked. Oi! Oh, that just looks fucked up. Oh my god, is someone gonna buy a fucking KFC? Oh god, no. Wait, what is that? It's a KFC fleshlight. Yeah, it's a KFC fleshlight. This one's insane. I can't believe the secret KFC Kentucky Fried Coochie giveaway actually works. It's rumored that are only 10 of these in existence distributed to KFCs around the world. What the fuck? Wait, just ask for it in the drive-thru and cross your finger-licking fingers. You could be the next winner coochie dinner. What? Wait, I gotta hear this video real quick. What the fuck? There's no sound for this video? God damn. Oh man. Let me poll chat on a hypothetical. How about that Ratatouille? No, fuck. Fuck that, honestly. What the fuck? The fuck? I don't know, you Americans are weird. You Americans are crazy. God damn. Oh, wait. You Americans are crazy. Oh, that's a lot of people who need help right now. If you had to come in a cup for medical reasons, it's more awkward than you to A, come at the door, doctor's office. Come in a cup, carry it to the office. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. Someone has to provide me the material though, so... Come on. Who's gonna provide me the material for the... Are there medical reasons you need to come in a cup? Semen donation. Semen donation. That's what it is. Ooh. 41 minus 17, Jesus. Ooh. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to equip it. Whoops. I didn't mean to equip it on you. You take the this. A sturdy scale. I don't think I need a sturdy scale anymore, right? Steel scale. Plus 5 though. What was mine? Plus 2? Plus 2. Yeah. You have to come in a cup. How do you... No way you can just do that, honestly. Imagine if you were to, like, fucking... put a needle in your balls. And fucking, like, pull out the semen in your balls. I think that's gonna be fucking... That's gonna suck ass. Would it suck ass? Pee stored in the balls, yes. The pee stored in the freaking balls, man. What's the ones I have? Sacred Dagger. Sacred Dagger. Who can I give the Sacred Dagger to, actually? How are you level 33? Oh. Wait, yeah, how are you level 33? What the fuck? Okay. Do I have equipment for the dude? I don't have any equipment for the dude. That means he's gonna be leveling up. What if I just use this, and then exchange this for this? I guess we'll try it out. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll try it out. Yeah. None of these work on them. Soldier Spear. 8 and 8. 5 and 5. So it's not really that much of a big deal anyways. Yeah, it's not really that much of a big deal. Okay, quick question. Do you guys ever get blowjobs at work? Do you have like a do you have like a side chick at work that will give you blowjobs? I don't think you would get a blowjob at work, can you? I don't know. Shit, the Ghibli! Look at the Ghibli art.
A royal procession here. Huh? Whoa.
What the fuck?
What's happening? Oh, Jesus.
Huh?
Run for your running lives!
We have to go now. Okay.
House move? Yeah, because of royalty. His Majesty.
Seems that way.
Your wish is done with you.
But it's true.
Welcome to Hog Heaven.
Damn. That's pretty cool. Sweeney! You can be such a pain! Where did you run off to? I had some business to take care of, and a little bird told me something that might interest you. Huh? You mean... Yep, it's about the great sage you're all so eager to find. Tidy! Well, come on then. Where is he? Don't keep us in suspense, man. See, I'm thinking the home field advantage might be the move. At least I can put a cup. Dude, what if like one of the doctors at there, right, would be, hey, can you come quick? I will give you a blowjob just for you to come. Would they do that? would they really do that? Just let like just give a blowjob for patients? Oh, well, that's the thing. He's in the palace. The palace? Freshness to freeze time period. Jesus. Ah, yeah, so you want fresh cum at the office right now. Yeah, won't cum become like watery after like maybe a I don't know. You do realize it expires. I mean, I know, duh, because like I know it becomes like super fucking watery, you know. But then again, you know, you can like literally like get a blowjob in the fucking doctor's office and then it's fresh cum right away. So why not just do it in the office? Just ask one of the ladies, hey, can you give me a blowjob? Pay you good money, you give me a blowjob, just get the freshest of cum. Right now! You see how everyone in here is forced to wear a pig mask? Well, they say this, there's this fellow who goes around without one. Apparently he calls himself the Prince Servant. There's a reason why if someone comes on the outside, it's almost guaranteed not to cause pregnancy. I think it's something like 99.999 death rate of a sperm at that point, even if it's just outside and it drips in. No, but if it drips in, it's still... No. I think it would still have a little certainty of pregnancy if it's shot outside though. And it drips down. Cause wouldn't it be still warm? I watched the Chucky movie with whoever that chick is. I remember that scene. But anyways, wouldn't it be like warm? I don't know. Sperm is very sensitive to the environment and dies out fast. Yeah, but like, you know, I mean, if it's like not in desirable situations or desirable like fucking whatever it is, then you know it is gonna die. But like I still feel like if you were to come outside and then it drips down, like it's still warm, right? And then for some strange reason it goes inside, and yeah, I guess you can totally still get pregnant anyways. But then again, I don't know, do facial. Guys, if I know one thing about pulling out, just do facial. It will guarantee no drippage to the vajayjay. That's it. It's not 100%, but it's lightly if it drips in. Yeah, it's just because it's still warm. If it's like cold, then yeah, I guess it would die out quick, you know. But if it's still like kind of warm, then yeah. Because I think one of my friends told me about this. This is a stupid thing because he said he comes in the toilet, like he comes in the shower, and then he was like saying like, if you come in warm water, it's still thick. But if you come in cold water, it like disintegrates or some shit like that. That's what he told me, because he did an experiment where he comes in the fucking showers. And then he told me like, okay, but who asked? True. But now again, we're talking about the so-called freshness of cum. What? We're talking about the freshness of cum, right? So if it's still warm, I mean, it's still favorable conditions. And then if it's cold, it will die out. You have 1 minute! Apparently he calls himself the Prince Servant. And there's more. They say he's a young chap with long hair and fine features. Wait, that sounds like the boy in the picture we got from the Calipha. Got it in one. Goodness, and there I was thinking you were completely useless. There's harsh. Doesn't mince her words, does she? Okay, Duo, you have quite some time on a fresh corpse. What the fuck? No. I'm not doing it on a fucking corpse. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just saying that, you know, my friend just literally comes inside the fucking toilet or in the showers, and he said like, oh, did you know that like cum disintegrates in like cold water? I'm like, dude, why the fuck would you tell me that? And then he was like, oh, because like I come in like warm water, and I wanted to test out if I were to come in cold water. I'm like, why the fuck would you tell me that? How did you find out about this, Sweeney? Oh, it was just something I overheard while I was wandering through the black market. Black market? You certainly seem to know your way around the city, Sweeney. Me? No. I've never been here before in my life. I have a good nose for the leads, it's all. Chad, just imagine. No. You don't get a face like this unless you've lived a little. Let's just say I know a thing or two about a thing or two. Okay, that person is not me though. It's actually a friend. Like I'm legitimately just saying it's actually a friend. I didn't do it. Okay? I did not do it. So he serves the prince, huh? Then he must be real important. That parade was something else. Ha. Now, talking about that Porky Prince fellow, the thing is Juo's friend to come to Juo. Juo, I have something important. Do you know the come thicker in hot water? If it's cold water, it's bedside. Oh fuck, whatever that fucking sentence was. What's going on? The Ministry of Conduct announces a new emergency decree from the prince. That it hereby be known that Article 2904 of the Constitution forbids passerbys from making eye contact. Any violation. Flipping eye contact? What kind of law is that? I've never heard anything like it. Just what's going on here? This is insane. How could he? Oi! You want to find the great sage, don't you? Well, hurry up and head to the palace. You're right, let's go. Just like London, no eye contact or else. I swear to God, if you have eye contact, I'm gonna fucking shank the fuck out of you. Oh, you have kindness. Give me your kindness, bitch. Reported? What do you mean reported? I didn't do anything wrong. Other than wanting to shank other people. Okay, where do I go? There's one in there. The death threat? It's not death threat, it's just a literal fucking game. The game's death threat. The game's death threatening me. I swear. Are you the guy? No, you're not the guy. Are you the guy? No, you're not the guy. Are you the guy? You are the guy. Oh, do I have to give flowers? There we go. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Give me your fucking whatever it is. Wait. What? Hold on. I heard tell of a creature that looks like a sun. Oh fuck! Really? Shit, I had to bring a sun then. Do I have a son? Oh no, I don't have a son. I need to get a son. Okay. I guess later on I will get a son. What stuff do I have? I don't have enthusiasm, so I guess I can find someone who has enthusiasm. Are you some guy who has enthusiasm? No. I think this guy has courage though. Do you have courage? Hold on. You look like a guy who has courage. Oh, restraint. You have restraint. Okay. Well, never mind. Okay, you have restraint. Restraint from a lot of stuff. Carnation cake. Ooh. Okay. Which one do you have? Tell me you have like... Okay, you have courage. Okay, cool. Give me your courage, bitch. Oh, sorry. I'll give you my courage, bitch. There. Okay. As long as I could fill up my cards right now, I should be okay. Because I really do want to do the side quests for now. Okay, let's do the side quests for now. What do you have? Oops. You have enthusiasm. Okay. Give me your enthusiasm. I need your enthusiasm. And then I need someone who has courage. Yeah, that's about right. Now I can keep those courage and enthusiasm. I gotta keep a lot of shit though. Uh-oh. Excuse me. There. Okay, that guy needs a son. Bless you, thank you. Gesundheit. That guy needs a son. I know that some guy needs a son, some guy needs flowers. Like robotic. Okay, let me actually see whether I could actually rank my shit up. Defense. Defense. I've not done a lot for you. Defense, okay. You can get my defense. Banana Flan, good luck RS, and know if you ever turn out like a... Rip. Magical attack, okay, I can give you more magical attack. Oh, that's a lot. Magical defense. That should be good. Okay. Because I really do like that cat a lot. That cat gives out a lot of strength, which is good. I think I should actually use the cat a lot often. Who the fuck are you? Wait, hold on. Okay. Do you have bounties? Altumnia? Altumnia, okay, cool. Both of them in an Altumnia. Cool. So afterwards I can actually just go outside, which is a good thing. Okay, where's this last person that I need to go to? Because there's another guy right here. Oh shit, is it locked? Oh fuck. Can I not go? Oh man, okay. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. Okay. I guess right now I can actually just go outside and do my errands. What do you have? You have restraint, okay.
Sing it.
Harry Mason with the 30-month resub, much appreciated. Oh, that's right, 28-month resub, goddamn. I thought it was actually 30 months. I was like, 30 months? Goddamn. 28-month resub, thanks. Thank you for the resub, much appreciated. Yeah, I hope you've been doing well, my dude. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you have been doing good lately. Okay, so I need to do what I need to do right now is that I had to like do my errands. Okay, my errands are capturing fucking not you, but you. Wait, actually wait, hold on. Do you have a robot? Oh, you have a click that thing, okay. My god, 118 all of a sudden on like one guy? What the fuck? Okay. My channel was hacked due to petty shit I've returned. Jesus. Yeah, hope shit's been good for you lately. Rolling Stone. Sure. Something there. Steam Man. What a nice name for a fucking.
No slacking, you lot.
If I were to use Steam Man. Wow, that's very little damage. Holy shit! Wait, hold on. Get a war cry out, and then petrifying poke. I see how much attack do I have. A lot of attack, which is good. That's a lot of attack. Maybe it's because I actually used the war cry. Is it that? Maybe. Not bad, just a lot of work. Yeah. Well, I have been playing this game lately because I've been wanting to play other games lately. Really? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. You. Alright. Bounty's done. Yeah, bounty's done. Good thing that the bounty's done. I do also need to capture that cock-looking shit. Cock-looking shit. Give me that cog! I want that cog! There we go.
Come on!
Coggers, coggers. To get a few PS1s, I always purchase this one this month. Ooh. Honestly, I feel like you'd probably be better off playing with a PS2 instead of PS1 though. I don't know. I feel like a PS1 is not really that. Well, to be fair though, if you were trying to play like fucking Japanese games, then I guess it's applicable, but you know. I think like you should actually try to get a PS2 instead though. So yeah, it runs on PS2 faster because of fast disk speed. So if you were to get a PS2, it's still faster on PS2 with Silent Hill 1. PS House a nightmare. Oof. Okay, hopefully I can actually get that cog. I need that cog. This one is faster. This is why Aaron's time is so nice. Really? I thought PS2 is faster though. Like, in terms of like speed, like this speed, PS2 is faster than PS1, and then like PSTV is the fastest because it's like downloadable slower. Really? I feel like I remember that PS2 is faster. It's like PSTV, PS2, PS1, PS3. That's what I remembered. Cause I know like PS2, you can have like a 52 time or 51 time, and it's like a 30, 31.
No slacking, you lot.
Maybe it's been a long time, honestly. Oof. I just got fucked. Oh, I'm getting fucked. I'm getting more fucked. Okay, my dude's confused right now. My dude's more confused. Hell yeah. Whirly wins. Hold on. Whirly wins. Oh! Whirly whirlies! Oh shit, okay. Maybe I should actually get this one instead. Because in that order, PS1, PS2, PS3. Really? I thought it was the other way around for PS2 and PS1. I need to ask someone again. I'm pretty sure PS2 is the faster one. Unless you actually, like, fucking mod your PS1 to make it faster. Because I know, like, PS2 has fast disk speed. And because of fast disk speed, it actually is faster with PS2.
Better luck next time.
There's a Skelly right here. You know what? I'm gonna go all the way back down because there is gonna be there is another bounty that I need to go for. It was completely PS1. Ooh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I haven't really gotten a PB for a very long time because I kind of changed my console from like PS1 to PS2 to PS2 to from PS1 to PS2 and then from PS2 to PSTV. So kind of felt that I'm actually getting worse and worse, I would say.
Here goes nothing.
But I don't know honestly because it's been a while since I've actually like ran the game honestly. It's been like a hella long time since I've actually ran the game.
We've won!
Hold on. There we go. Takes a massive grind. It is a massive grind. Go. Holy fuck! This guy is fat. Fat motherfucker. Wow, he's bitch slapping me. Motherfucker's bitch slapping me. $63. What ray of light? 87, okay. Ow! Stop bitch slapping me! Dude! Dude! Why are you still bitch slapping me? Wait, hold on. You. Oh fuck, wait, hold on. Provisions on the Tiki Masala, I guess. Whirly Whirlies. How about Whirly Whirlies? Let's see what Whirly Whirlies gonna be like. 73. Okay. That's really not that lot though. At least I guess like the only good attack is this one though. Oh, he's dead. Cool. Nice. I guess leveling up actually works, you know? Okay. That's the bounty done.
Come on! Here goes!
I'm still getting less damage on you though, so. Oops. And it's fast attacks as well, which is good.
Nice flash!
Metamorphable? Wait. Really?
Nice.
1 Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Huh. Ooh. Okay. Let's get you real quick. Ping evolve. You're this one. Snowblower shower curtain. What? Yo. Okay. Sure. Okay. That is good enough. That is already good enough. With my upgrades so far.
We're under attack. Here
Man, I keep killing them, but like they're not really wanting to be like taken. So, oh yeah, Harry Mason made a promise like 3 years ago saying that he was gonna gift me a PS5 if he could get a PS5. I still do not have a lot of MP. I need more MP.
Is that it?
Cool, that's a lot of leveling up right now. Get a higher, I mean, keep it. Yeah. I mean, it's been 3 years though. I mean, that promise is still kept, I guess, unless I actually buy a PS5 for myself. Did you steal my? I feel like they still steal the orbs. Get out my ass over. True. I had to do the same thing as well, Smile. Yeah, have a good look. Let me actually get this orb real quick. Fuck! Never mind. I got the orb. At least I got the orb. Okay, Oliver's at there, which is a good sign of it. But I'm still gonna roam around because I literally need to get more fucking robots to literally be captured. I need to capture my robots. Why can't I capture the robots, man? Hey, guns. Hope you're doing well. Yo, chat gay. Yo, chat gay.
We did it.
Okay, what robot am I supposed to find? Hold on. Bring a sunlight creature to help the flower bloom. What? I still need to know what the fucking thing is. Chat gay, chat gay. You napping? That's good. Nap is always good.
Here we go. Here goes.
I do need to go back to the desert then.
Nice work.
Yeah, that means I have to go back to the desert. Blind shot. I see. Okay. But the only reason why I'm grinding out fucking, like, XP right now is because, like, literally I need to get, like, 2 other robots that could literally be like, yes, I will I don't know. I will be your slave master, blah, 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 and they're not being my slaves right now. Can't believe this.
Let's go. Here goes.
I want them to be my slave right now, robot fuck. Ah, yes, use the robot as a flashlight. Yeah, they're not literally... Really? They're not... Yeah, I don't want this! See that love thing, that hearts thing that's coming out from that weird praying mantis looking thingamajig? I don't want that. I just want them to love me and be like, hey, I will be your slave.
We're under attack. Here goes.
You splitter. Give them the heart disc. That is kind of true though.
Nice work.
The heart D, as in the heart drive. Oops. Slice and dice. To a single enemy. Yeah, sure. No floppy? No floppy? God damn. Horny for some floppy. Horny for some floppy action. Ugh. Floppy from Boku no Academia. Get whacked, bitch. Why the fuck are they just stealing my blobs, man? Stop stealing my fucking blobs, dude. Where's my ship again? My ship is like down there. Okay, my ship is down there. I need to remember that my ship is just down there.
No slacking, you lot.
Oh god, Esther's gonna die. I think Esther's dead from now on. Yeah, Esther's dead. Rip Esther. Rip me as well. Cool. Give me that. Yeah, back away. Back away from my fucking orb, bitch. My orb now. Oh wait, save. Cause I really do need a save. Wait, how do I go down? This way. Okay, let's go back to the ship real quick. Okay. Okay, I need to go back to there. Golden Grove. Where is the Golden Grove? I might have to Google that. The weird thing is that they don't really specify where is it on the map. Golden Grove. It's either I've come across it or I have not come across it, which I don't remember if I come across it or not. Yeah, I might need to Google that sooner or later.
We can do this.
I'm doing shit damage to you, like legit. Why is my damage so shit on me? Do I need a cat? Bring the cat in. How much damage? 70! Holy fuck! One hit, he's dead. Jesus. God damn it, I have to use the pussy a lot more then. God damn it, I gotta use that pussy a lot more.
Let's go.
Okay. Look at that damage! What the fuck? Jesus! Yeah, I gotta use that pussy a lot more. Imagine using someone's pussy a lot more. God damn. Okay. I need to go back to the desert and get the sun. What else do I need? Actually, right now, what else do I need? After picking up the sun. Two robots. Yeah, I think there's 2 robots and then something else, but I need to remember what it is though.
What can I say? It's a good...
Okay, back to shore. Grab the sun. Run all the way back to Autumnia. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, run all the way back to Autumnia. While leveling up. So I guess right now it's just a level grind right now. Yeah, I think right now it's just a level grind. Get out of here, pussy. 68 experience though, like holy shit. We went from like a low experience, like a high grind experience to a low experience now. This cat has claws. This pussy has claws. Hell yeah. Love me some pussy with claws. Imagine if you fuck someone, by their pussy, and then the pussy inside is just needles. God damn. Some crazy bitch is gonna be like that, honestly. Put needles inside her pussy. Okay. I need to find a sun though. That's the one, yeah.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Oof. They die in like a few hits.
Is that it?
I'm also gonna get shitty experience, like, Jesus. Making good progress? Hey, Lars. Yeah, I am. I got to Autumnia right now. And I'm trying to do the errands before continuing on into Autumnia. Level 34 though? Yeah, level 34. But like, remember when I had like, kind of like high level, but like my level doesn't even like do any kind of damage to like a few enemies? Yup. That's why I'm leveling up a lot more as well, but also at the same time I'm still doing my fucking errands anyways. While grinding like XP. He did a double somersault! Like, holy shit. But yeah, I'm getting a lot of progress so far. My only progress right now that I'm doing at the moment is, or like, my only kind of progression that I'm doing at the moment is just doing errands. And then once I do my errands, I think I could actually go on with the story. But also at the same time, I just really wanna get stuff. Oni frog. Oni frog. We Oni frog that shit. Okay. One of these two could Oni frog. Oni frog.
We're under attack. Here goes.
How's not one of them being in love now? Come on. I don't want to grind like so much that like none of them want to love me. None of them wants to love me. How dare it? What? No, not defend. Whatever. They're gonna do everything anyway, so whatever. Boom. You wanna love? God damn, fuck off, dude. You wanna love? Fucking Skelly wanna love? God damn. Goddamn skeleton. Any more suns? There's a sun.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes.
Okay, is there a way for me to actually do serenading better? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. I need to look at fucking Esther then. Real quick. Stop running around like a fucking maniac. Hold on. Okay, let me actually see about Esther real quick. Esther. You. Okay. Songs. Trippy tune. So I guess I got... Well, I can love this guy? Oh, fuck off, dude. No. There we go. Fuck you. Get out of here. So it's only when they're in love, then I can serenade them. Okay. Well, that's gonna be hard to even grind then. So this is gonna be all like grind fest right now.
Here we go. Here goes. We did it.
Alright, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick for this part then. So I wanna go to the bathroom real quick, so give me a sec. While I go to the bathroom. I'm back. I'm back. Hey, you want X? I got eaten by the Singapore Gov. God damn, the Singapore government eating me alive like that. Yeah, I hope you're doing well.
Come on!
Vored up by the Singapore government. God damn. Banana, but no, it's not banana. It's babana. Babana. In this game, is babana. It ain't banana. Not like the minions.
Let's do it! Here goes!
God, they hit me with 1 HP now. It used to be fucking like 20 HP when they hit me. Jesus. Ranked up so high that I'm high in the sky. What? Okay, let me actually Google something real quick. I need to Google where Golden Grove is. Nino Kuni Golden Grove. Where is Golden Grove? Oh, it's the forest. Oh, okay. I know where it is now. If I could actually like, there we go. Okay, it's the forest. I was like, wait a minute. Do I really have to go back to the forest or something, or like somewhere else? A grove is a grove. No, I thought it was something else that is like that's like later on in the game. I didn't realize it was this like the forest thing.
Come on!
I guess I don't remember the fucking the names of the. I don't remember the names. Wow, holy shit. I don't remember the names of the area other than like the important areas in the game. So like here is like Alma Moon. I remember like this place because like it's a desert, but I don't remember the name of this place. It's just a desert. And Golden Grove is not really that much at all as well, because Golden Grove is just literally just you go there, you defeat the boss, that's about it. You don't really do anything other than like if you wanna, I mean if you do errands and then they tell you like, oh yeah, you should go to like the forest that you went to, and then afterwards I just don't remember what the name is, because they don't really say it in the map at all until you go to that area. So I guess right now I'm just gonna go to that area as well. I mean, there are errands that I can do, so why not just do the errands right now as well? But also at the same time, right now is gonna be a grind.
Watch this! Here goes!
Body blast? No, fuck that.
Is that it?
Tender beef, goddamn. Look at how far they are right now. Because I'm literally like fucking bee hopping. Bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop. Get out of the way. Look at how much I'm bunny hopping. Bunny hop, bunny hop, bunny hop. There you go, Golden Grove. Okay, where is this fucking ferry? This ferry's right here. Okay, hi, what's up? What do you need? Oh, so I just had to kill stuff. Okay. I kill stuff right now. What do you need? Wait, hold on. 3 of those hyperbores all together. We were cutting on you. Okay, so I have to go inside. To those 3. Okay. I guess I can save here as well, which is a good thing. I haven't saved in a while. There we go. There's a lot of backtracking. God damn. The backtracking in this game is like a lot. God damn.
No slacking, you lot.
One attack and you're dead. That's it. One attack, he's dead.
Good luck next time.
How much HP? 18 HP. 18 XP. So, God damn it. Only 18. Okay. One boar. One boar here. Big boar.
We're under attack. Here goes.
Wait, hold on. War cry. War cry on this thing, and then we can just try to attack. If I could actually attack. Jesus. There we go. It is almost dead. Boom. Should be dead in like one more hit. There we go. Not really a lot of damage. Not really a lot of damage just given to me. A lot of damage given to the pig, which is good. I guess I'm leveling up well. Hello. Is that the pig I'm after? No, that's another pig. Okay.
We're under attack.
Boom. Boom. Ooh. My blob. my orb. My orb now. Hold on. What stuff do I have? Magic defense and okay, you know what? I really need more magic defense. I think I'll give you magic defense and evasion, I guess. 'Cause I don't really do anything much with you. I don't even know why you're here in the first place. Why is this dude here in the first place? I forgot about that.
No slacking, you lot. Here goes.
Okay, close. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Hey, yo, what? Boom. They're not dead? Holy shit. I thought they would be dead by now. There you go. One's dead. Two's dead.
Good luck next time.
Alright. I guess one more. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, hold on. Hold on. I can morph you, right? Yeah, I can. Okay. Just do that. Slash and burn, Whirligig, Splish Splash, Snowblower, so shield. Do I want more fire? I'll go with this one then. Alright. Yo, into a dynamite? Bruh. You ain't looking like a dynamite. What the fuck? Bro ain't looking like a dynamite. What's going on? Okay. I'm gonna hope that I can hop myself towards the other boar. Oh fuck, but oh god, my attack is gonna be really shit. I forgot about this. There we go. Just gotta Got a little exchange real quick. So I could get the pussy. I want the pussy.
Come on!
Yeah, you deal a lot of damage. Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. How about slice and dice? I'll go with slice and dice on you real quick. Wait, how much damage did I even hit the boar for? I feel like it didn't even hit the boar for anything. But duck cloud. Boom. How much damage do I even give to these? 6. Goddamn. Fucking 6. Okay. Plasma ball. And then a whirlies. Oh, I hit both of them. Okay. I didn't realize I could hit both of them, honestly. What the fuck, Esther? Esther taking my fucking orb. Goddamn. All for herself. Fuck off. Okay, wait. Am I going down? Down, yeah, down. Oh, please do not come towards me. Whatever. I have to go to that pathway anyways.
Chances, do you?
Oh, dead. Dead for life. Okay. Which way do I go? Oh shit, we're past the 24-hour mark. Yo, we passed the 24-hour mark in this game now. The fuck? I spent a day on this game in-game time-wise. $47-hour stream. No. If I were to stream for 47 hours, you would have to provide a lot of sleep and food. I love me some sleep and food. But then again, three subs! 3 Subway subs! I would take 3 Subway subs though. That will provide me with my food. But the sleep, I do not know. Look, Mr. Trippy is another monster! Poor lad doesn't stand a chance. Come on, okay, we'll fuck him up. Fuck you up, bitch. Motherfucking bitch. We're gonna fuck you up like never before. Oh god, Jesus, okay. Oh shit. Would it be better if I use Esther instead? Hold on. Use Esther. Wait, no. Esther. Use you. Bubble bath on you. Okay. And then I guess a thunder. No. Hold on. I guess I can use like bubble bath on you like most of the time then. Cool. Bubble bath on you. You lad. We'll go all in tech again. Oh. Yeah, whatever. What the fuck are you again? Wait, are you dead? You're dead. Okay, sure. I'm gonna use my cat again. Give me that pussy. There you go. Wow, look at that attack. Did you just steal my fucking golden orb? Fucking monkey? No wonder you're gonna get that last fucking attack, bitch. Heck yeah, okay. Hello. Give me my stamps, you little bitch. Pointy hat. 6 stamps? Jesus! That's a lot of stamps. I got a hat. What did that hat do? Hold on. Headgear for who? Headgear for you? Yeah, headgear for you. Yeah. It's the only thing I can think of right now. Headgear. Okay. Save. Oh wait, I can't save right now. Wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. I need to go back to that fucking thing again. Hold on. I need to go back to that plaque. Cause I kind of forgot that there we go. I can save my progress as well, which is a good thing. Okay, my next step right now is to find a sun, and then afterwards I need to find like 2 robots, one cog and one. I have no idea what robot is he looking for. I'm just gonna get one of each then. One of each? I don't think one of each is good. I had to store one as well. Yeah, I might have to store one. Okay. And just don't want to put it in reserve for now. We'll see how reserve is like. Look at these monsters up there, like holy shit. How do I reach there? How do I get to that one? Right there. I want to get to that one.
We're under attack. Here goes. We did it.
Nice. Bro, this soda can is a scam. What soda can? You gotta tell me that soda. What soda can? Scamming, schematic thing of a jerk.
We can do this. Here goes.
Oh man, where's it you? Fuck off. Schweppes? I don't like Schweppes. I drank Schweppes before and I didn't like it at all. Don't know why. Maybe it's just my taste buds. I just didn't like Schweppes. It says low sugar, but it has 15 grams. Trying it out anyways. I never like Schweppes. I never like, you know. Maybe I'm a sugar guy though. But then again. It just doesn't have fucking the sugar that I need, I guess. When are they gonna give me my fucking love? When is the sun gonna give me my love? Sun, I really need your love right now. Give me your love or else. Evasion. Okay, wait. Which one's a low evasion? You have kind of a low evasion. I'll give you this. I'll give you this. Cause why not? Eat that chalky. Eat that chalky lot. Baby. I'll give you poison. Is this? Yeah, poison pinch. I'll give you poison pinch. Most lemonades have 100 grams. Most lemonades have 100 grams? Jesus. That's a lot. Do you want to know this trick? No, you can't. Hey, Wonder Greek. Hope you're doing well. How are you doing today? Well, we're actually finding a son to give me their love. And I need a sun to give me love right now. Give me that love, sunshine, right now. Why isn't anyone of them giving me the love? Fanta pineapple exists and that has like 60 grams. I mean, pineapple's a fucking... Did you know that pineapple will make your cum sweeter? This is like a myth or something. I don't think it actually makes it sweeter, but like it just so-called enhances flavor of your cum. But I still do not believe that it's true. Because one, I just don't believe it's true. Two, I don't have anyone to test it out with me. So I'm gonna go on a limb and say it's not true. Unless someone volunteers to eat my cum for like the next couple of fucking days. As I eat pineapple every day. I'm gonna say it's false. What the fuck? Banana just running away. He was like, no, I saw you kill my friend. My friend's dead now. Please. I beg of you. It's like I don't have a place to go right now. So right now it's just me grinding for a fucking sun. Have I seen this light shade before? I feel like I've not seen this light shade before. Anyways, die, bitch. I hope you're doing well, 1 degree. Where's my sons in all this? I've been killing son after son after son, but none of them are just giving me the fucking, the love.
Your chances, do you?
One of them wanted love. Just fucking whack the shit out of it. Oh, that was the sun. Just chilling before I finish up the kitchen. Hell yeah. What are you cooking today? Motherfucker, what are you cooking today?
Here we go.
Alright, 2 suns for me to actually see whether or not I can actually get one of them to love me. None! Still none! I had 2 chances, none of them still wanted to love me. Fuck me. This is ridiculous. I want one of them to love me right meow. And none of them are wanting my love. Or wanting to love me. Maybe because I'm too aggressive. Maybe because I'm so much of an aggressive person. I'm not cooking today, I'm putting it on an island. An island? Wait. Okay. I was like thinking, wait a minute. Is the sun wanting to love right now?
Is that it?
Butcher's oil on a cutting board. Butcher's oil on a cutting board? That's interesting. The kitchen thing. Wait, yours is double. Why is yours double? Okay, I guess I'll give you this then. You become an Iron Man, not a tiny man anymore, but an Iron Man. It's basically a table you put in the middle of the kitchen and you drive yourself insane. Excuse me? That's what an island is? Huh, interesting. Where the fuck's the sun? Here we go.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Alright, 2 chances for me to get a sun. Oh! Esther! Go! Esther! Oh, Jigglypuff! Yes! I got the sun! Fuck yeah! Sun bum. Yeah, you are a bum. Fucking hell. Sun. Sun. Literally gonna call it sun right now. Sun. Okay, I'm gonna give. Which one doesn't? Which one was the sun again? Oh fuck! I had to like store something then. Because I'm kind of fucked up with my own like. Oh fuck. Okay, you know what? Because I need to level up a little bit of monsters, I would say. I'm gonna store you then. Where is the thing? This is the thing, okay. Drop off familiars. I would drop... Yeah, I'm gonna drop this off. Yeah. I'm gonna drop that one off real quick. Cause I think, it's the same place. Yeah, it's still in the same place, and I still need to get 2 more. Fucking, yeah. And I guess I can exchange. We'll see about the exchangement. So I don't have to be at the desert anymore. God damn. God damn it. I spent a while actually getting a son. I spent a long time getting 1 son, and none of them wanted to listen to me. Barely any son wanted to listen to me. I'm not a good father, that's why. I wish I could be a good father. I'm not a good father. I'm not a father figure.
Come on, you guys! Here goes! We did it!
Oh yeah, you're leveling up as well. This fucking Iron Man. Yeah, this Iron Man. The Timmy guy. Timmy's the only fucking monster that has a fucking katakana name. All the others have like fucking hiraganas. I don't know why. I just have them as hiraganas. I don't know. Fuck you, fucking pig. Is that a pig? I don't remember if it's a pig or not. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, fuck you, pig. Fuck you, pig. Finally, I can go back to my ship, though. Onwards to my... Fuck you. What the fuck do you want? Little idiot. Oh, yeah, you're like a weird fucking rhino pig. I forgot about that. Anyways, you fucking goblin. Goblin these nuts. Die. Gremlin. Gremlin, as they call it. What the fuck? Punchy, thank you for the raid, much appreciated. Hi guys, my name is Juho Horse. Hi, I am transitioning myself from a horror streamer to a JRPG streamer, surely. I've been spending a very long time in this game so far. I've been spending 20, like, in-game wise, 24 hours. But, stream-wise, I've been spending about, about 28 hours now. So, there's that. Welcome to my journey into Ni no Kuni. So, yes, I want to be a fucking JRPG. I want what he has. But yeah, how's your runs, by the way? I know you were running fucking what did I wanted to say Ni no Kuni? I know you were running the ring. How's the ring Terror's Realm runs going? Hope they are going well so far. Also, you played JRPGs as well, okay? How you doing, 126? You also play JRPGs. Thank you for the follows, by the way. You're 10 seconds off world record. Goddamn, Punty, you're a god gamer. Pretty much a god gamer, honestly. Pretty smoothly? Hell yeah.
Stay calm now.
But yeah, I'm just like right here grinding for side quests right now. So a lot of my time at the moment is just grinding for side quests. I spend like way too much time on like side quests at the moment. Die!
Nice one.
I barely scratched the surface on the story mission so far. So there's that. And I have to go back to Autumnia. Have you played Ni no Kuni? I feel like you're some guy who would play Ni no Kuni anyways. Oh, or like finished Ni no Kuni or some shit like that. I'm pretty sure. Okay, you can't really damage anything. I love you. I have not actually. Ni no Kuni's actually pretty like as a guy who don't play JRPGs. This is like a very like a nice simple JRPG, I would say. I don't know. It's just it makes me feel happy that like this kind of JRPG would let me be interested. Would be interesting to me, you know? I've been very interested into fucking this game for about 10 years now. And I've been wanting to play it for a very long time until like recently when I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna stream it. And I've been having fun with this game for quite a while now. But I think a lot of people would be liking Ni no Kuni 2 a lot more than Ni no Kuni 1. That's what I've heard lately. You're buying a how are you doing, Arlos, by the way? I'm buying a computer that got the TechWare case. That's cool. My computer is gonna be coming up pretty soon as well. I think it's in this month that my computer is gonna be coming.
We can do this.
My new computer. Sure. Jaw Zero. I still can't believe the guy hasn't like replied to me at all with like the guy hasn't replied to me with next JRPG plays Super Lesbian Animal Art. How much is that right now? I actually want to check right now. How much is that? How much is that game? Because I know you play it and I know you speedrun it. How much is that game right now? I need to find out. And I need to not show my my games real quick because my games have one game that's a hentai game that has an update and it show like titties. Hold on. Super Lesbian. Oh, it's $10. Oh fuck. Speaking of which, I probably want to add you on Steam. I probably want to add you on Steam, Punchy. I might buy it. I might buy it. It's one of those games that I was very interested in because 1, you played it. 2, it was actually no. 1, you play it. 2, you play it. 3, you play it. I was kind of interested into the whole RPG game when you were playing it. I think I just lurked in there for like a couple of streams, including when you actually ran the game. And it looked like an interesting RPG game, to say the least. So I might pick it up. It's 25% off anyways.
Come on.
Hey Shark Vega. Saving my money for Baten Kaido's remasters, but the Steam sales are not making it easy for me. I know I made a promise saying that if someone were to you wanna love? Fuck off. If someone does 100% on Baten Kaitos, I will do 100% speedrun of it as well. Or like casual run of it. You installing Linux? Good luck with installing Linux, by the way. But yeah, right now I'm just grinding up fucking what XPs and well, XP is one of them. The other one is just my side quests.
We did it!
Good luck with that. I mean, totally, because I know it's a long fucking speed run, and someone was like, "Yeah, you should do it." I'm like, "No, no, no. If you do it, I do it." And then they were like, "Promise?" I'm like, "Yeah." What makes you think that I won't promise? Because I don't think that person's gonna be doing it, you know? I'll make myself clear.
Let's go!
Okay, I don't know if it's is this robot or another robot. I think it's gonna be like another robot though. But then again, I need to get out of the way, you fucker. Get the fuck out of the way, you stupid fuck.
We did it!
Metamorphable, okay. 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 Monkey. Sure, okay. Aye, aye, sir! Aye, aye, sir! What do you have right now? Hold on. Oh shit, you got shit. You got shit all! Oh fuck, Sea Stars Thunderbolt. You literally have shit all. Monkey turns aye, sir. Also, I really put Japanese names on them. Only one of them has a katakana name, the others have hiraganas. Monkey. It's literally monkey. Oh, I might die. Oh, fuck. Oi! Jesus. Do you still have a good amount of attack? Holy shit. Oh, fuck off. Oh, I love you. I'm loving you. Monkey. See, monkey. It's just monkey. Which one of the robots do I need again? One of them is a cog. Yeah, cog. I forgot that one of them is a cog. I need you. Yeah, I need you then. And one of them is another weird robot-looking thing. I'm hoping I can actually get this cog though. Okay. Okay, let me actually use this real quick. How much attack are you doing? You're not doing a lot of attack though. Fuck my life. Okay. Maybe if I level you up to level 20, you would get like more attack, I would say. Hopefully. Also, I'm barely using any of the characters as well, which is kind of weird. Like, I haven't used, like, fucking Robot Man yet. And I've already leveled up the Robot Man. I don't know. Oh, God. I don't know if they would take a... Oh, God. I don't know if they take a variation of that robot. I don't know if they won the oh, God damn it. Okay, whatever. We'll see if they want, like, the robot of a different a subset. Subset? Is that the word? Because it's already leveled up. Like, that fucking robot's already leveled up. I don't know if they would take a leveled up robot. Turban myth. Turban legend. Oof. What do you have at the moment? You have fire, fire, fire. Yeah, we'll stick to the fire. We'll stick to the fire stuff. Look at it, so happy right now. God damn. Okay, I still need a cock and robot.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay. Fucking Sweeney. Sweeney's trying to steal shit. Sweeney stole something! God damn. He stole a fucking flower. Stop stealing shit, Sweeney. It's like, yup, I'm just gonna yoink shit right now. Hold on. What kind of shit did you yoink? You yoinked some fucking flower. Holy shit, how many fucking things have you fucking yoinked from enemies? Jesus. I don't remember like half of them. I don't remember like half of them.
Come on, you guys. Here we go.
Ooh. I feel like none of these just want to love. What the fuck?
Nito!
Please love me. Please love me, one of them, please. Second wind. Okay, hold on. I need to steal one of you guys real quick. Second wind. A healing wind caresses all allies, partially restoring. Okay, so I guess I'll take you then. Okay, I'm gonna steal you. And I'm gonna steal you. Wait. You? Oh my god, which one is better? Okay. Oh god! I don't want to keep this yet. I want to exchange. I don't even know if you have a very good attack though. Warcry Belly Buster. Sure, I'll take you then. Oops. I guess you could level up. I need to put you back in somewhere later on. Exchange this with this. Exchange this with this. Let's see how they would level up. Yeah, I guess let's see how they would level up. How am I so low right now? What the fuck? I just realized my health is like super fucking low. Sure, eat the burger. Give you. Cool. I'm safe. Just need to remember to save. I keep forgetting to save. Like that's the one thing that I forgot to save. It's just I forgot to do in this game is just save. I don't save. Okay, I got 2 chances for me to get this robot. Please love me. Please love me, robot. You're doing 6 damage? Holy fuck! Okay, wait. Do not kill. love this person. Serenade it! Serenade it! Serenade it! Jesus! Almost didn't fucking serenade it. There you go! We got the clang clang cloth, whatever it is. Okay, give me that. One damage, holy fuck.
What can I say? It's a
Okay, what do I want to name this thing? I want to name you I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. Okay, I need one more, which is a cog. Yeah, I need a cog. Where's my cog? Oh, it's so hard to find a cog. Yep, cock. Need to find cock. God damn it! They're not giving me a cock. Give me a cock, right now.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Look at the damage! Like holy shit. What's with the damage right now? It's 15, 16 damage. God damn. That means I really have to level them up later on. Like holy fuck. You need to steal. Stop stealing shit, man. Stop stealing fucking shit. Slash and burn. Oh fuck. Okay. Wait. No. Why can I forget? I can forget this one because this is very fucking shit.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Dude, you're not gonna give any kind of damage. Never mind. You actually gave like really good damage. What the fuck? Get back here. Die. There we go. Wait, I had the banana dude? Oh, I forgot about the banana dude. Holy shit, fucking Sweeney brought out the banana dude. I totally forgot that I had the banana dude the whole time. He just brought it out for the first time in like forever. Oh my god, dude, get the fuck away. You really want? Oh, fuck. Really? You want love now? And you want love after you fucking attacked Esther? No way. Holy shit! The double level up from Sweeney and Esther. What's my levels at the moment? 35, 35, 33. God damn. I'm at loads. I'm a loader. I need more defense. On you. How is it so short? Bruh. One of these fucking days I will get a cog. Please, I don't want to grind so much anymore. I've been grinding for an hour, man. Stop making me grind for nothing. I want a cog right now. Give me a cog. Please. Oh my god, Gunther's at level 20. Wait, hold on. I have Gunther. Wait. Hold on. Let's exchange Gunther. Exchange you with you and then exchange Gunther with... Oh, fuck. Do that. Yeah, do that. Actually... Yeah, okay. I'll deal with this for now. Cock? No cock.
Here goes nothing.
Let me go find a cock later. Shit, the robot died immediately. Holy fuck. How much attack? Oh shit, the robot didn't die. Awesome with the raid. Thank you very much for the raid. This stream went well. Hello guys, my name is Drew Horse. I'm a horse streamer. I play a lot of horror games, but I guess the horror in this game is that it's taking way too long for me. The horror of time. I'm scared of the time now. I hope you're doing well. Awesome. Hope your stream went well. The horror of time. Sounded like you said horse rimmer. Horse rimmer. I'm a horse rimmer. I rim horses, I swear. God, a lot of these fucking... Jesus. I have 20k money! Hey, Mocha. Horse. Where's my cock? Oh, that's my cock. Come here, cock. Please let me please love me. Please love me, cock. Hope you're doing well, Mocha. The horror is not saving for 3 hours then dying. Shut up. Shut up. We're not gonna talk about that. Are you serious? Come on, man. Don't make me find another cock. I had to go back and find another cock. Ugh. Cock. My days is suddenly more interesting now. Hope you're well. I am doing what? I'm doing well. I'm doing okay. Thank you very much for asking. I mean, this is not totally my normal model of the PNG-ness. This is my normal one. And people wanted this one, so I just changed it. Holy shit, I fainted. What the fuck? Hello? Oh shit, I'm blind. I forgot about I'm blind. The provisions, blindness be gone on me. Get out of the way. Oh, Esther, go, Esther. Oh shit, Jigglypuff. Yes, we did it. All right. How do I call you? Oh fuck. How do I call you? Is that right? That's right. That's right. Okay, yeah. Because you're a cock. You're a cock. Motherfucker's a cock. I don't care. I got my cock. Now I'm gonna bring back and hopefully not get attacked by any of these monsters. I'm also gonna hope that I could actually get the I actually can use that robot. I'm gonna hope that I can actually use that robot that I have at the moment. If I can't use that robot, I'm kind of screwed. Well, let's see. Hello, dude. Are you serious? So I need... Grrr! How dare it? How dare it? Wait, hold on. Wait, sort. What? No, hold on. Wait. Wait, no. Drop off. Sorry, drop off. Fuck you, you little bitch. Okay. Now, I guess I will retrieve this real quick. There we go. So I had to... Okay, so I had to get another variant of the robot. Fine. I also do have 20k, so I can actually spend my 20k in somewhere later. 20k worth of fucking shit right now. This way. Are you the guy? You're the guy. Wait, I heard tell of a creature that looks like a sun. Yeah, I found the sun. Cool. Okay. Yes! Yes! Okay. Yes! Okay, so do I still have the sun? I still have the sun! Okay, whatever. I still can't believe fucking Gunther is not really doing anything good. Pulsifying pulse. Go. Eat this shit. Eat this shit. Cool. Okay, let's can I save here? I can save here. Okay. I spend my well spent on my hour just finding a fucking sun. Alright, I gotta throw the sun away anyway. Fuck you, son. You're no longer needed. Salted ice cream. Evasion. You need more evasion, my dude. But what else needs? I'll give you more evasion, I guess. Told your son you're going to out. Hey, son. I'm gonna buy stuff real quick. Real G. Don't fuck your son. Nah, I'm gonna fuck my son by just leaving him behind. How you doing, Firebird Lover? Hope you're doing well. Look what I'm gonna do with my son. Get out of here, my son. Oh fuck. Get out of here, my son. Shh. I'm gonna go buy milk right now. I'm going out to find milk. Bye bye. Shadow glass. Okay, cool. Now I need to go find another fucking big ass robot. And everywhere is a big ass robot. I don't think I'm gonna be like having less of robots right now. Hope you're doing well, Firebird Lover. Look at that Tin Man, that big ass Tin Man. Did I level up? I did level up! Motherfucking Oliver's leveled up like super fucking high now. Hell yeah. Joe's gonna get milk and smokes. Yes. Bye bye. Yeah, I leveled up. It took me a while actually to level up as well. I've been wanting to get like... Actually, wait. I think today... Wait. How is Esther that low right now? I just realized Esther's low. Uh-oh. Esther's dead. Is it because my fucking my shit fucking familiar is shit? I guess so. My familiar is shit. I need to go heal Esther right now. Esther, eat this cheeseburger. I love me some cheeseburger. Okay. Robot. More robots to find. See, there's like a lot of these robots actually popping up because it's actually fucking easier to find these robots as well. I don't know how. I think today I was at level 30, if I'm not mistaken. And we ranked up like 5 levels today. Like, holy shit. That's a lot of levels. Get out of the fucking way, bitch. This is what happens when you don't get out of the fucking way. I'm gonna get fucked by these things, you know. You're blind. That's it. Blind as fuck, bitch. Get out of here, dog. Excuse me.
Good luck next time.
Come on!
There's a bougie? Really bougie. A bougie fucking snake looking one. Are these robots dying? Come on, man. Stop dying. Fucking robots. Stop stealing my orb, dumb fuck! My dude stole orbs. Sea stars. Sea stars. Sea sense. No. Confusion. No. No. I'm not doing it for now. Get back here.
Let's go! Here goes!
What are these on their heads again? I don't remember. I'm in the graveyard. I just realized this. I'm in the grave fucking yard. Gogo can learn Thunderbolt. Wait, hold on. Thunderbolt. Yeah, go fuck yourself, fucking Thunders. Okay, hold on. You. Oh, you're Thunderbolt now. Okay, cool. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Oh god, I'm not gonna go into that area just yet. Fuck off. Where's my other robot? Here. Here's my other robot.
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
One of them is gonna love me. I swear. What? One of these days, one of these robots is gonna love me and be like, yo, I wanna be your big ass son. I'll be like, okay, as a small kid. I would take you as my son. Please. Please, for once, please. How about you? You wanna be my son?
Here we go! Here goes!
Nope. Nope. I got 2 chances and none of them worked. Hi guys, this is just a grind stream right now. I'm gonna grind this game for like, I'm only grinding for a minimum of 5 hours. I like how like the first 1 hour of the game was just at a fucking like a fucking town-ish area, and then the last like 3.5 hours is just me grinding out 1 XP, 2 my fucking side missions. Cause the guy didn't want to take a fucking variant of my stupid ass robot. Not the game. No. I'm pretty sure it's the game because you're supposed to like take. Well, you have to. Fucking, I don't even know. It's a grind though. You have to wait for them to give the hearts, and then once they give the hearts, you serenade them. I'll find out when, if I play. I did notice that you actually bought the game though, so I don't know if you bought the second one. Watch this be a huge issue on you. Okay, I don't play a lot of JRPGs, okay? So I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. That's a skill issue, true. Wait, did you then did you buy Ni no Kuni too?
We did it.
You bought Ni no Kuni 1. Did you buy Ni no Kuni 2? I bet you also bought Ni no Kuni 2 as well because of the pricing of the game being like $12 or whatever it is. You have it for a PS4. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I mean like because like I think the game was like $80. I was like, yeah, it's a good bargain because it's 80% off. I'll play in like 5 years, don't worry. Oh, hell yeah, just like me. Like, I wanted to play this game like 10, 11 years ago. Never touched it until now. Like, I'm dead serious about this. Like, I wanted to play this game like 10, 11 years ago, and then I never played it because, one, it was quite the price point of it, and then two, I'm not a JRPG person. So you can totally tell how bad I play JRPGs. How did I talk you out of picking either one of them? No, the only reason why I mentioned about it was because I saw your wish list. And your wish list was Ni no Kuni 2. I was like, Ni no Kuni 2 is like at 80% off at the moment, and it's like $80. Your wishlist is a mess, I guess. But if you had, what the fuck, Tiny? What the fuck is Drippy doing? What the fuck is Drippy doing? What? Drippy just came in out of nowhere. What the fuck? Okay. I didn't realize that Drippy's gonna come in. Bunching up there. Yes, sure.
What can I say?
There's no buy games on it, right? I actually didn't know. I just noticed because I bought Ni no Kuni 2 on the sale. Like, I think it was like, if I'm not mistaken, when I bought, no, sorry, when I was, oh, actually, yeah, when I bought Ni no Kuni 2 was me just looking at the price of Ni no Kuni 2 on stream as I was playing Ni no Kuni 1, because a lot of people were asking me, hey, hey, do you think you would buy Ni no Kuni 2? And I was like, how much is the game? And then I was like, oh, it's $11 because it's like 85% off. And then I saw your wish list. I was like, wait a minute. No, I saw you putting this game, putting the Ni no Kuni 2 on wish list. I was like, huh, interesting. But I didn't really see like your wish list, like your full wish list. Consulted Chris and do it. Been dead for like years. Interesting. I just saw it. I coincidentally I just saw it, being like just there. And I was like, are you thinking of buying the game? Cause it was just there. Wow, 26. Oh, I need to look at S's health. Hold on. I have a lot of games on my wish list that I'll never buy. Mine is also the same. But also at the same time, I don't mind if anyone wants to gift me a game. That's the thing. So it's just there for fuck all. I'll give you all my buns. So it's like either are you gonna buy it or not. And I don't really mind if you don't want to buy it, I would say. But like, I was talking about it because it was like 80% off and I think it would be interesting for you. Because you seem like the fucking JRPG person that... Yeah, you seem like a person that will play JRPGs a lot. And I don't play JRPGs a lot. I was like asking about it anyways. And then you were like, but it's a shit game from reviews. Oh, no. I didn't meant to say that. I said it's mixed from what I've been told. Because some people were like, I like this game a lot. I like the second game a lot. Some people were like, it's shit with the combat. So I can't really... I can't really say anything about it. Other than people just told me that it's like mixed. Like they like the game, but others like not really like the game because of the combat. I don't even know. I'm like, I don't know what the combat looks like. I know from HJ. As I said, you almost knocked me out of it. Fine.
Nice work.
But it was a question to ask anyways. And I asked about it. I need to stop fucking leveling up right now. Holy shit. I have a billion games.
Here goes nothing.
Billions and billions and billions of games. What's U7? Oh, Ultima.
We won.
I don't know, I watched you play... what was that game? Harvestella. And Harvestella was in my recommendations, like a day ago. Or like recently. I don't know how, but like it was in my recommendations like a while ago. After I watched your stream of... Wait, hold on. Yeah, after I watched your stream of Harvestella, it went into my recommendations. You haven't been looking at something else and unless my games.
Come on, you guys. Here
It was like Steam recommendations. Cause I was trying to find something and then all of a sudden like Steam recommended me, hey yo, you should try Harvestella. And I'm like, interesting. Because I watched you play Harvestella. It was a game. It was one of those games. I liked it, but also at the same time the story was weird. I guess so. I'm gonna use Slash and Burn for this one and Warcry because I don't mind just going with stuff.
We can do this. Here goes.
Sweeney's about to die. No, Sweeney's not about to die. I forgot. Sweeney's like getting hit. Let's check the Steam and tell you that it doesn't do screen watching. I agree. I guess, yeah. But then again, they also give me like similar games to Harvestella as well, so I was like, I don't think I would pick up Harvestella, but it was a very interesting game to say the least that I kind of watched, and I was like, yeah, I'm glad that I actually watched it. If it weren't for, oh Jesus, if it weren't for you to stream it, I don't think I would have ever like heard about the game anyways, or even like watch the game anyways. I mean, you also do have like a lot of other RPGs that you're gonna play pretty soon, and I'm probably gonna be either interested in it or not interested in it. I don't know what games have you been playing lately other than, okay, I'm not very interested in Zelda. I think from your side, like, I'm not really interested in Zelda. Zelda is like one of those games that like I just don't think I'm interested in. I've tried Breath of the Wild, and then afterwards I just couldn't. Well, I feel it's my own fault that I didn't like Breath of the Wild. Futures are you looking at? I don't know. Maybe in the future you're gonna play more RPG games, and I'll be like, yes, I'll watch you play RPG games. You know, Breath of the Wild isn't really a Zelda game, but it's like. No, but it's like a sequel to... No, sorry, not a sequel. Like... How do you say this? It's just like a weird-ass RPG. I thought it was interesting at first because I know friends of mine actually actually played it, and they were like telling me like, oh, this game is actually pretty cool, and then I bought it, and then afterwards I kind of just regretted buying it because like, so there was this one part, I remember this because I like to say it's my own fault anyways. There's this one part where there was like a broken up castle, and then I was supposed to get out of that fucking area afterwards. Like I went to that castle, I did like an objective, and then they told me like, oh, you should get out of the area or something like that. And then for like an hour and a half, I couldn't get out of the area, and I do not know where to go. But then again, I didn't read about what it said. So I went like, okay, this game's dumb, and then I just never touched it ever again.
What can I say? It's a game.
It's open world collection game, I guess. XCOM Enforcer. Huh, interesting. But yeah, I played like a bit of Breath of the Wild, and then I didn't like it at all. And then my friend was like, hey, you have Breath of the Wild on Switch, can I actually play it? And then I was like, yeah, sure, you can play it, I don't mind. And then he played it for like a total of like, what, 10 hours on my Switch. Oh shit, no, do not cut him, do not cut him. Wait, hold on. Serenade you. Jesus. Keep the Tin Man. I don't care about Tinny. 'Cause I already have a fucking Tinny. Yeah, but other than that, like, I don't think, like, it's my cup of tea. What's AOL? Is it the fucking America Online? America Online? What's AOL? Oh, Adventure of Link. Okay. Zelda 2. I've never heard of Zelda 2. Get out. Get out. Get out. Can I retrieve my Robo back? Actually, no. You know what? Fuck my Robo. I don't really care about my Robo. Kinda like Bruno. What's Bruno? Zelda 2 Electric Boogaloo. Yeah. Now you can totally tell how many games that I know and I don't know. 'Cause I really don't know a lot of these games. My games just comprise of like FPS and FPS and FPS, and that's about it. I know from my side, like I just love FPS and that's about it. Oof. I really want to cheeseburger. Sure, why not? $25 coffee. I'll buy 10. Alright, let's see about the armor again real quick. Not a very popular game. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know a lot about Zelda other than like... other than seeing it from fucking E621. Cause everyone likes Midna and Link Wolf every time. That's the only thing I know about fucking Zelda. That's about it. Oh fuck, claim my bounties. Yeah, I can claim my bounties right now. Lightning bolt? Wait, I got a lightning bolt. I forgot about that. Wait, hold on. Lightning bolt. Oh! Oh! Wait, hold on. Lightning bolt. Which one can I give lightning bolt to? I would want to give you a lightning bolt though. Can I give you a lightning bolt? I can't. Okay, so you're a lightning bolt. Ooh. Okay. Fucking Gunther. Oliver can use it. Oliver can't use it, you dumb fuck. You dumb fuck. Link to the Past is a top-down game, very much original Zelda-esque, the Game Boy game, and huh. I don't know, man. I don't play a lot of Zelda games. I played one Zelda game and I didn't like it because I'm actually a dumbass. Like, I'm legitimately a dumbass. I played that game like as I got my Switch in 2017 and I was like, yup, I don't know what to do. Maybe I'll come back to that game sooner or later. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to the game with a fresh state of mind and I will play that game. But until then, like, I'm actually a fucking dumbass. Like, I'm legitimately a dumbass. What Zelda game was that? Breath of the Wild. What the fuck? How many more bullshit are there? What the flying fuck? Hold on, Jesus. Wait. Oh my god, it's in the fucking Tahiti Fairy Grounds! I didn't get hooked on Breath of the Wild for whatever reason. It's one of those games where I get why it's so well liked. I didn't go Godfall, by the way. I just played like an hour in, and then I was like, no, I can't, because 1, I'm a dumbass. 2, I can't read. I literally went through the game by just spamming A, and I was like, okay, I know what to do. I know what to do. This game is like literally what I know what to do. And then like I couldn't get out of the area for an hour because there was a barrier. And I never knew what to do after getting out of the barrier. You know? Dude, it's all because I have a fresh state of mind right now. Like, in the past, I usually would, like, never finish games because I just span through, like, the reading section of the game because I don't really care about it. Like, I played Monster Hunter on the PSP, I fucking span through that shit and I never know what to do, and then I never completed it. It took me, like, I think, like, 7 hours, and I was still at the fucking start of the game. Like, during those 7 hours, I was still at the start of the game. Because I never knew what to do, and I was just like, fucking skipping through texts. I was skipping through a lot of texts when I was young. Another game that I never finished playing was Tech. Is that one Xbox game? Let me actually check what it is. Is it called Tech? It's on Xbox. Oh yeah, Tech 2, yeah. Like I had Tech 2 on the Xbox, and I never finished it because I never knew what to do as well. Like I said, like, a lot of my childhood is just me just spamming through, like, the reading section of the game because I didn't know what to do. Or, like, I didn't really bother knowing what to do. So I was, like a really dumb kid who just only cared about FPS games because I think I played, like, way too much FPS games. I played a lot of FPS games and horror games when I was growing up. So I played a lot of Halo, Gary's Mod, Slender. I did play Slender. I play a lot of Counter-Strike. I play a lot of TF2. I play a lot of, like, FPS games when I was growing up. And then, like I said, like, in the past, I really wanted to become a pro gamer. I wanted to become a pro CS:GO player, because I love CS:GO like so much that I wanted to try it out, and I was like, yep, maybe that's not a good path for me. And then I just started streaming a lot more often, and that's where I am at the moment. I just wanted to play a lot more games. Like, I have like a change of heart, I would say, a change of mind as well, to play a lot more, like, games that are not, like, my usual comfort zone, I would say. I've been liking it ever since. It's just that I need to, like, actually just put my mind into it, you know? Because the laptop's showing us Slenderman. Yeah. Kind of expanding into strategy and tactics now. I still would not like myself playing a lot of RPG games, one, and also what else? I think a lot of, like, MMOs, MOBAs, RPGs, those kind of games, like, I still do not have that interest, because one of the things that I like is a lot of cartoons. I think in my times, like, in my, like, young days, like, I really didn't want to read a lot of, like, non-fiction books. So that's why I read a lot of, like, comics and books with pictures on it. Because I was like, yeah, I like pictures. I'm a dumb fuck, I like pictures. Do you have the claws? Hold on. What do you have? Oh. Not a claw, okay. I'll get the fucking hammer for you guys. 3 hammer. And then I'll get a claw for you. And I'll sell the stuff. So these two. But Sell! There we go. I'll sell this one as well. I think it's great that the banana tree uses the eggs, yeah. What's my bag? This is in my bag. These few are in my bag right now. Actually, I don't really use this. I'm just gonna get this out of the way real quick. Get this one out of the way as well real quick. Okay. Classic one. Yeah. I need a fucking like I need a fang. I just don't have a fang. Oh. But yeah, I have like specific kind of games that I really do like, and then this is one of those games that like it's not really my forte of liking it, but I really was kind of interested into it, and I really do like see myself actually playing this game a lot more. But there are other games that like maybe I'm a bit like maybe I'm not interested into it, but like if I play the game a lot more, I'm probably gonna be more interested into it. Like I think like when Z Cabot streamed Harvestella, I think that's one of the games that I like initially I just don't think it was interesting at first, and then afterwards when she played it a lot more, I was like, yeah, this is probably a game that it's very interesting in the sense of like the story and the combat system and whatnot. I think there are some games that are probably like interested after watching a lot more, but yeah, the genre for me is just like there's not a lot of games that are very interesting for me. Yeah, there's not a lot of like games that I feel in my own comfort zone that is like very interesting. And then if I pick it up, then it's whether or not like I like it or I don't like it. And then if I don't like it, then I'm sorry that like people really like the game. And yeah, I guess it's also like a test of my own attention span, I would say. I mean, it was still interesting. I just don't think I would pick up the game. I just felt like it was interesting, like watching you play it and watching how the game unfolds. But that doesn't mean that I would buy it. I personally can't recommend it. I don't think I could recommend it as well. But it was a game that I was kind of interested in. You know, I was kind of glued onto my screen just watching you play that game, and it was quite something. I'm just gonna quite something. What was I about to sell? I was about to sell something. These two. Wait. Fang. Oh shit, fangs. Hold on. You got a fang, you got a fang. Okay, cool. So all these guys have fangs now. Okay, so I'm kind of in a good position so far, but also at the same time, I think one of them has still a cloak. You have a cloak. I need to replace your cloak right now. Get out of here, you fucking cloak. Okay. That should be alright, yeah. I'm at least like upgraded by like a ton. Which one needs more defense? I think these three needs more. Wait, no. I'll give you the defense. Yeah, I guess it's just the thing of like, how you say it, like me wanting to be interested into something, and I just feel like, what is our dog doing here? Me needing to get into those kind of games. Wait, what do I have again? Enthusiasm, kindness, restraint, courage. I do not have courage. I still need to get courage somewhere in this fucking area. Shit. Do I... Oh god. Okay, do I go on with my mission? Or do I go back to Fairy Grounds? I'm just gonna go back to Fairy Grounds then. I think I still want to grind a little bit more on this game. I think we've only been into like 2 places, and that's about it today. Which is this place and Tahiti. Well, I was there at Tahiti, so I guess we only found like 1 place today. Why is my fucking... Okay, wait, hold on. Jesus. Where's the options menu? Hold on. Wait, there's no... Oh, God. Okay, whatever. I was about to say, there's no rotation. Like, there's no X and Y axis fucking speed. Jesus. I also don't even know if I want to sell my shit. My shit as in, like, I don't know whether I should sell my... No. Oops. I don't even know if I want to sell this shit. I have a lot of sun drops, that's the thing. Do I have a gun? Oh. Yeah. Why do I have his clothes? Why the fuck do I have his clothes? My dude. I just have his clothes, man. God damn. But afterwards, like, honestly, I do not know what other RPG games are gonna interest me, because I think the only, like, this is like one of the only few games that I'm interested in that is out of my comfort zone. I don't know what other games that is very interesting to me that is, like, how you say it, like, like, out of my comfort zone as well. This one was, like, something I've been wanting to play for years now. I think like I need more recommendations as well, but also at the same time, like, I'm not too sure. I'm usually going into games with like what do you call this? I'm usually going into games that are like, I'm going into games blindly. There we go. That's what it is. I'm going into games a lot blindly than actually going into them like with like knowledge into it. Like Dark Souls. If I were to go into Dark Souls, it's like literally like blind. I don't know any kind of builds until like people tell me it's builds. Jesus, what the fuck was happening? That was a lag right there. I better save right here real quick. On what exactly? Like any kind of like games that like, I don't know, MMO, MOBA, RPG, RTS, those kind of games. Like there's probably some game that I'm gonna be interested in, but like I probably would go in blindly because I do not know how is it gonna be like as well. Like like I said, like Dark Souls. I went into Dark Souls like super blindly, and like people were talking about builds and shit like that because I didn't know that you were supposed to make builds. I thought you can like select the character and that's about it. I didn't know that there was builds in the game. You know? So it's like I need to be kind of interested into a title and then maybe have a little bit of knowledge about it, but also at the same time like I don't really have, I don't know. A lot of the games that I play nowadays are just like fucking horror games and whatnot. Horror games or FPS games. Like that, those are the two genres that I am like fully into. And if I were to play a lot more FPS or FPS and horror games, it's not gonna be like, it's not gonna, like, how do you say, it's not gonna be like, I guess it's not really gonna be healthy, to say the least, because I'm gonna be sticking to those genres and never branching out, as you can tell. Like, I branched out for once, or like a few times as well, so, I mean, I played my first, like, or like my first, actually, yeah, I played and completed my first Metroidvania like a few months ago with Benedict Fox, you know? Got backlog of stuff. I really do have a backlog of stuff. It's an entertainment thing. I guess so. Also at the same time, I've had like people asking me like, oh, can you just play this game instead of like other games? I'm like, yeah, sure. Unwatchable. Really? Trixie Nixie. What is Trixie Nixie? Oh, fuck. Huh. Yeah, sure. Man's broadening his horizon. Yeah, I'm kind of broadening my horizon. Like, I guess now I'm trying to broaden up my horizon because in the past, like in the past I couldn't really broaden up my horizon at all. I felt like my past was just very constrained with a lot of the games that I play. If you go into something thinking it will suck, it will suck. I mean, like I said, like I didn't really like what was that game called? I didn't really like Final Fantasy VII because like I knew it, like I knew from my point of view it's just not gonna work out for me at all, and I knew it's not gonna work out for me at all because it felt boring. Like, I guess if you were into like RPG games, then I guess sure it would be fun for you, but like legitimately it just felt boring for me. So I would want to branch out as well, but like I don't think like I would want to like branch out into games that I'm not interested in, right? I need to be something that is like I need to be interested into something for like a little bit and then like get into like the game. That would make Amaya sad. Dude, Amaya's been recommending me games like fucking Parasite Eve 2 and Final Fantasy 7 where like I'd have no interest in. That's why I still have that fucking sub goal of playing Parasite Eve 1 because I will do it for money if Parasite Eve 1 gets through, you know? I'll have that open, like I will have that open mindset, but just know that if I don't like the game, I just don't like the game. I know that I finished Parasite Eve 2 because like it's just a game where it's okay, but like it's not really my cup of tea. I don't think that game is gonna be my cup of tea if someone's gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna tell you like everything. What's BOF3? BOF3. Is it what, Breath of Fire? Yeah, it's Breath of Fire. Bofa? What Bofa? Which one is that? You. bunch of booster shots, a bundle of bottle of spring water. Yeah, I have all of them. I literally have all of them because I have them in my fucking bag this whole fucking time. I swear to God. What's my merit awards though? Buy items and shop at a slightly lower price. Oh shit! Allows you to collect any glims that remain at the end of the battle automatically. Automatically? Holy shit! Okay, wait. Lowers the cost of continuing your game following a defeat of oh shit. Oh shit! Yeah, this one. I'll do this one first because I want this one. Heck yeah. Okay. Who else are in this town needing help? You. Is it you? No, you. Okay, you need slapsticks. Slapsticks? Really? You need sticks? Wishing wombats. Oh no. You have to blind them first. Oh. Fuck! Why are you so hard? Okay, wombats. 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 That's what you would say. Ha 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 ha. Okay, wombats. Wombats are in Castaway. Wait, near Castaway Cove. Okay. About wishing wombats, you're in Tahiti. Okay, so blind. I need to write this down because I'm actually fucking stupid. Hold on. Wishing blind. Okay. That's how I actually fucking take notes. I'm a fucking dumbass. Fuck! You can totally tell how dumb as fuck I am when I need to write down notes. Okay, yeah, you're brokenhearted. Motherfucker's brokenhearted. My dude's brokenhearted. Give you all the kindness. Yeah, as you can tell, I'm literally like skipping text right now because I really don't care about what they're saying right now. And it brings back to like me being like my young self. Like, yeah, why do I even care? Ah, yes, I skipped text. Why do I even care right now? What are you? Evasion. Attack, evasion. Oh, wait. Attack, the defense. Okay, I need more attack then from you. Oh, that's a lot. Jesus. Okay. Monkey. I think I need more attack on you. More attack on you. Defense. I'll give you more defense, I guess. Evasion as well. You guys have like a lot of evasion. I'll see how much evasion do you have. No, I got fuck me! I want another one! Oh man. Okay. Whatever. Giving you one. Only one. Oh, you have very little. Okay. I'll give you another defense. As my gratitude. As my gratitude of fucking shit up. You. Is it you? You. My guy said the K word already. My guy was like, yep, just gonna say the K word right now. But yeah, like I just really want to broaden my views on games lately, and I guess like this is also one of the games that like I felt like it was a good like a good like I would say like a good game to start with as well, because it feels like a game that is like not really my type of game. Who the fuck are you guys? It's not really my type of game, but you know, just a fucking try, you know. What are you? Wait, what do you want? Oh, you need courage. Do I not have courage? Oh, I only have enthusiasm. Fuck me. Okay. A man's video. So, okay, where is it? Or a cave. A grotto or a cave. Fallen log. Fallen log, grotto or cave. Hold on, wait. I need to write this down again. Cave. Fallen log. Okay, let's go. What's the one at the bottom? Oh yeah, you're okay. So you are the other dude. Okay. Do you have bounties? No, you do not have bounties. Okay. My dude doesn't have bounties at all. Okay. Okay, a cave with a fallen log. And, is it you? No, you... Is it you? Wait, hold on. Are you the one that I need to look for? No, you're not. Okay. All these fuckers aren't what I'm looking for. I need a blind wish one. Wishing. There might be a cave like right around here though, if I'm not mistaken. Oh shit, it's that one, that one, that one. Fuck me. I need 3 of them, right? Which one has blind? Oh fuck, I don't remember which one has blind. Oh wait, you have Dark Cloud. Oh wait, no, you have Dark Cloud. Okay. Wait, hold on. Did you drop any of them? Or does it have to be blinded? I guess it just had to be blinded. Okay, hold on. Blinded, then attacked. Okay.
We're under attack.
Okay, blinded and then attacked. That should be it, right? That should be it. I'm gonna get my first slapstick. But I recall these dads make Dark Cloud games too. I don't know what Dark Cloud games are. Yes! Okay, so I need 3 slapsticks. And then I should be good to go. But I also need to find that weird ass fallen log grotto place thing in Majig. Sort of like action RPG. I've never heard of Dark Cloud before. Are you a grotto shit weird place? Wait, what? What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Oh shit, it's this one. Okay, yeah, it's the fucking diary. Oh yeah, I got your diary, bitch. Fish burger. Look at all these crabs here. They're all in crabs here, man. Cramps. I heard goodest things about it. Like I said, I've never heard of. Oh, they made Professor Layton. Oh, that's actually one of those games that I really do want to play sooner or later as well. Anyways, let me go up here real quick. I want to go to the bathroom as well, so I'll go to the bathroom pretty soonish. All right, I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick. Oops. I'm back. Okay, so I guess, I got their book. But then, oh, fuck me. But then again, I had to sail all the way back. Oh my god, I had to sail all the way back to, Autumnia. Get the courage, sail back here, do the errand. And then I should be done with my errands, right? I think, yeah. A lot of going back and forth right now. And I've been like around here for about 4 hours now, I think. Get out of here with that shit, bitch. How do you miss 2 of your fucking kicks? You fucking pussycat. But yeah, oh, I forgot to even mention that one of the games that I really wanted to play when I was young was Professor Layton. I never gotten into it was because like I couldn't get the game at all.
We can do
I just don't know why I just couldn't get the game at all. I need to do this real quick. Uh-oh. One is dead already. Didn't have it. I think I understood the game as it being like a puzzle game-ish kind of thing. I don't know whether it was a puzzle game though. Was it like a game with puzzles? I remembered it being like a weird train-like game with puzzles. I can picture it in my head. I played one but I sucked at it. Yeah. I still wanted to play it because I love puzzle games as well. I think puzzle games are like cool. I like the like one of the genres that that make me who I am as well. Visual novels is a lot of puzzle. Yeah. What the? It just disappeared in front of my eyes! Bro! My dude just disappeared right in front of my eyes! What the fuck? That sucks. Yeah, I really do want to play it sooner or later, but like... The only reason why I'm not playing it at the moment, or like I don't want to play it at the moment, is because I'm kind of just waiting it out to get a console. Like I want to get a 3DS in order for me to play games on a 3DS, other than playing it on an emulator. I'm a dumb fuck who wants to buy like a DS just to play DS games and have it modded. So I could screen capture. Which, like I said, is still a dumb fucking idea. But it is what it is for me at the moment. I know someone who actually mods their DS, but I need to ask them again sooner or later. Seems like DS modding is very rare. Yeah, you can screen capture a DS. There are two companies that I know of, or two, like, manufacturers that I know of. One of them is Merki, M-E-R-K-I. The other one is Delfinos, D-E-L-F-I-N-O, Delfino. So both of these companies actually just, you know, do modding for screen capture. I've been wanting to do that for a while now. The problem is that the price point for them are very expensive. They're both like $500-600 for me, like 500-600 Singapore dollars, and I don't think I could, like, I need to prioritize on my money usage in order for me to have them. But honestly, like, we'll see. We'll see if I ever have it one day. It sounds like it feels like an interesting kind of like thing for me to do, is to get like a DS and get it like screen modded, or modded to capture my screen and shit like that. But like I guess it's like sooner or later. I have a shin bone. Where the fuck shin bone is that? I thought they don't have it anymore though. I used to run some custom IX systems on my DS. Actually landed a sale on it since that practical experience to show what we did with it and why we were the right company to pull in. I see.
Watch this!
It's exporting into like the EU area. Delfino is in the UK while Delfino's in the UK while Merki's in Germany. I don't think there's any US based company that actually does screen modding other than like the one that I mentioned off, the one in the UK and the one in the whatever it is, Game System and War Drive. War Drive?
Better luck next time.
What's a War Drive? Is this something related to PCs? War Drive. Sounds like, yeah, it sounds like something related to PCs. I don't know, maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm just dumb. Get back here, please, 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 please. Thank you. Oh.
Let's do it.
Oh shit! No, 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 no. Dark cloud on you. Dark cloud on you. You get blinded. There we go. Cool. Yes, slapstick. Okay, cool. One more slapstick, and I will be good to go with completing 2. 2 of my missions. Then again, I had to like go back and fucking get more shit. Where's the guy who had like a fucking plethora of fucking information at the time? He has like so much information about this game. Well, what's this guy? Come on. The guy's like a fucking Wikipedia of this game. He came into my stream like a few days ago and like literally told me everything about like fucking crafting and
Come on!
what? Crafting and the recipes. I was like, what the fuck? This guy knows everything. And then he mentioned saying like, oh, he told his girlfriend or like he backseated his girlfriend the game, and then the girlfriend didn't like it. At the end of the game, the girlfriend didn't like it. I was like, maybe you backseated her like so much.
We're under attack!
It was you? Not you! I don't think it was you. You didn't specify. You didn't mention about your girlfriend. I don't think you have a girlfriend, Smile.
We won!
Do you have a girlfriend? But yeah, the guy was like saying like, oh yeah, I backseated my girlfriend to 100% the game. And then at the end of the game, the girlfriend didn't like it at all. And I was like telling him like, hey, is it like you backseating her like so much the reason why she doesn't like the game? He said like maybe. I'm like, uh-huh. I went, uh-huh. Do you have, oh shit, you do have crippling college debt? Okay, you're blinded. Okay, cool. Yeah, okay, I'm done with 2.
We did it!
Slapstick? Slapstick! Okay, cool. Okay, so I did fulfill my task. And then one more, which is the courage thing. Okay, you know what? I will do... Fuck off. You better fuck off. Let's go back to Autumnia and then get people's fucking courage and whatnot while grinding up for more XPs, I would say.
We're under attack!
The student loan forgiveness? The fuck? The fuck? In the US? Do they actually do that though? Like, do they really actually do that though? I need copium right now.
We did it!
Glow shrimp. Oh fuck. Wow. I wasn't even looking at my screen, goddamn. Yeah, I need someone's courage, so I can just like literally. I pay off 25,000 and 15,000 left. Jesus, what the fuck? Okay, question, because I know in my country we don't do that. What happens if you don't pay off your student debt?
No slacking, you lot.
Here you go!
We did it!
You get kicked out of college. What? Wait, what? No, wait. Do you actually get kicked out of college? Goes to normal collections. But like, I thought like student loans would still be forever after you leave college as well. Didn't Ecdysis also have student loans like after he got out of college? Because I remember him mentioning about student loans. Yeah, he did. Like, after college, he actually still had student loans. Even if you die, student loans can transfer to living relative. You know the weird thing about my, like, government is that we get money from studying, actually. We don't loan. I don't think we loan. Do we loan? I think we do have a little bit of like student loans, but like most of the time we get money. I think. Sounds like that. We think is the US costing you an arm for education? Yeah. A lot of the world doesn't expense nearly as much, if not. Yeah. That's why I was like thinking, like, huh, what would happen if you don't have your fucking expenses? Or like you never pay your like student loans. That's the thing. Cause it's gonna be like I thought you would like legitimately have like jail time or something. Like, oh, if you never pay your loans after 30, you'll be in jail or something. What was I supposed to do? Oh yeah. Attack increase and magical defense increase. I'll just use you. Attack increase. US running a racket in education and healthcare. Yeah, I heard like fucking an ambulance ride is like $2,000. Like holy fuck. How the fuck is an ambulance ride of like fucking $2,000? Like Jesus. Wait. Who am I gonna give who am I gonna get courage from? Fuck. That means I need to. Oh man, okay. That means I need to hold on to my shit then. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna hold on to it, and then I'm actually gonna do the main mission for now. Get out of my last job having to tell people dedicate treatment on oncology. Say after a suicide attack wasn't medically necessary, it was too much for me. Jesus. But yeah, like. Yeah, from what I heard, like a fucking ambulance ride is like $2,000 or some shit like that. I know Ek was almost into an ambulance ride as well until he was like, yeah, just call an Uber, please. Just call an Uber right now. I'm like, okay, Ubered it out. You lot are travelers, I take it? That's right, sir. We have come to Hamelin to meet one of the great sages, and we think he's inside the palace. Is that so? And I suppose you would like me to let you in so you can have a look at him, am I right? Ha! A great sage indeed. Good one, boy. Huh? You have obviously not been listening to your emergency decrees. No one's been allowed anywhere near the palace for ages. Ha ha ha! These travelers, eh? Never seem to have a clue, do they? Excuse me? At least we have some manners. I do apologize for my young friend. She was merely unaware of the decree? Decrees? Is decree pronounced as degree? Of the decree you mentioned, and is regrettably quick to anger. We beg your pardon. You do notice? Yeah, but no, I got raided by Punchy. Punchy raided me like a while ago, so there's that. Decree? Okay, so it's decree. Sweeney, Sweeney, what on earth are you? Shh, I got an idea. An idea? What is it then? Got a way to get us into the palace, have you? Yes, and it's very simple. We wear disguises, really? Disguises? Keep your voice down, man. Haven't you noticed? The guard's face can't be seen either. Can't be seen under that armor that they're wearing. What? You're saying we're going to have to wear those awful pig suits? But where would we get them, Sweeney? We're not going to have to steal it, are we? Yeah, I know it's what game I'm playing constantly, but like honestly, like I've been playing like a lot of like other games that is in my interest lately, so there's that. Ambulance rides are more than 4K minimum. Pipe down, man, seriously. Alright, everyone just stay calm. I told you about the black market they have here in Hamelin, right? Well, they'll definitely have some pig armor for us there. We'll just have to go get it. Really? Crikey. Look who's got all the answers, eh? Huh. I don't see why you couldn't always be this useful. 150 subs. What do you mean 950 subs? I don't have 950 subs, honestly. I have 150. Is it 150? It is 150. Yeah, it's 145. 145. That's what it is. Oh, someone gifted. Yeah, someone gifted 950 because, you know, it's all time. It's all time for the past 2-3 years. So there's that. I mean, the respected individual. Yeah, they're a respected individual, and I sincerely like thank them a lot for supporting, for giving their support to me. So there's that. %, yeah. Oh, now you're open. Thanks, my dude. Do you have tits? You have... No, you don't have tits. I thought you have tits. Hey, who are you? Well, there you have it. It's a waste of time. Waste of time. Oh, yeah. It's fucking... Wait. Yeah, you have... I need kindness. I have kindness. I do have kindness, right? Wait, I don't have kindness? What the fuck do I have? Restraint and enthusiasm. Oh, I need courage and kindness. Fuck my life. Okay, whatever. Let's save you real quick. Should we give a PlayStation 5 that's of gift subs instead? No, don't. Depending on the country that you live in, the conversion is not really that good. So if you wanna like really, the conversion is not really that good. I mean, like 950 subs at the moment for like I know Sis gifted 950 subs, but 950 subs at the moment, like in Singapore, is like literally like $950. It's not like times 2. Yeah, it's not really times 2 or times 3-ish. Yeah. Powdered Urk Horn, fresh black truffles. There's nothing old a ball ain't able to get. What'll be today? Heh. You haven't changed a bit, have you? Have I met you somewhere before? No. Now then, let's get down to business. Let's get down to business. That Mulan song that I do not know the lyrics of afterwards. 18 to the dollar. Yeah. Need some grunt armor. 4 suits. Can you help me out? Blimey, grunt armor? I don't handle gear like that, sir. But if I did, what would you need it for? You don't need to worry about that. Let's just say the place we need to go has what you might call a strict dress code. Is that a fact? Well, even if I was in the armor business, gear like that ain't easy to get hold of. You just have to look elsewhere, sir. I see. Well, I hope that I wouldn't have to mention this, but I know about Grace. I know you'll love— Whoa! Someone has all the tea, all the fucking gossip. What the fuck? I know you love her, that you try to hide her. Don't say another word. Where do you hear that name? You know how it goes. Spend long enough in the gutter and you're bound to pick up some dirt. Alright. I'll get you your armor. I'll get it for you right away. Just wait a moment. Huh? Was that a threat? The girl behind him is hot. She's like fucking 16, like 14 or something. Yeah, she's like 14 or something. Maybe, but the end justifies the means, right? We need that armor. That's terrible. This isn't right. We can't take advantage of people like that. Looked older? No, she's like 14 or something because she has like another like doppelganger that's like also 14 as well. And Erna's like super into her because like fucking Erna's into like fucking weird shit. Hey, Sir Ace. I need to get more fucking shit sooner or later. Sir Ace, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Offense indeed. Howdy. Wasn't looking properly. Game plot is odd. Yes, alright. I did a terrible thing. You're right, I'm sorry. There, I apologize. Stop looking at me like that. It won't happen again, alright? You promise? Well, I promise to try my best. Huh. You can't even make a simple promise. What kind of man are you? Here's your armor. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you gonna put it on straight away? Yeah, if you don't mind, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Abel. Now look, I don't know what you're up to, but be careful, alright? Oh, and nice one, by the way. What? Your friend! I take my hat off to him. Only a real pro could have worked out my little secret. Funny, really. Before you mentioned it, I had him down as a right joker, but he obviously knows what he's doing, eh? So, it wasn't a threat? Sweeney, look. Come on, let's get changed. Holy shit, they're pigs! Bruh. Look, Sweeney, I'm sorry about what I said before. It's fine. Now, how does your armor feel? I guess mine's a little big. Mine's too. I bet I look huge. No. You look just like you usually do. Hey, Phoenix Flower. Hope you have been doing well. What is that supposed to mean? Come on, you guys. Let's stop fighting and head for the palace. You're right, Oliver. Let's find that great sage. Blimey. Esther and Sweeney has got the right old rapport. With the right material, they'll go far on the stand-up circuit. The pigs, yes. Oh god. God damn it, I can't jump! Oh my, boo. I can't jump, really? Brr. Okay. Wait, so I can't get this guy, right? Oh yeah, okay, I have restrain. Yeah, okay, this guy has restraint then. They're all pigs. God damn it, dude. Okay, let's go do the main mission real quick, and then afterwards I can do the side quests if I do have the amount of shit that I have. God, the turning is like super fucking slow as well. You can tell. Wait, no. Look at the turning on them. God damn, it's so slow. Hello, my guards. How are you doing, my guards? Hey, what are you lot doing out here? Sir, we need to, we were sent out to fetch something, sir. Did we send someone out? Parasite Eve is good, but the Chrysler building is a mission. You will see what... Well, if I ever get 400 subs, I'm sure. Oh, stuff. He's made a pouch of it already. Oh, you went to pick up the Prince's weekly supply, did you? He never gets tired of those. Alright, for some, eh? Alright, for some, eh? You ever tried one? Set a risk 12. Dude, I set my goal at 300 for Parasite Eve 2. And it was reached. Alright? So don't make me... So I'm setting more of a realistic goal to 400 because I played Parasite Eve 2 already at 300 subs. Surely people could reach 400, you know? 12? I can't do 12. I don't think 12 is realistic enough. I need more money. 300 isn't realistic anymore. 300 is technically realistic. If there's more support. Best we can do in 15 though. How you doing, Cheetah? Hope you're doing well. No! Oh my goodness, just say no, Sweeney. So we got one more sub! See? Told you, one more sub. Cheetah Tequila with the sub, much appreciated for 9 months. Yo. Hope you've been doing well. Yes, sir, just the one, sir. Black truffles are a bit, on the expensive side, sir. You're not wrong there. You need to be a prince to afford that habit. Well then, you better hurry and deliver them and you'll go in you go! Need to be in. Get in. You really know your stuff, Sweeney. Did you know, did you used to work here or something? No, nothing like that. Why are you so interested in my past anyway? I'm not the least bit interested in your past. I'm just making conversations. Crikey, that told him. Now listen, we've done well to get this far, but if the guards find us now, you'll be in big trouble. Don't do yourselves down, man. For what I've just seen, you can sweet talk us past anyone. I don't think my silver tongue's going to get us any further. From here on in, they will attack first and ask questions later. What? So we just give up, do we? No, we can't give up. We have made it this far. We have to keep going. Let's just make sure we don't get caught. Alright, Oliver, but listen. If a guard spots you, just start running as fast as you can. Huh. It ain't much of a plan, but it will do it for me. Holy fuck. Hang about, Ollie boy. We need to use our heads and think before we move. Otherwise, those porkers will sniff us out in no time flat. First thing to do is R1, get out the old mat. Looking at that will help you work out where the guards are going, ain't it? This place is crawling with blighters, so you need to use R to check if the coast is clear before strolling around any corner. Oh, and if you take a proper close look at the map of yours, I'll bet you'll spot some handy nooks dotted around this place. If we hide in them, the guards will never spot us. The thing about those pig helmets they wear is that they can only see what's right in front of their snouts. So if we don't get carried away and stray too close to them, I reckon we'll be all right. Got all that? Have you, Tidy? Tidy! Tidy! Let's do this, shall we? Okay. Oh. Oh shit, okay. No! Sorry! Oh man, I got kicked out! What the fuck? Okay. I didn't know I'm gonna get kicked out like that. Whoops. Lol. Oh my god, this is like a stealth mission, huh? Obligatory stealth mission. No! I don't want to do stealthing. See, ah! I was about to say see ya man, and then like, the guy just came around me. I was like, holy fuck, I'm sorry. Oh, I hate stealth. I hate stealth so much. Why? I'm not patient enough for stealth. I'm literally not patient enough for stealth. If I ever play like a stealth game like Metal Gear Solid, I am shit. I'm the shittiest person ever to play stealth missions. Some of you will play MG. No, don't bring me to MGS, please. They're remaking MGS 3 as a side. Stop! Oh, you fucking kidding me? Okay, how far does he stop though? Oh, he stops there? Really? Fuck me. Jesus. I had to go around, okay. Oh! 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 I don't think Kojima is gonna make another. Sorry. I don't think Kojima is gonna make another game though. I'm not too sure. We can always ask. I don't think asking would work out as well. Let's make it Death Stranding 2. Jesus. I hated Death Stranding. I think Death Stranding was one of those games that I got for free, and then I was like lucky that I got it for free because it was shit. It was utter shit. I don't want to play Death Stranding again. It was shit for me. I don't like it. I really didn't like it. Oh, that one is a dead end. Hey, look. Flipping Ekman, stop shouting. I don't care what you want to play. You're playing it else. No. But look, it's a manhole. What do you mean it's a manhole? A hole in the floor is about as much as much use as towards as a blinking. Wait. If we go through here, I think we'll come out somewhere around there. Well, it's worth a try, isn't it? It certainly is. So we're going into that fucking manhole. Okay. Okay, we go into the manhole. All right, in we go. This armor is too big to fit inside. Well then, let's take it off. Take it off? You don't take off your disguise at a time like this, man. I'm keeping mine on. Size ain't the problem for me. Disguise? Drippy, you're just wearing a helmet. To right I am. And I'm the only one that of us that's got half a chance of not getting caught. I'll tell you why, shall I? Don't tell me you've learned to do a Hamlin accent. No, you sarky so-and-so. It's because this helmet right here is the best disguise of all. Every time I hear a guard coming, I just tuck my arms and legs saying it. The guards just see a helmet lying on the ground and continue on their merry way, blending in with the environment, ain't it, Tidy? Blending in? Like oak? They blend into their environment too. No man, that's completely different. Oh sure. So anyways, it looks like this manhole is our only option, huh? Unless Drippy can find us some giant helmets to wear. Yes. Let's get down there, shall we?
Look at this place. It's amazing.
Holy shit, they're squirting out of the
Sure is
nose.
something.
So, this is how the other half live, is it? Proper swanky, this is.
Proper swanky.
Oi, it's this way. Come on, get a move on.
Okay, are you sure about this?
Ah! What now?
What the fuck?
Run! Run, I tell you! Never a minute's rest with you lot, is there?
It's a tank. Porco Grosso. Hey, Soph. No effects. Oh fuck! Wow. Let's use you real quick. What the fuck? Holy shit! You guys are insane. Hope you save. I didn't save. I don't think I saved. Did I even save? Doing a rerun of yours? Wait. I was like, why the fuck Duo live in this channel and real? Wait, really longathon? Hold on. Wait, are they showing my run? On really long? Wait, where's really longathon on? No, wait, that's RR longathon. Oh shit! Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah, I remember that one actually. Is it this one? Hold on. Are they actually showcasing? Yo, are they really doing it? Are they really doing it right now? Let's see. Let's see. Hit the live button. Hit the live. Am I live? Come on, tell me I'm live. That's not me live. That's probably me live right now. Yo. My dude. Holy, yeah, I put that for 7 hours? Jesus. Jesus, I put that for 7 fucking hours. Holy fuck. But yeah, I think I did this in, when did I do this? I did it on 2020 or 2021, I think. That was like a long time ago. Jesus. But yeah, I did like 7 hole 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. I didn't learn 4, but someone was doing 4 at the time. So there was that. That was a very long time ago, actually. Yeah, that was a very long time ago. Oi. Wait, what? Take it from me, man! You'll never put a dent in this mechanical monstrosity unless you use magic or one of your familiar tricks. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Magic. Oh fuck! Wait, did I heal the wrong person? Oh, I did heal the wrong person. Oops, sorry. Should heal. Wait, no. Strong coffee on you. More. L Mitten, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, friends, indeed, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, let's do... No, let's do, wait, hold on. Okay. What is my trick shots? I need to know what my trick shots are. Bro, you're shit. Get out of here. I don't want to fucking heal you anymore. You fucking piece of shit. Sorry. Oh god. Provisions. Use you again. Which one is better? Thunderbolt. Wait, hold on. I have Thunderbolt. I want to see what Thunderbolt is. Boom. Yes! Now's my chance. Now's my chance. Go. All attack. All out. All out. Attack! Attack! Ow, Jesus. That's a very big attack. Hold on. What the fuck? Hey Spot, hope you're doing well. $59 damage, goddamn. Hold on. I need strong coffee on you. Oh wait, no. Defense. Hold on. Until I can actually do something real quick. Thanks. Thunderbolt on you. Did I protect myself? No, I did not! Holy shit! What the fuck? Jump, get out of the way! Okay, use this. Okay, defense right now. We'll go with this one. Hope you're doing well, Iverton. Wait. Eat sandwich. What songs do I have? Ooh. Sure, I'll try. It didn't do anything, fuck me. Can I just really just go for it an attack though? Lamal Sweeney? Oh shit. Throw a Pokeball? I can't. Holy fuck. Go more defense. I need more coffee though. Get more coffee. I need more coffee. You. Hey Danny, hope you're doing well. Wait. You? On Thunderbolt. Boom. Wait! Go for it! Go! Hit it with the sheesh! There you were, the 16 bits spot. Hit it with the sheesh! That's right, bitch! Show that French flag! Show that French flag right there! Do the gritty right now? Jesus. Water cannon. Hold on. Water cannon. War cry. Let go! Let go! You're on your way to Paris. This shows the Paris flag right there. I don't think we have much choice. Listen. Damn it! The guards must have heard us fighting. They'll be here any minute. You're right. I can hear voices. Come on, we have to run. Don't worry about me, Ollie boy. First sign of trouble, and I'll turn into a carelessly mislaid helmet, ain't it? What's down here? Another manhole? Ah, they're everywhere! There's even soldiers coming out from... Wait, what? Already? Oh yeah, save! Oh fuck! Oh fuck, save! Oh my god, Jesus! I almost forgot to save. We've been playing this game. I want to refresh my memory by doing so. Yeah. Jules excited today. I like this game. I was looking at old medicines. You know, there's several other glitch lists that you can keep an eye out. They're all silly, and you currently have Glitchless World Record. Me? I don't think I have Glitchless World Record. I don't remember. Maybe. But then again, I don't really care. I only care about Glitched World Record. Oh, no, sorry, not Glitched World Record. Glitched Run. Yo! Fanboy! Fanboy alert! Oh fuck! I exited again!
Wow. So the prince is the great sage.
Whoops. Whoops. Don't worry, I still have it here. Holy shit, 27 hours in this game so far. In-game time. Don't worry, I still have it right here. Alright. Ghibli cartoon animation right now. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, leaving my controller behind right now. They went that way. Oi, British. Any British people in the chat right now? Oi!
For me? Oh, so hideous. Why am I so ugly?
Motherfucker ugly, looking like a femboy, man.
Someone's coming. Must hurry.
My dude looking like a femboy, dude.
Who are you?
But you must be. You're the prince.
Correct. I am Prince Markasan, ruler of Hamlin. And who might you be?
You see,
What do you think you're doing here? Huh? Oh, oh.
You mustn't. God, no. Oh, get away. Do not look at
Dude, British people are like hot femboys sometimes, you know? Smile.
Be gone.
Wow. So the prince is the great sage.
Got it in one. Just who in the world are you?
Your Highness, you have nothing to fear. There's something we'd like to ask you.
Something to ask me? Ah, I see. Now you know my secret. You mean to blackmail me?
Blackmail.
That's not it. We came to... We need the great sage's help.
Huh? Great sage?
Oh
You mean
shit.
me?
Yes, of course we do. You were one of the great sages who protected this world, weren't you?
I am sorry to disappoint you. It was my father who was the great sage.
No
He
fuck.
passed away 15 years ago.
Bruh.
You inherited his powers, didn't you?
Oh.
Great sage's powers. You should not believe everything you hear. I was never good enough. How could I be a great sage? Me, of all people. I have no gift for magic.
Huh? But you...
I think you've been here long enough. No one asked you to come. Now leave me
Look
alone.
at how femboy he looks. God damn.
Do you think...
No doubt, he's broken-hearted.
But which piece of his heart is missing?
What that boy's lost is his belief, like. Sure as eggs is eggs.
His belief.
That's right. Folks can tell him how blinking handsome he is till they're blue in the face, but will he believe him? Not a bit of it. Lost his belief he has in himself and...
Look at his face. Everyone in this town will blow him.
Prince.
We'll blow in his face now. Like what?
Come on. Let's go find that piece of heart. Right.
Sure as X is. Yeah, sure as X
More
is.
trouble than he's worth.
I guess we'll be going then, Your
Typical
Highness.
Welsh sentences. Look at that fatso right there.
But from where?
Esther can bang him so he gains consciousness. True. True. The great sage is the prince himself, is it? And he's brokenhearted. We have to do something, and fast. We need to find him some belief. Is it just me, or is it getting misty in here? Whoa, is this really something? What's going on all of a sudden? I can't see a thing! Huh, wait a second. There's something in... Is there someone in... there's someone there? Who? I can't see anything. What? Monkeys?!
Where'd they come from?
They're still after us.
Monkeys?!
Look!
There's more behind us! Damn it! We're surrounded.
Huh?
Just who in blazes do you think you are?
Hello.
And where in the world did you spring from? I will have answers.
Huh? We could ask you the same thing.
Mind your tongue, girl. You stand before an emperor. We'll take care of them, your majesty.
Emperor?
Stand down! I must discover how they came to appear here. And I shall not rest until I have done so. It is my sworn duty to know all that goes on in my domain. Come! Bring them to my chamber. We have much to discuss.
Chamber? Torture chamber? Sex dungeon? What? Hey yo! Hey yo! Ha 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 ha! The more I listen to your lies, the more lovable they become. Are you truly trying to suggest that you are from the future? Is it really true, Sweeney? I'm not sure I believe in myself. There's no doubt about it. You saw the sorry state of the prince with your own eyes. The man you see before now, on the other hand, he's the former Emperor of Hamelin. You shall tell more of this. Now speak! What becomes of Hamelin in the future? And who is this prince that you encountered? He has long, dark hair and blue eyes. Ha 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 ha! If you must tell lies, you might at least make them credible, boy. Huh? We are not lying. Do you mean to tell me that my younger son will one day become emperor? Younger? So that Marty Prince has got an older brother, has he? Look at this. This is your darling son, Marcarson, all grown up. This is the future Emperor of Hamelin. It does indeed look somewhat similar to my son. Should you really be showing him that, Sweeney? I had to do something. He never would believe us otherwise. Marcarson becomes emperor, but what of Gascon? Gascon? What will become of him? Well, you never really liked him much anyway, did you? He wasn't really emperor material. Are you claiming that I do not care for my own son? I have had men imprisoned for less. Are you denying it? Surely not. Marcarson was the only son you ever wanted. How dare you! How dare you make such a claim? Your Majesty, something terrible has occurred. It's Prince Gascon and Prince Marcarson. They went out to practice their magic, but they have ventured beyond the city walls. Leave them be. They shall fend for themselves. But Your Majesty, think of the danger. And Prince Marcarson is still so young. You're not going to help them, Your Majesty. Certainly not. They must learn to resolve problems that are of their own mistake. This is the Hamelin way. He's fucking dead. You're really just going to abandon your own children? Silence! But they're in danger, Your Majesty. If you won't help them, we will. Look, we don't have time for a staring contest. I say we leave this old fool to stew and find those kids. What did you say? We'll continue this later, shall we? What? Oh man, maximum number of saves. I guess I saved a lot. How many times did you save again? I saved 99, oh well, plus one more, 100 times. I saved 100 times already. Because I kept saving and saving and saving. I wanted to just save. I mean, I just save a lot. Where the fuck are they? Fuck are these people? Why are they just outside? What the fuck? They just took off their helmet. Yeah, they just took off their helmet. What the fuck? Oh wait, where's the stairs? There's the stairs. Salted ice cream. Okay, hold on. Hold on with the salted ice cream. I have 1 attack on Go-Go. Giving you more attack right now. Cool. A lot of evasion as well. I'm just gonna give you more evasion. Lamau. Don't know why, but I'll just give more evasion. Oof. How much money do I even have? Wait, how much money do I have? 12,000 money. Okay. I can go for like 1 stay. Yeah. Oh fuck. Where are they? They're there. Okay. Let's go. Let's go.
Stay calm now.
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? I saw fire and that's it. Holy fuck. The weather app says it feels like 106 outside. I want that weather. I think I would be alright with 106. Oh wait, what was I doing? Yeah, this one. Did she use this one? I'll give you back go. Wait, yeah, I'll give you back Go-Go. See how the attack for this one is like. What the fuck was the weather on your end? My weather is like. Let me actually check. Hold on. The weather right now is 25 degrees Celsius. And usually my weather like in the daytime is like 32 degrees Celsius. Which is like, right now is like 70 degrees Fahrenheit, I think.
Stay calm now.
Or is it 80 degrees Fahrenheit? You gotta go shopping? Hell yeah, shopping's cool.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Yeah, the weather here is like super fucking like hot every time. I mean, it's not like fucking, you know, like summer hot, but it's hot every day. I don't really care. I've never experienced like that much coldness before, so there's that.
Stay calm now. Here goes. We won.
Are they in this hole? No, they're not in this hole. They're in there. Look at that fucking
Stop
fanboy.
whining.
Jesus.
Try again.
Be careful, Gascon!
What the fuck? Oh shit, 3, 5, 4, thumb. I'm gonna put my dick in your bum.
We gotta help them. Yes.
3, 5, 4, thumb. I will put a dick in your bum.
Let's do it. Here goes.
Ow. You literally punched me? He's dead. Rip.
What can I say? It's a
Ripperino. The guy died. Phew! Crikey, that was a close one. Are you alright? You two are princes, aren't you? Your father is the emperor. Yes, my name is my cousin. Shut up, you fool. We can't go telling everybody who we are. Oh, so your brother isn't going to tell us his name? Leave me alone. Leave you alone. You do realize that we're the ones who came and rescued you after you went off all on your own, don't you? Huh, no one asked you to. We were practicing magic until you lot got in the way, that is. Gascon, I'm hungry. What? Already? Well, I suppose we'll better get you something to eat then. Come on, you lots. Huh? Heh, you would never make it back to Hamelin by yourselves. We better escort you. Escort us? Yeah, don't worry. You can thank us later. Okay. What the fuck? We have more people now? What in the flying fuck? Bro, we have more people now. What the flying fuck? What the fuck? Wait, hold on. Do they have familiars? Or they just have magic?
Here we go. Here goes.
We won 69. Jesus. So they're just not there. I don't know whether I should actually like evolve my cat though. I wanna evolve the cat, but I'm not too sure. Off out, take care, Jewel. Hope you do the rest of it. Yeah, have a good one, J Games. Thank you for stopping by. Much appreciated, by the way. I still have to find... Okay, you know what? Because I still have to find courage, I will... Well, I still have to find the other two, right? Courage and kindness, yeah. Like, I still have to find courage and kindness, so I'm just gonna leave it be right now and just, like, go back. But also, at the same time, I'm just gonna fucking grind out for XP.
Fancy your chances, do you?
Here goes. We've won!
How much XP am I gonna grind right now?
Come on, you guys! Here goes!
Have we gotten to the part where the story gets interesting? I guess? I don't know. We're at the pig area. That's what we said. That's what I know. How you doing, Silent? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we had the pig area. So I kind of think that it gets interesting. But also at the same time, I've been like on 27 hours, as you can tell. I've been playing this game for 27 hours. I don't think that... Wait, is that clown face? I thought it was a clown face, god damn it. I don't think you're gonna sell me more, right? Oh, you had the dagger. There's like 3 more. Did I not get these? Wait, are they upgrades? They're not upgrades. Yeah, they're just the same thing. Okay, whatever. Was Pride a few days ago? Yeah. Pride good. Did you miss it? Nah, I mean, it's every year anyway, so. Are you lot still following us? But we got to tell the Emperor that we have found you. So where did your partners? Oh, partners? What's partners? I don't even know. Heh! You want to see my father, do you? I wonder what you want from him. Actually, I don't care. Bye. Hang on a minute, man. We saved your skin back then. Ain't you going to thank us or anything? Thank you? You're the ones who should be thanking us for escorting you back to Hamelin. The flippin' chick of this kid. I ain't never seen anything like it, man. Kid? I'm not a kid. And I have a name. Gascon. Prince Gascon to you. Be sure to address me properly if we never meet again. If we ever meet again. Now, come along, my cousin. Alright. I'm 4K away from the hot tub. Who the blinking head does he think he is? He's got me proper wound up, has he? So the 2 princes are called Gascon and Marsasin? There's something about Prince Gascon. What is it? I feel like I've met him somewhere before. I guess it's just my imagination though. Oh, definitely. No doubt about it. It's your imagination, alright. I guess so. Huh. Now, stop wasting time with harebrained theories. We need to get moving. Ha 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 ha! I admire your spirit. Not every child would so readily refuse an emperor. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but there's something we have to do. Indeed, and yet your magical abilities are really outstanding. I realize now that I should never have doubted you. You understand that I am reluctant to let such a talent slip away, and you sure I can't persuade you to be Marsasin's magic teacher. I was on stream where a girl was masturbating. I was kicked though. The fuck? I don't think that's kick that you could masturbate on stream. I don't think you can do that. Huh. Just as stubborn as I remembered. Sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but we really do have to go back to our own time. It's just, we don't know how. You wish to go back to your time? To the future. Well, breach time would be ideal, of course. Breach time? A legendary spell, one that allowed the caster to take a leap through time. Alas, it has long been sealed away on account of its power. Gee, that sounds like just what we need. I wonder if there's a way we could get this breach time spell. Hey, I heard about your new rule. Why can't I go with Marsasin and help him practice his magic? Really, Gascon, we both know you haven't a single magic. We both know you haven't a single magical bone in your body. Marsasin is to become a sage. He will learn nothing from the likes of you. That's not true. I'll teach Marsasin magic. I'll help him become a sage. You will see. He does not need your help. Your time will be better spent thinking of another role for yourself within the Empire. What kind of role are you thinking about? Would you have me spoon-feed everything to you? You must find your own answers to such questions. That is the Hamlin way. Fine! Come on, Marsasin. Let's go on. Let's go and practice some magic. Alright. I am sorry that you had to witness that. You were talking about breach time, Your Majesty. Yes, now in return for rescuing my sons, I shall relate to you a piece of Hamlin lore. It states that the spell required to travel through time is hidden on the Tombstone Trail, along with the wand required to cast it. Tombstone Trail? I don't like the sound of that. The Tombstone Trail winds its way through a desolate valley to the northwest of here, and at its end stands an ancient altar dating from the age of sages. That is where you will find the legendary wand Mornstar. Fucking Mornstar, really? Mornstar? Prove yourself worthy of wielding that wand, and you shall surely be deemed ready to cast Breach Time. Be aware, however, that you can only cast Breach Time once in your life. If you go back to the future, you will not be able to return to this time. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, we understand. We're going to get Mornstar and travel back to our own time. Your enthusiasm is admirable, yet beware. The Tombstone Trial is home to countless evil spirits. Take the spell, and use it to keep the fiends at bay. Arrow of Light. We sure will. Thank you, Your Majesty. Oh my god, we're back here again. Okay, is there any more shit that I can do? Wait, I just realized something. The mission's gone from that area. Wait, yeah, I just realized something. The mission's gone. Can I not do the mission again? Hey Dom, hope you're doing well. Sometimes there's a benefit of scoping out hot tub stream. I guess. Sour Sunday. Magical defense. I'll give you the magical defense. Yeah. Yeah. But you're doing well. Hot tub streams are still a thing. I mean, they're still a thing, surely. It's never gone to begin with, I guess. I mean, people just get tired of it. That's what it is. Wait, what? What? So I can't do stuff right now? I guess so. Okay. So if I can't do stuff right now, I can just go on with my jolly way. Instead, they watch someone count down on an iPad now. What the fuck? Okay. I'm still getting more shadow glass from that fucking area. I don't know why. Okay, so I guess I need to go to that one area that I know where it is. Rock girl with the big tits. Wait.
No slacking, you lot.
Rock girl with the big tits. Oh! Oh. There was a streamer who was doing some bikini stream, but she wasn't on stream for like 3 hours. She just kept pointing at the knife. What the fuck? Interesting that she just kept pointing at an iPad.
No slacking, you lot.
What the fuck? Can it stop? There we go. Jesus. So going for an 8-hour stream? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like I want to end it right now, but also at the same time, I still have energy to actually play a little bit more. Yeah, I still have a little bit of energy to play a little bit more though. But also at the same time, I'm kind of just also upgrading. Well, yeah, like leveling up, I would say. I want to see if I could actually get the 40. Pretty long game. It is a very long game, as you can tell. Hold on. I'll show you real quick. It is a pretty long game when you can totally tell that the timer right here. Let's get the horny. Wait. Am I supposed to be horny? Wait, what? No. As you can tell from right here, as you can tell. Look at the time. No, I'm not gonna play the second one right after. I might just see whether I would really want to play the second one sooner or later, but yeah, as you can tell, 27 hours right now for this game. You can totally tell how long have I been spending on this game lately.
Stay calm now.
But also at the same time, I'm just grinding it out as well. JRPGs be like that. It is. They are like that. And it's a good, like, how you say, it's a good kind of I guess it's a good change sometimes. Like I've been playing a lot of like horror games and FPS games that like I don't really branch out on a lot of stuff, you know. I really want to branch out on shit lately, and this is my branching out on shit lately. Give me a sec. I have like something I need to check. Someone DM'd me or something. Okay. It gets you into a calm flow. It's not a calm flow. More of a like sending dick pics. It's more of like I play like the same shit every time, and like I know people come in and out and such, but like it's more of like I don't have anything. I really want to play a lot more games, it's just that I don't have anything. And I'm scared, like... So, I'm kind of scared in my own way that, like, I feel people aren't gonna be watching me anymore and stuff like that. So, like, people are just gonna watch me less. And as you can tell, like, people kind of just watch me less nowadays. You know? You need to donate you more games. Well, sure, but also at the same time, I don't think I would play those games as well if you were to donate me, like, a game like what? Like, hentai sumo wrestling 3 million. I don't think I would play, like, a game like that. I got someone's fucking nuts. So, it's more of like, do I take a break? Or do I play something that, like, it's, like, do I play something that I really wanted to play for a very long time, and, you know, if I play it off-stream, do I really have the momentum to play it more off-stream than on-stream, you know? I'm not gonna play Cockpit. I think I'm gonna get banned if I were to play Cockpit. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get banned.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Leisure Suit Larry. I don't know if I could stream that game. Can I even stream that game? What kind of game do I like besides horror? Like FPS games. Like, I play a lot of Counter-Strike for a reason. I have like 6K hours on Counter-Strike, maybe like more than 6K hours. I have like probably like at least 8K hours on Counter-Strike. Yeah, Honey Pop is one of those banned games, yeah. I like FPS and puzzles, like puzzle games. But some puzzle games are just kind of boring, even like, you know, show. I literally tried to show like a game that's called the Entropy Center, and people were like asking me like, why the fuck are you playing this game? This game's boring. I'm like, it's not boring for me. I like playing that kind of game, you know? I got the reaction of Slippery Peanut, Jesus.
Here we go!
Here go! Ready?
And also, one of the reasons why I'm playing this game at the moment is because it's like, it's an RPG that is like quite easy. I think it's quite, like, it's quite RPG friendly, you know? I think this game is RPG friendly for like everyone to play. It's very simple, and if you have never played like a JRPG before like me, I think this game is actually like a good recommendation that this game, that like, you know, a simple JRPG would actually be much of fun. And I like it a lot, you know? Like I said, this is like one of those RPG games that is like really simple, and I think people can understand how to play this game. I don't think it's like fucking like Final Fantasy or Monster Hunter that, you know, that is like super fucking complex, or like Diablo as well. I don't think it's like that complex as those games. But to be fair though, I don't really play a lot of RPG games. Pokemon is one of them that I want to play sooner or later as well, but like, I'm dumb and I really want to get console. Like, I want to get a console out of it. Like, I want to get a Game Boy and play Pokemon. I don't know if I want to play I'm waiting for Power to come out. Yeah, I'm waiting for Power to come out, but it's gonna take a while until Power is gonna come out, right? Wait, do I be a female or do I want to be a male? A female or a male? Generator. Oh, my fucking... My fucking elbow. Jesus. I think next year. No, it's this year, right? Look at that, what the fuck? I mean, that's Pokemon Go, though. It's not like Pokemon. Pokemon is like a... like an RPG that I would want to play. I think I'll put a lot of effort into like Pokemon because I think Pokemon is one of those games that I'm really interested in. My only problem is that like when Steam says January 2020, January 2020, what the fuck? That's already passed. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean 2024? 2023, I see. As a diehard Pokemon fan, the games are for babies, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, the games are for babies. I mean, like, this game is also for babies as well. And I like it that way. How you doing, Zombizzle? The Oni Up drama? Yeah, and then I bought it. After they lifted it up, I bought it immediately, and I was like, thank God I bought it because I wanna keep a rare game smile. Goblin Town, yeah. Hold on. There we go. Like all I ask for is like a harder mode where the AI isn't completely incompetent. What else is morphable other than that one? Oh, do I need... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, okay. I guess I just need... whatever. I guess I'll I don't like Persona. I don't even like Shin Megami Tensei. I watch them, and it doesn't seem like a game that I would play.
Let's go.
Like, legit. I like the, well, not just a cute JRPG. I like JRPGs where it's simple, you know? I think JRPGs that are simple are like something that I would be interested in. Hey Lex. Trick to Shimatami Gensei is figuring out how to one-turn trash mobs. Yeah, I do not know what that means, but yeah. I'm mad. I'm so mad the Persona 3 port won't get any additional content by the end of the day. Oof. But yeah, like I don't know. I'm doing fine, by the way. Hope you're doing well. I don't know what other RPG games are there that are kind of like, you know, simple and interesting for me. Like, I think Pokemon is an interesting RPG, and I really like that a lot.
Better luck next time.
So I only like this game, Pokemon. I think that's about it. Other than that, like I think like FPS RPGs are okay for me as well. I used like 3 of them. Let's go Pikachu, Eevee. Yeah, okay. Wait, where do I go from here? Do I make a bridge from here?
No slacking, you lot.
Golden Sun. I've never heard of Golden Sun before. I know someone has been suggesting me to play Suikoden, or Suidoken, whatever the name is. Suidoken? Like they mentioned saying that it's an easy RPG game.
What can I say?
I don't know how easy the RPG game is. Do I go out from here? Where the fuck do I go out from? What? Where the fuck do I go? Huh? What? Oh! Oh! Suikoden is relatively easy. It has moments of roughness. Yeah.
Fancy your chances, do you?
I just don't know how it's like. I mean, I would think of trying it, but also at the same time, I really just don't know how it's like. This Gaia. Never heard of this Gaia before. I think another RPG game that someone suggested me to play is No More Heroes. And it looked like a very interesting game for me to this Gaia, I don't even know. Yeah, someone suggested me to play No More Heroes. Is No More Heroes not an RPG? Oh shit, wait. What's an SRPG? Oh, strategy role-playing game, I see. Action hack and slash. Huh. I thought it was an RPG though. But not like your usual RPG, it's like an action RPG. Okay, let's make a bridge. But maybe I'll try it out sooner or later. I need to see how much is it on sale right now. Because it's one of the games that like someone suggested me to play. It's pretty straightforward. It doesn't really look straightforward when I was watching you know, like the I was looking pictures of it on the Steam store. Usually I look at pictures on the Steam store or I watch people play it to see whether I'm interested into it. There were some like some games that I thought it was interesting but afterwards turned out to be not interesting. Like I think Hunt Showdown was one of them. And then Barrel Trauma was not really an interesting game to me as well.
We're under attack. Here
Because it looked like Faster Than Light, and I didn't like Faster Than Light at all. I don't know, because like the there was like multiplayer for it, if I'm not mistaken, right? For Barrel Trauma. Isn't there like multiplayer for the game? Where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oh yeah, here. Yeah. So, someone wanted me to play Barrel Trauma, and I was like looking at the pictures of Barrel Trauma, and I was like, nah, I don't think this game is cool. And someone was suggesting me to play Barrel Trauma. I was like, nope. I think one game that I was kind of interested in, but then people told me not to play it, or like suggested me otherwise, was fuck, what's that game called? Oxenfree, that's the one. Yeah, Erd will try to interest me into the game. Oxenfree, yeah, Oxenfree. That game was one of those games that I'm a bit interested in, but I'm not too sure what game it is. Yeah, people also told me not to play Oxenfree as well. Like, I was a bit interested in Oxenfree, and then people were like, yeah, this game, no. I don't know. They said like the story is just boring. But otherwise, I do not know what that game's all about. They just said that, like, the story or the plot is just boring. And it was like, yeah, they just don't suggest it. The only reason why I was kind of interested into it was because like there was a key for Oxenfree 2. Hey, Damage Plushie. There was a key for Oxenfree 2 that was on Keymailer, and I was like thinking about it.
We can do this.
I was thinking about it, and then I asked people like around, like, hey, is Oxenfree good? And then they said like, nah, the story was just bland. I was like, interesting.
Next time.
I hope you're doing well, Damage Plushie. Fallen Order. God. Oh wait, what genre of game do you think you will play next after this one? More horror. I'm gonna go back to playing more horror games, honestly, because there's a bunch of other horror games like that are coming out this month. I think one of them is actually called Guilt, G-Y-L-T, Guilt. Who is this guy? Someone DM'd me. I don't know why. Yeah. Guilt. Yeah, Guilt. I think Guilt is an interesting game. I looked into it. It was like quite interesting. I'm hoping to get Guilt. The doodle horse twitching as if you see time. True. Yeah. So Guilt is interesting. I think the other one is My Friendly Neighborhood. I think that's what it's called. My Friendly Neighborhood. Because that game looks like a Sesame Street horror game. I'm hooked into it. And also I think Richard, who is one of the staff of GDQ, would like that game as well, because he always asks me to What's that thing called? He asked me to speedrun Elmo's ABCs again. I was like, duh, nope, not doing so, unless asked specifically. I would say, unless asked specifically. Let me see what other games that I have that, you know, are coming out this year. Guild is one of them. Another game that I was kind of interested in is called Luto. Luto, Luto. I don't know how that game is like, but it seems very interesting. It's a psychological horror game. And it's from China, I think? Is it from China? I don't even know. It looks like it's from China. Layers of Fear is Layers of Fear is a game that, like, if I get a key, I get a key. But I'm totally gonna shit talk it. Yomawari, the Lost in the Dark is one of them that I do want to play sooner or later. Heartworm is another one. Let me see. I think My Friendly Neighborhood is one of My Friendly Neighborhood is coming out this month. Guilt is coming out this month as well. I don't know what other games are gonna come out this month, but there's a lot of cool games that are coming out this month that are horror games. I'm really gonna be very excited to play those. A lot of horror stuff coming out this year. I mean, there's what game? Alone in the Dark is coming out this year. Here we are, Tombstone Trail. Hey! Huh? Haha, heading to the valley, are you? Well, we're coming with you. What? You're not serious? Flipping Hackman. They must have followed us all the way here, the cheeky little beggars. You've got a gun, haven't you? Well, I'm building my own special gun. Looks like... Huh. Looks like we've got some things in common. Here, look and learn. Use of new alchemy formula. Dear me, were you always this cocky? But we can't very well go leaving you to get lost in a place like this now, can we? If anything happened, the Emperor would go flipping. Hey, I have a dumb fucking question right now. Is Sweeney fucking whatever it is? Is Sweeney fucking Gascon this whole time? I feel like Sweeney's like Gascon. I don't know why. It just feels like the same fucking person. Arrogant, ignorant, stubborn. Water's good. Ha! You don't honestly think my father would lose a moment's sleep if I disappeared, do you? He doesn't give a damn about me. All he cares about is Macassin. Gascon? That's not... Come on, let's go. I'll go without you if I have to. Why is he giving us orders all of a sudden? Wow, I'm struggling to believe in myself. What were you thinking? Sorry, what was that, Sweeney? Is Sweeney fucking Gascon? Nothing. Come on, let's go. Yeah, I have a feeling that this guy is fucking... These two are the same. No way. No fucking way. These two are the same, I swear. This way, I guess. Wait, is it this? You know what? We'll go this way real quick. There's a red chest right there anyways. They seem to be like the same.
Let's do it! Here goes!
What can I say? It's a
Hold on. Eat that shit up. Suck that. Suck that, motherfucker. I think I should do this for now. I think you would do more damage for sure. Oh wait. What? Oh shit. Oliver and his friends. Oh god. Fuck! What the fuck? Let me down right now, please! Looks like that bridge can see. Okay, what? Oh! I was about to say, what spell do I have? A bridge! And I'm floating! Oh! Come, my child. I shall float towards you. Okay, how much damage am I gonna give? 36. It's the same anyways. Oh wait, did he die already? Oh wow, I just didn't know about that. Floating and chasing like that inlet meme picture, just need a T-pose? Yep. Look at that shit. Can he like stop floating? Like legit? Is there a way for me to like... Are you serious? You can't stop floating? Oh my god, okay. Wait. What the fuck? My dude can't stop floating, holy fuck. This is the Ghibli Ghibli effect. Everyone can float!
Let's go! We won!
I can't believe what I'm looking at.
Come on, you guys! Here
Cool.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Okay, what is this right here then? Look at this place, man. The door's flipping rusty. It won't budge an inch. Huh. Okay, cool. Gone with the levitation, honestly. Yoink, man, now.
We can do this! Here goes!
What the fuck? Get out of here, Zombo.
What can I say? It's a gift.
Thunderbolt? Hold on. Really get Thunderbolt. Oh shit. Roly poly. Sea sense. Blunt. Yeah, I think this is okay. These attacks are okay. Wait, there's nothing here? I just went here for fuck all? Bruh. Bruh, I just went here for fuck all. That kind of sucks, but whatever. Okay, let me just avoid this one real quick. Here we go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah. Move away, bitch. Okay, I want to know what this guy is. As I touch that other guy.
Here goes nothing.
Here we go!
Is that it?
Cool. And where do you think you're going? Ah, it can speak. How very observant of you, boy. Now let's have a look at you. Oh dear me, it would seem you are alive and well. This will not do. This will not do at all. Wait, is this... Wait, hold on. What? Who are you again? Oh wait, you are... Are you the courage guy? Or... Wait, you need a... What? Oh, do I need a spell that I'm dead? What the fuck? Wait, really? Yeah, I'm like, wait, what? Do I have to make a spell to die? Or something? What? Do I even have a spell to die? What? I guess I'll come here later.
Here goes nothing.
Here we go!
What can I say? It's...
Do I have a spell? What? I triggered a cursed trap? What? I got cursed? Wait, everyone's cursed. What the flying fuck? This is everyone's cursed. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
No slacking, you lot.
Here we go!
What the fuck? Motherfucker hit me so hard. What the flying fuck?
We won!
Okay. Let's see about what spells I have. Really? Unalive myself? Ha 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 ha! Not a pulse among them. They're dead! Dead! Come here quick! Fresh corpses, boys. The first in years. Oliver! Oliver, wake up! Hey, it looks like we made it. Made it to another graveyard at least. So does this mean wakey rising already? I see. Whoa, what's that? Why? I'm your new friend. We're all friends now. Lucky you. Thanks. Now, to commemorate the happy events of your death, allow me to present you with this key. Here you are. What's this? I'm glad you asked, you see. Here on the Tombstone Trail, we don't think that you have to stop having fun just because you're dead. That's why we currently in the process of building a magnificent casino. Gumba! Gumba! We're gonna Gumba our lives away right now. As soon as it opens, you can use that key to let yourself in and start enjoying the millionaire's lifestyle. A casino? That's right. A place where the discerning dead can go when they want to die a little. It'll take us a few decades to build, but the wait will be worth it. A few decades? Well, there's no rush, is there? We're all dead after all. I guess so. Thank you, mister. I've got to say, Mud. For a corpse animated by arcane magics from the dark beyond, the skeleton is proper friendly. I guess so. Okay, let's go this way real quick. I wanna know what this way is.
Here we go.
Sweeney, stop stealing shit, you fucking idiot. I swear to God, Sweeney keeps stealing shit. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna be by myself, just stealing all these shit right now. Oh shit, wait, hold on, I can make one. Rogue's revolver. Wait, where's my gun? Rogue's revolver. There you go. Can I do something with like better magic wands or something? Hold on. Huh, interesting. Okay.
Stand back.
A black blade? God damn, what the fuck, a black blade? Oh, god damn. That's a lot of attack though. I think if I have a lot of attack, I could just give it to you then. Go. Go ham on it, my dude. Go ham on it, my dude. Then what's the other, like, Rock's Feather? Oh, God. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Okay. I don't really need it at the moment then. Come back here! Right, meow.
Here goes nothing.
Alright, let's see how this works. Go, attack! That's a lot of fucking... goddamn, that's a lot of damage right now. Either that or I'm fucking leveled up like so much right now. That's a lot of damage, holy fuck. Yeah, that's a lot of damage.
Better luck next time.
Magical attack. I guess for you guys. I don't mind. Give one to you. Fuck me! I'll give all to you then. There. I was about to give another one to like another another fucking familiar, but like I fucked it up like always. Fuck me. I'm dumb, you see. I'm dumb.
Here goes nothing.
We won!
Sorry, I'm checking on something real quick. What's up here? Really nothing? Brr. Brr. Spooky area. Very spooky. I'm scared. This game's a horror game now. Wait, did I give you the sword? Wait. Who did I give it to? Wait, hold on, hold on. Hold the fuck on. Who did I give it to? I gave you the secret dagger. What the fuck? How are you doing so much better than this? Huh, interesting. Oh, purple chest that I can't take at all. A house? In the middle of the buttfuck nowhere? What's all of this? A little rundown shack, is it? It doesn't look like anyone's lived here for a long time. Well, that'll do nicely then. Let's have a kip, shall we? Are you sure that's a good idea, Mr. Drippy? I mean, it looks kind of creepy, but I guess we could rest here for a little while. All right, Marsausen, do it, just like I told you. Okay. Huh? It's no good. I'm sorry, Gascon. I just can't do it. Hey, Veritas. Marsausen, are you lying to me? What? I know you can do it. You're just pretending that you can't. No, I'm not pretending. You are. So why would you do something like that? I'm not pretending. I'm really not. Hey! You shouldn't pick on your little brother like that. I wasn't picking on him. I just want to know the truth. Well, there's no need to be so pushy. I'm sure he'll be able to cast that spell before long. Don't you see? He can already cast that spell. He can cast loads of spells. Huh? He's always been able to. And now all of a sudden he's pretending that he can't. Why would he do that? Maybe he enjoys watching father tell me off. Do you really think that's it, Gascon? Eh? Marsarsen hates seeing you get told off, but he would hate being separated from you even more. What are you? Only those who are capable of becoming sages can ascend to the throne of Hamelin. Isn't that right? How can you... What are you saying that for? Because Marsarsen knows it too. He knows that if he were to show promise as a sage, if he showed himself worthy of being emperor, well, I don't need to tell you what happened. What would happen. That's why he keeps pretending to be no good at magic. What are you? How do you know all this? I don't know what to tell you. All I can say is that this isn't a situation I wish on anyone. It doesn't matter. I want Marsarsen to become a powerful wizard. I won't let you stop me helping. I won't let you stop me helping that happen, no matter who you are. I know you won't. Hell, I wouldn't. Huh. Okay. Oh, there we go.
No slacking, you lot. Here we go. Ready?
There we go. I'm almost a level 40. Ooh. I think like 2 or 3 more battles I will be level 40. I don't think this battle will get me to level 40. We'll see. Yeah, like 1 more battle and then I'm level 40, that's for sure.
No slacking, you lot. Here we go.
We won!
Wow, I need a little bit more in order for me to get fucking level 40. I see. Is it just me or did it get a lot darker all of a sudden? I don't like the looks of this. I can't see where I'm going. It's too dark. Come on, Ollie boy. Use your head. Okay. Oh, it's you again. Hold on. Alright, level 40. Here I come. Girlfriend! Yo! Girlfriend? Oh, girlfriend. Oof. Whoops, sorry. I thought that said girlfriend. I was like, wait, girlfriend in my video game? God damn. God damn, a girlfriend in my video game. There you go, level 40 now. If you pass through this cave, you will find a mighty girlfriend, a true horror. Yes, you will find a mighty altar. Which you would if the path weren't blocked. They say that candlelight may open the way ahead, but I'm afraid I don't have a light. Wait a minute. Oh shit, wait. What the fuck? Bruh. Really? Do I really have to use my Curse Be Gone? Can I still make more Curse Be Gones? A waifu that sees our worth. Okay. Hold on. Thunderspark? Oh, no. Fuck that shit. Okay, wait. I'm gonna be fucking poisoned for a while. Which is gonna suck. What? Again? Bruh. I'm getting all them cursed. What the fuck? Yo, girlfriend. See? Girlfriend. Wait.
Is that it?
Are you running curse percent? Probably. I mean, I did find out that jumping is actually faster in this game.
Here goes nothing.
Cool. What is carnation cake? Wait. Oh, you take the big one. I forgot about that. Wait, do you really take the big one? Oh, you take the big one, okay. Magical attack. I'll give you this. What did you learn? You learned wind tunnel. Wind tunnel? There you go. Which way do I even go? That's the problem right now.
No slacking, you lot. Here goes.
I got a base bell? Interesting. What's a base bell? Oh, okay. Says okay as I don't see it. As I don't like fucking read what it is. Oh, makes it easier to evade attacks. Oh shit, okay. Who has a Gale rope? You have a Gale rope. Yeah. I think that should be good.
Stay calm now. Here goes.
Wait, I can't do it now? Okay, wait, hold on. Now I can do it. What the fuck? Motherfucker's getting attacked, and I didn't know about that. Okay. I guess I'll continue on my journey from here because, I think from here, I still have to go and do stuff.
Come on.
I hope I can capture a girlfriend. I wanna capture a girlfriend, like Lamau. Oh, wait, don't! Give me girlfriend! Girlfriend! Even though it says girlfiend. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what I said. Keep girlfriend. I will keep girlfriend. Keep girlfriend. That doesn't look very bangable. Well, too bad. Clussy? I need to find out. I need to find out what. Okay, you know what? Whatever. I'm just gonna use this. I'm just gonna use it in katakana. Where's the thing? Am I blind? Where's the thing that I'm looking for? Oh, there you go. You're using katakana? No. We're gonna call girlfriend sex, so... Sex. Sex. Sex! I had to. It was the only thing that I could think of. Cop.
Watch this! Here goes!
I should actually pull out the all-out attack though. They give me a cheeseburger, a fucking haunted area. Haunted area, but gives me a cheeseburger. Hello? Hey, yo, girlfriend. Girlfriend right there. Hopefully I lit everything. Yes! Open sesame! There we go. Did you feel that shaking just now? And what about that what about all that noise from from over and over I can't even speak. And what about all that noise from over by the other side? It made my lantern rattle, man. Hold on, my fairy senses tell me we might be able to carry on up the path. My fairy senses never lie. What? Avengers badge. What the fuck is a Avengers badge? Yo! What up, my chick? I'll give you the Avengers badge. Dude, I'm gonna be running so fucking slow right now. Look at the speed that I'm going. Literally, the speed. Holy shit, you got girlfriend 1 and A and B and then an egg. I thought it was something really bad. Other few bank sessions use rejuvenate on her. What? What are you talking about? Huh? Huh? Feud spell? Well, I know it's a feud spell. But what do you mean by after a few bang sessions?
Stay calm now. Here
Holy shit, I kicked the fuck out of this fucking monster, god damn. That's what you're confused about. Yeah, I'm confused about the bang session. What do you mean by a bang session? Hold on. I thought you meant like in the game. I was like, wait a minute, you can do a bang session in the game? Devil's Fang. Hold on, Devil's Fang. Oh. Oh. Quick evolve girlfriend. I'm not gonna evolve girlfriend. I want to see if she's hot, bruh. You gotta think it's like God of War. God of War, I see. Okay. I guess I have to just go on. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what is this now? Uh-oh. Yo, this is the Nightmare on Elm... No, not Nightmare. The Nightmare for... what? Nightmare Before Christmas? Is that the thing? Oogie's Boogie? Or whatever it is called? Candelabra Cadabra. What the fuck?
Well then, I guess we're gonna have to prove we've got what it takes to get it.
Okay.
Everybody ready?
You. Did you do any damage? I didn't see if you actually did any damage though. Is everyone cursed? Oh, we are all cursed. I'm blinded. Jesus. Weak against light attacks. Oh, okay. Yo, we hope girlfriend is hot. I don't think girlfriend is gonna be hot. Wacko Lantern. Wow. Okay. Wait, can I use this one instead? Hold on. Oh, I'm missing every single one of my shots. Okay, that's interesting. But not necessarily all of them. Oof. Let's see stars. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. Come on, dude. Boom. How much damage do I give? 40. That's okay. Okay damage, I would say. Not the best, but also not the worst. Cause I need to do an all attack right now. Yeah, it's not the best, but not the worst as well. And you're about to die anyways, so there we go.
Best of luck next time.
Nice. Ooh. She learned sabotage. Ah. That's what girlfriends would do. They sabotage every kind of boyfriend smile.
Crikey! Back for more, is it?
Oh shit,
Doesn't
is
know when
it?
to give up.
Oh shit! Shot in the back. Shot through the heart and you're to blame. Oh! Yo, Jesus?
Marcus.
Jesus? What the fuck? Holy shit! That's Jesus. What the fuck? Marcuson, that spell, did you... Yes. I mean, yes. You did it, Marcuson. You got him. That was amazing. Thanks, Gascon. Marcuson, you saved us. Thank you. Oh, it was nothing. Now hurry, let's get Mornstar. He's right, you know. Come on, Ollie boy. Let's head for that altar, ain't it?
The legendary wand must be in here.
Huh? Whoa.
Look at that! What a beauty! It may be older than my mom, but it's still got a bucket load of oomph.
It's older than my mom?
Legendary wand. Mornstar.
You have done well.
Who are you?
I am one who guides the fate of this world. And
Holy shit, he's hot.
it was I who summoned you
What the
here
fuck?
this time. Huh? I had scant choice but to bring you here, for in your time, Mornstar has been mislaid. For my boldness, you must accept my apologies. Know that countless trials lie ahead of you still. Steel yourselves and fix your sights upon your goal. Until the day when you finally arrive, I shall be waiting.
He's gone.
I obtained Mornstar. Jewel confirmed to be a slut for masked characters. No, I'm a slut for what do you call that? Anubian wolves? Anubis? I don't know, animals that look like Anubis. How you doing, Koho? Breach time! Breach time, eh? I suppose the rumors about you lot coming from the future are true then. I've never seen any masked wizards here in Hamelin before, though. Have you? Marcuson? No, never. At least he knows himself. Yeah. Well, let's head back to Hamelin for now, Oliver. We need to take the princess back to their father. Yeah. Are you okay, Gascon? Did we get the gambling yet? No, the casino's not open until 40 years later. So we still have to wait for the gambling. We still have to wait for Gamba to come back. I think with the breach time spell you can actually get there. Really? Hold on, breach time. Oh man, that's... Wait, hold on. Do I just have to go to that one guy then? That will tell me what to do with breach time? Wait. Maybe later. I don't know about anything with the fucking breach time thing. I don't wanna fucking like mess shit up right now. Do I really have to go back through here? God damn, I had to really go back through here. Ah, I see. Yeah, okay. So what you're telling me is that you're a liar. So what you're telling me, Koho, you are a liar! You tried to trick me! I'm already level 40 though, so that's really cool. At least. Oh my god, he's doing it. Hey, Alex. Listen, I played this game when released, my memory is foggy, and of course I have to lie. I'm part of the chat too. So strong in the RPG. I mean, this game was like, it got really interesting. Like, it got pretty fucking interesting. I really liked it though. This game's actually pretty cool so far. Knife cat, it is. How you doing, Teddy? We actually got the knife cat out. Look at that cat. Look at that cat fight. God damn. Look at it go. Look at them leveling up as well. What do you have there, cat? A knife! Did you steal? Oh fuck. Did you steal that cat from here, Brazil? Maybe. I don't know. I just needed a cat that could fight for me.
No slacking, you lot.
Draw the contest. I just needed a cat for fight for me. Yeah. I desperately needed a cat just to fight. I thought it was worthy of a warrior, and it's slowly becoming a contender of being a warrior for me.
We can do this.
Alright. Look at my money, it's up 20k. Almost to 30k as well, so. Get. I got boom. Cat's a beast? It is a beast. But is it really Mr. Beast? Cat is a beast. Is it Mr. Beast? Whatever it is. Holy shit. Sweeney, you need to stop stealing shit, you fucking idiot. Stop stealing fucking shit. You stole a black truffle from one of the pigs. I can't believe one of the pigs had black truffle. Oh wait, you're a son. Ex-girlfriend! Oh no, she's my ex-girlfriend now. Fuck! Okay. She evolves by breaking up, yeah. I don't know how that works, but sure.
Here we go.
You name it sex? Yeah, I name it sex. I mean I had to. either that or Zombussy. I don't know how to name that in Japanese. Zombussy. So I just name it sex. And then you have Gunther right here. You got sex and then Gunther.
No slacking, you lot.
Oh, you have Gunther and Gogo. Why am I doing so less damage now? Like, what the fuck?
We did it.
How much do I have? 40, 40, 38. Do I wanna just level? Okay, what's gonna happen right now? He just walks away like that? What the fuck are you doing? I'm sorry everyone, but this is where I say goodbye. It's time we went our separate ways. Huh? What are you talking about? Aren't you coming back to Hamelin with us? No. I'm not going back. I got my own journey to go on. Your own journey? What do you mean you're running away from home? Hey, look after yourself, alright? Here, you better take this. Father gave me that sword, but you're the one who you should have it. It's the kind of sword that a sage should wield. A sage like you will be someday. Hey! Don't cry. You don't need to be scared. If you ever get in trouble, I'll come and help you, I promise. Sure. Wherever you are, no matter how far, I'll always be there for you if you need me. Wherever I am? Yes, I promise you. But if I'm going to live up to this promise, I'm going to have to do some training of my own. As Father keeps saying, I need to find my own role within the Empire. I need to find out what I'm good at. I won't let him down. I refuse to be a disappointment. Alright, but please come back soon. I'll be waiting for you. You do that, Markson. We'll meet again one day. You will see. I wish you and your friends all the best as well, Oliver. I hope you make it back to your time. Thanks, Prince Gascon. I sure hope we meet again someday. I don't think you'll have to call me Prince anymore. Well, goodbye. Hey, wait! What is it? Are you really sure about this, Gascon? It's what I've decided. I'll be better off watching Markson from afar. Watching him become a sage. I don't change my mind once I've made a decision. That's the Gascon way. The Gascon way? Well, it sounds like you're determined to be your own man. But I refuse to say goodbye. Let's just say, until next time. Alright, until next time. In the future. In your time. See you then. This guy's a fucking prick, not gonna lie. Take care, Gascon. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Gosh, that boy really is stubborn. And she's like fucking crying. She looks like she's fucking crying now. Now come on, Oliver. Let's head back to our time. Sure thing. Gascon is no longer traveling with you. Alright, rip the Gascon, by the way. He's gone for life. Let's save here real quick. I'm gonna hope that... Yeah, I'm gonna hope that there's, like, courage and something else, honestly. Courage and kindness in here. Nope. Really? Really? Wait. Oh, I still can do these. Okay. I thought I can't do that. Ain't no way we don't what? Don't let people oh. Stone be gone. Oh fuck. Okay. Should I just stop here for now? You know what? I think this would be a good time for me to stop. As you know, I'm literally around here and I can actually just save right here as well, which is a good thing. Again. There we go. 29 hours as well, as you can tell. I've been playing this game for a very long time. Holy shit. What the fuck? Yeah, I'll come back with this game tomorrow, but yeah, until then, yeah, I think this game is actually really good. I like it so much that I'm continuing playing this game. It's a really good one for me. I really do like it a lot. Anyways, hey guys, just say goodbye. I will see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow with more Ni no Kuni. Let's see who I can host as well. Can I close this game at least? Pop time? Yeah, pop time. I'm gonna close this game right now because it's lagging my fucking computer for some fucking reason. I don't know why. God damn, it's lagging my fucking computer. How dare it? I have no idea why as well. Hey up for it. Hope you are doing well. I am about to head off pretty soon as well. Let me see who I can host, honestly. If my computer's not gonna lag out that much. I don't know why, my computer's been lagging out like so much lately. Unless it's like something. I guess it's just the fucking whatever it is. It feels like either OBS or... No, it's not OBS, sorry. It feels like the game or like my Google Chrome with like all the fucking tabs on. Let me see who I can host. I can probably host it off to... I'm gonna host it off to Big Scared, you know? Gamble all. I'm gonna gamble all on your whatever it is. I'm gonna... Oh, fuck. Hold on. Did I do it right? There we go. I hope I did it right now. I'm gonna host it out to Big Scared. She is playing She's playing Pokemon. God damn, she's playing Pokemon right now. Anyways, from one RPG to another RPG. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you tomorrow for more 8 hours of fucking Ni no Kuni, because I've been spending the past couple of days actually streaming for 8 hours long and not giving a fuck about anything, like legit, because of this game. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys. Take care. Love you guys. See you. Bye.